Welcome, dear dreamers, to a serene spring evening where relaxation is the key to unlocking gentle dreams. As the day fades into night, we hope you've savored every beautiful moment of this spring day. Now let us guide you into a realm of delightful and calming stories. Allow yourself to let go of worries and embrace this tranquil moment. May these tales bring you peace and set the stage for a night of sweet dreams. Story 1. Deep in the quiet village of Willowbend, where chimney smoke curled like sleeping cats into the twilight sky, lived a shy girl named Anya. Her hands, often stained with berry juice from helping her grandmother bake, held a secret longing for wonder. While other children chased fireflies, Anya would trace patterns in the dew-kissed cobwebs behind the old mill, feeling the world held whispers she couldn't quite hear. One crisp autumn evening, as Anya swept fallen leaves from her grandmother's porch, a glimmer caught her eye beneath the lilac bush. Buried in the soil lay a teacup unlike any other, not porcelain but carved from a single piece of moonstone, cool to the touch and humming faintly. Its surface swirled with veins of silver that pulsed like sleepy starlight. When Anya lifted it, a tremor ran through her palms, and suddenly the wind carried voices where there were none. She heard the lilac bush sigh about the sweetness of April rain, and the stone path murmur tales of barefoot children long grown old. The cup, she realized, could translate the secret language of ordinary things. That night, cradling the Moonstone Cup beneath her quilt, Anya listened as her patchwork pillow whispered a riddle. Seek the weaver where roots embrace stone, where silence is song and the lost find home. The words tugged at her heart like a kite string. By dawn, with the cup wrapped in soft linen and a pouch of honey cakes from her grandmother, Anya slipped into the whispering woods. Her journey began with trepidation. Ancient oaks creaked stories of storms survived, while squirrels chattered gossip overhead. Anya sipped rainwater from her cup under a maple, and its rustling leaves transformed into directions. Follow the ladybugs, they remember the way. Soon, a squadron of crimson-spotted insects led her to a mossy clearing, where a badger named Barnaby snuffled for truffles. He had a gruff voice and one ear perpetually folded, but his eyes softened when Anya shared a honey cake. "Lost little listener," he rumbled. "The weaver's path is tangled with thorns and tears. I know a shortcut through the fern tunnels." Barnaby's practicality grounded her, his claws clearing brambles she'd never dare touch. Deeper in the woods, mist clung like damp lace. Anya's cup grew heavy with the sorrow of weeping willows, their tales of flooded nests and broken branches. As doubt crept in, a shimmer darted through the gloom. A dragonfly named Lurail, her wings like stained glass. "Oh, you hear them too," she chimed, hovering near the cup. "The sad trees need reminding of sunlight." Lurail's optimism was a balm. She flitted ahead, coaxing forgotten wildflowers to bloom along the path, their colors painting courage back into Anya's heart. At last they reached the Grotto of Echoes, where the weaver dwelled. Not a spider, but a creature woven from willow fronds and dandelion fluff, seated at a loom strung with threads of fog and starlight. Before her stood the challenge, the Heartstone spring, once bright with liquid light, now choked by creeping gloom vines. These thorn tendrils fed on sadness, growing thicker with every whispered grief they absorbed. "The spring waters the wood's joy," the weaver sighed, her voice like rustling parchment. "Break the vines and the gloom's sorrow will flood us. Leave them and the light dies." Barnaby growled, ready to bite the vines. Lurail darted to burn them with reflected sunlight. But Anya knelt, her moonstone cup filling with the spring's faint, fading pulse. She heard the gloomvine's own story, not malice, but loneliness. They grew where laughter had ceased, thickening in the quiet spaces between smiles. Wisdom stirred in Anya. Instead of force, she poured kindness into the cup until it overflowed, then tipped it gently onto the vines. "You're heard," she whispered. "You don't need to hold so much sadness alone." the vines shivered. Where honeyed light touched them, thorns softened into velvet moss, and their choked whispers became sighs of relief. One by one they uncurled from the spring, retreating into the soil as the heartstone bubbled anew, liquid gold spreading through the water. The grotto filled with warmth, and the weaver's loom hummed, weaving threads of gratitude into the mist. On her return, Anya carried the Moonstone Cup home, but its magic had changed her. She no longer just listened, she understood. When old man Hemlock grumbled about his aching bones, she brought him sunflower seeds for the birds he loved. When the schoolhouse rafters creaked anxiously before winter storms, she hung wind chimes to sing them comfort. The village blossomed with shared stories and mended fences, and Anya's quiet heart became a harbor. Years later, under the same lilac bush, she'd show wide-eyed children how to press their ears to tree bark or teacups. Everything speaks, she'd say, her eyes crinkling like sun-warmed paper. Even the quietest thing holds extraordinary secrets, if you listen with kindness. And as fireflies blinked like fallen stars outside, the Moonstone Cup would glow softly on the windowsill, a silent keeper of wonders, reminding all that the gentlest magic begins with an open heart, ready to hear the world's hidden song. Story 2. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where morning mist clung to the riverbanks like silver lace. Here lived a young gardener named Rowan, whose hands could coax life from stubborn soil, but whose heart trembled at the smallest shift in routine. While neighbors celebrated the turning seasons, Rowan mourned fallen leaves, fretted over migrating birds, and kept her cottage exactly as it had been since childhood down to the chipped blue teapot always warming by the hearth. One autumn evening, as Rowan pruned her beloved moonpetal roses, she noticed a peculiar seed pod glowing softly in the twilight. It pulsed like a captured star, warm against her palm. That night she placed it in a terracotta pot by her window. By dawn a slender sprout unfurled, its leaves shimmering with dewdrops that reflected rainbows onto the walls. Rowan named it the heartseed, but the plant mirrored her anxieties. When Rowan worried over frost forecasts, ice crystals formed on its stem. If she sighed over shortening days, its leaves drooped like sorrowful hands. "It's just like me," she whispered to her old tabby cat, Nimbus, who purred against her ankles. Afraid of growing. Change arrived with the first snowfall. The village elder, kind-eyed Hemlock, announced the winter solstice, blooming a festival where everyone nurtured a living gift to exchange beneath the great yew tree. Rowan's chest tightened. "I can't create something new," she protested, staring at her unchanging shelves of dried herbs and pressed flowers. "Perhaps," murmured Hemlock, placing a weathered hand over hers, "the gift isn't in the making, but in the tending." He left her with a velvet pouch of starlight moss, said to thrive on whispered hopes. Meanwhile, the heartseed wilted. Rowan's fears had crystallized into frost along its veins. Desperate, she bundled up and carried it to the village greenhouse, where her friend Briar, the glassblower's daughter, worked. Warmth enveloped them, the scent of damp earth and citrus blossoms thick in the air. Briar wiped clay-smudged hands on her apron. "Ah, the fickle little traveler." She smiled, touching a brittle leaf. "It needs starlight moss, just like Hemlock gave you, and courage." "How does a plant need courage?" Rowan asked, voice small. "It doesn't," Briar said gently, "but its gardener does." She showed Rowan how to line the pot with the glowing moss, humming as she worked. "Seeds split open to grow. That's not destruction, it's transformation." That week, Rowan began sitting with the heartseed each dawn, sharing stories instead of worries. She spoke of her mother teaching her to prune roses, of Nimbus chasing sunbeams, of the comforting crackle of her hearth. Slowly, the frost receded. One morning, a single bud swelled at its tip, pulsing with soft gold light. Yet Rowan still avoided festival preparations, until Briar arrived with armfuls of frosted blue glass orbs. For hanging wishes inside, she explained. Help me. Rowan's fingers trembled as she threaded ribbons through the delicate loops. What if my gift isn't perfect? She whispered. Briar held up an orb deliberately flawed with swirling imperfections. See how the light dances differently here. That's where the magic lives. She placed a tiny sprig of heartseed into one orb. Start small, tend it like you do yours. As solstice approached, a fierce blizzard rattled the valley. Rowan woke to find her cottage icy, the fire out. Shivering, she rushed to the heartseed. Its light had dimmed, leaves curling inward. No, she breathed. Gathering blankets, she wrapped the pot and held it close. Outside, the wind screamed like a wild thing. Nimbus pressed against her, purring fiercely. In that cold darkness, Rowan remembered Briar's words, transformation, not destruction. She closed her eyes and imagined summer, the drone of bees, the scent of warm soil, the laughter drifting from Briar's workshop. She poured those memories into the plant, not as a wish, but as a promise. We can bloom through this. A warmth kindled against her chest. Peering down, she saw the heartseed glowing brighter than ever, its golden bud unfurling into a flower like liquid sunlight. Where petals touched the frosty air, tiny rainbows shimmered. On solstice morning, villagers trudged through fresh snow to the great yew, gifts cradled in mittened hands. Rowan approached hesitantly, heartseed glowing in its orb. Hemlock beamed as she hung it beside Briar's glass blossoms and others' woven wreaths. When Rowan stepped back, the yew's branches began to hum. Light spilled from every offering, but the heartseed's glow stretched farthest, weaving through the crowd like warm threads. Suddenly, a child pointed. Where Rowan's footprints marked the snow, tiny flowers sprouted snowdrops and winter jasmine, blooming impossibly fast in her wake. Look, breathed Briar, squeezing her hand. Your heart's taking root. Rowan touched her chest, realizing the tightness there had blossomed into warmth. That night, as villagers danced under star-speckled skies, she didn't retreat to her cottage. She sat with Hemlock and Briar, sipping spiced cider, watching the heartseed's light dance across happy faces. Nimbus curled in her lap, a rumbling anchor. Seasons turned. Rowan still cherished her blue teapot, but now her shelves held Briar's glass orbs, Hemlock's herb bundles, and pots of starlight moss. The original heartseed grew into a small tree in her garden, its golden flowers blooming even in deepest winter. Villagers came to sit beneath it when change felt overwhelming, and always left with a quiet courage. Rowan learned that growth isn't about erasing the past, but weaving it into new patterns like frost melting into spring streams or memories becoming strength. And when nervous hands brought her wilted seedlings, she'd smile, patting the soil beside her. Let's tend it together, she'd say, as Nimbus purred approval in the dappled sunlight. For in nurturing what trembled and transformed, she'd found her deepest roots, and her branches stretched ever toward the light. Story 3. The fire crackled softly, casting dancing shadows on the walls, painting stories of their own in the warm, flickering light. Tonight, dear listener, let us journey to a place where the ordinary hums with hidden magic. A place where, if you look closely and listen with your heart, the most everyday things might whisper extraordinary secrets. Our story begins with a quiet boy named Oliver. Oliver lived in a small, cobblestone village, nestled beside a whispering forest. He wasn't loud or boisterous like some children. He preferred the company of old books, the intricate patterns of frost on his window pane, and the quiet companionship of the village cats. He often felt a little unseen, like a bookmark slipped between the pages of a bustling story. His greatest treasure was a simple, chipped teacup. It had belonged to his grandmother, its porcelain once white but now faded to a soft ivory, decorated with delicate blue forget-me-nots. It wasn't valuable, but to Oliver, it held the comforting scent of cinnamon and old paper, a tangible link to gentle stories told by the fireside. One crisp autumn afternoon, while polishing the cup as he often did, Oliver noticed something peculiar. He'd absent-mindedly breathed onto the cool porcelain, and where his breath fogged the surface, tiny, shimmering words seemed to appear, like dew on a spiderweb catching the dawn light. They vanished as quickly as they came. Intrigued, Oliver tried again, breathing softly and steadily onto the cup. This time the words lingered longer. Seek the whispering stone where the silver brook bends thrice. His heart gave a little leap, a flutter of pure wonder. The teacup. His ordinary chipped teacup held a message. Oliver knew the silver brook. It wound through the whispering forest, its clear water chuckling over smooth stones. But he'd never heard of a whispering stone. This was a mystery, an invitation from his grandmother's cup. He packed a small satchel, a crusty roll of bread dusted with flour, a wedge of sharp cheese wrapped in waxed paper, a flask of cool water, and the precious teacup nestled safely in soft cloth. With a determined breath, Oliver slipped out into the golden afternoon, the fallen leaves crunching softly underfoot like secrets being shared. The forest welcomed him with the scent of damp earth and pine needles. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, painting the path with liquid gold. As he followed the familiar path beside the chattering silver brook, he began counting the bends. The first bend was wide, sweeping past an ancient oak. The second bend was sharper, where the water tumbled over mossy rocks. After the third bend, a smaller, narrower stream branched off, almost hidden by ferns and trailing ivy. This must be it. Oliver followed this quieter tributary deeper into the woods, where the light grew softer and the air hummed with a deeper silence. He hadn't gone far when a rustling sound came from above. A small russet squirrel with eyes like polished acorns peered down from a hazel branch. "Lost, are you?" she chattered, her voice surprisingly clear and musical. Not many venture this deep, especially little humans clutching teacups like precious eggs. Oliver, startled but not frightened, held up the cup. "I'm following a message from this." It mentioned a whispering stone. The squirrel tilted her head, whiskers twitching. "A talking teacup, now that's a nut I haven't cracked. The whispering stone, old Mossback might know. He's seen more sunrises than this forest has trees. Follow me, cup boy." And with a flick of her bushy tail, she scampered down the trunk and darted along the path, pausing frequently to ensure Oliver was keeping up. Her name, she informed him between leaps, was Pip, and she knew every acorn cache and hidden glade for miles around. Pip led Oliver to a still, dark pool fed by the little stream. Sunlight barely penetrated the dense canopy here, making the water look like polished obsidian. On a large, flat stone at the pool's edge sat an enormous turtle. His shell was the deep, mossy green of the forest floor, etched with intricate patterns like ancient maps. He moved with a slow, deliberate grace, his eyes deep and dark, holding the patience of centuries. "Old Mossback," Pip announced, bouncing on a nearby root. "This is Cup Boy. His teacup talks and told him to find the whispering stone." The turtle blinked slowly, his gaze settling first on Pip, then on Oliver, and finally lingering on the chipped teacup. His voice, when it came, was like stones shifting gently in a deep riverbed. The cup of echoes, a rare thing indeed, forgotten by most, remembered by few. It carries whispers meant only for listening hearts. He shifted slightly, his heavy shell scraping softly on the stone. The whispering stone lies beneath the water in the heart of this pool. It speaks not with sound but with feeling. It reveals reflections. Oliver knelt by the dark water. "How do I hear it? What does it reflect?" "The stone reflects the truth within," old Mossback rumbled. To hear its whisper, you must offer stillness. But be warned, young listener, truth can be a sharp mirror. It requires courage to gaze upon. Pip chattered nervously, sensing the gravity in the old turtle's words. Taking a deep breath, Oliver carefully placed the cup of echoes beside him. He leaned over the dark pool, peering into its inky depths. At first, he saw only the reflection of the canopy above, fragmented and dark. He closed his eyes, trying to quiet the flutter of excitement and nervousness in his chest. He thought of the quiet boy who felt unseen. He breathed slowly, focusing on the gentle lap of water against the stones. Slowly, the dark water began to change. It wasn't his face that appeared, but a deep, hollow ache of loneliness. He saw himself sitting alone while other children laughed and played together. He saw the longing in his own eyes as he watched from the window. It was uncomfortable, like touching a bruise. He almost pulled back. "Stillness, young listener," old Mossback murmured, his voice a steady anchor. "The stone reflects what is, not to wound, but to understand. See the whole picture." Oliver took another shaky breath, forcing himself to look deeper. The reflection shifted. He saw the same quiet boy, but now he was carefully leaving crumbs for the winter birds. He saw him gently untangling a kitten from a thorn bush. He saw him sharing his bread with Pip, who sat chattering happily on his knee. He saw the kindness in his own eyes when he thought no one was looking. The ache of loneliness was still there, but woven through it were threads of quiet compassion, observation, and a deep appreciation for the small wonders others hurried past. The Whispering Stone wasn't showing him a flaw, it was showing him himself, whole and complex. A profound sense of calm washed over Oliver, replacing the ache with a gentle warmth. He understood. His quietness wasn't invisibility, it was a different way of seeing, of being. He didn't need to be loud to be seen. He needed to share what he saw, the quiet kindness he naturally offered. The dark water cleared, reflecting only the serene surface once more. As he sat back, Oliver noticed something new. The cup of echoes resting beside him was no longer chipped. The ivory porcelain seemed smoother, the blue forget-me-nots brighter, shimmering with a faint inner light. Pip gasped. "Look, the cup, it's singing." Oliver picked it up. It felt warmer in his hands. He breathed softly onto its surface. This time, shimmering words bloomed clearly and stayed. "True seeing reveals the heart. Share your quiet light." "Wisdom," old Mossback intoned, a hint of approval in his deep voice. "The cup reflects your understanding. The magic was never in the stone alone, nor solely in the cup. It is in the seeing, the listening, and the courage to be truly seen." The journey back felt different. The forest seemed brighter, the rustling leaves whispering secrets Oliver felt he could almost understand. Pip chattered excitedly about the healed cup, scouting the path ahead. As they neared the village edge, Oliver saw a group of children struggling to fly a kite, tangled hopelessly in a high hawthorn bush. Frustration painted their faces. Ordinarily, Oliver might have walked past, unseen. But now, remembering the reflection in the pool, he approached. He didn't shout instructions. He simply observed the tangle of string and branches with his quiet focus. "Try loosening that loop near the top branch first," he suggested softly, pointing. "Then, if you pull gently this way." The children, surprised, looked at him. One girl followed his quiet suggestion. The string loosened. Another gentle tug, guided by Oliver's observant eyes, and the kite fluttered free, soaring into the autumn sky on a gasp of delighted laughter. The children turned to Oliver, their faces lit with smiles. "Wow, how did you see that?" one boy asked. Oliver smiled, a genuine, quiet warmth spreading through him. He didn't feel small anymore. He felt seen. "I just looked," he said simply. he didn't mention the cup or the stone. The magic felt too precious, too personal to explain just yet. That evening, Oliver sat by his own small fireplace, the healed cup of echoes warm in his hands. He breathed softly onto it. The shimmering words bloomed once more, a gentle reminder. Share your quiet light. He knew now that his quietness wasn't a wall, it was a window. A window through which he saw the world deeply, the birds needing crumbs, the kittens needing help, the tangled strings needing a gentle solution. And by sharing what he saw, by offering his quiet kindness, he let others see him. He poured some warm milk into the cup, watching the steam curl upwards like a whispered secret. Outside his window, the first stars began to appear, freckling the velvet sky. The ordinary world hummed around him, filled with extraordinary secrets waiting for listening hearts. Oliver took a sip, the warmth spreading through him, a quiet comfort, a gentle magic. He was home, truly sane, and the journey had only just begun. And as the embers glowed softly in the hearth, painting the room in hues of amber and gold, remember this, dear listener. Sometimes the greatest magic isn't found in flashing spells or roaring dragons, but in the quiet courage to look within, to listen to the whispers of an ordinary heart, and to share the gentle light you find there. The world is full of teacups waiting to sing, if only we learn to listen. Sleep now, wrapped in the warmth of quiet wonders. Sleep peacefully. Story 4. Deep in the heart of the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers towards a sky perpetually dappled with twilight greens and golds, the boundaries between the world seen and unseen were as thin as a spider's silk. Here, beneath the cathedral canopy thick with moss and mystery, lived creatures whose lives were woven into the very fabric of the forest's magic. Sunlight filtered down in dusty shafts, illuminating drifts of bluebells that smelled like sweet rain, and the air hummed with the low thrum of hidden life. Among the gnarled roots of a venerable silverwood tree lived Bramble, a small hedgehog whose spines held flecks of amber light. His world was one of intricate detail, the velvety texture of moss beneath his paws, the crisp, clean scent of pine needles after a shower, the symphony of rustling leaves that spoke of wind currents high above, and the comforting, damp earth smell of his burrow. Bramble was a keeper of small secrets, a listener to the forest's whispers. His closest friend was Thistle, a sturdy badger whose thick fur was striped like twilight shadows. Thistle possessed a quiet wisdom passed down from generations of badgers who had tended the forest's deeper rhythms. He knew the language of the streams that chuckled over smooth stones, the patterns of the stars visible through the forest's clearings, and the subtle shift in the air that signaled the turning of the magical seasons within the Whisperwood. For the Whisperwood lived by its own enchanted calendar, governed not by months, but by the pulse of the Heartstone, a colossal, crystal-clear geode hidden deep within the oldest part of the forest. Its inner light pulsed with the seasons, vibrant green in the time of new leaf, golden amber in high sun, deep crimson in falling flame, and soft, shimmering blue in the quiet frost. This light seeped into the roots, flowed through the sap, and touched every living thing, maintaining a perfect, humming balance. The fireflies pulsed in time with it, the mushrooms glowed with its borrowed radiance, and the very wind carried its resonance. One morning during the waning days of high sun, Bramble awoke to a disturbing silence. The usual chorus of birdsong greeting the dawn was muted, fragmented. The air, usually thick with the scent of sun-warmed resin and ripening blackberries, felt stale and strangely dry. Even the light filtering through the canopy seemed thinner, less golden, tinged with an unsettling gray. He scurried to Thistle's set, nestled beneath a tumble of moss-covered boulders. "Thistle, something's wrong," Bramble whispered, his voice tight with worry. He described the silence, the dry air, the brittle feel of the ferns he'd brushed past. The Heartstone's light, it feels dimmer. Thistle emerged, his broad nose twitching as he sampled the air. A deep rumble vibrated in his chest. You feel it too, little friend, the balance wavers, the heartstone falters. He gazed towards the forest's deepest heart, where the oldest trees stood guard. I remember my grandam speaking of such a time long ago, when the connection weakens, the magic fades, and the seasons stall. Without the heartstone's full rhythm, the whisperwood begins to forget itself. They decided to seek counsel from the keeper. Few had seen her, but all knew of her, an ancient tortoise whose shell was etched with patterns older than the oldest oak, patterns that shimmered faintly like captured starlight. She lived near the Whispering Falls, where water sang secrets as it tumbled over smooth rocks into a pool, reflecting the heartstone's hidden light. Their journey took them through parts of the forest Bramble had never seen. They passed through a glade where luminous moths, each wing dusted with silver, danced in intricate patterns above moon-pale flowers that released a scent like cool honey. They crossed a bridge woven from living willow, its bark soft and yielding underfoot, spanning a stream where tiny, translucent fish flickered like liquid rainbows. Yet even here the signs were present. The stream's song was quieter, the moths danced less vibrant, the flowers scent fainter. Deepening shadows gathered beneath colossal ferns as they neared the falls. The sound of rushing water grew louder, but it lacked its usual joyous chime. It sounded tired, strained. The air grew cooler, carrying the mineral scent of wet stone and the faint, ozone tang of deep magic. Beside the pool, where the water's spray created perpetual rainbows in the mist, rested the keeper. Her shell was indeed a marvel, deep greens and browns swirling with veins of purest crystal that pulsed with a soft, internal light. Her eyes, dark and deep as ancient pools, held the weight of countless seasons. Little ones, her voice was the sound of stones shifting gently in a deep river, slow and resonant. You feel the stillness, you hear the silence where song should be, the heartstone weakens. Why, keeper? Bramble asked, awestruck but urgent. How can we help it remember? The tortoise shifted slightly, her movements echoing the slow grind of continents. The heartstone draws its strength from the harmony of all things within the whisperwood, from the deepest root to the highest leaf, from the smallest pebble in the stream to the oldest star watching from above. But harmony requires connection, little hedgehog. It requires remembrance. She paused, her gaze encompassing both friends. A thread has frayed, a song has been forgotten, the balance trembles. My grandam spoke of a time when the rain stopped, Thistle rumbled, his voice low with respect. She said the creatures came together, each bringing what they could, a drop of dew, a sigh of wind, a whispered memory to remind the heartstone of the forest's love. The keeper nodded, a slow, deliberate movement. Wisdom passed through the blood, young badger. Yes, the heartstone responds to the collective spirit, to the woven tapestry of life. When that tapestry weakens, its light dims. The magic that binds the seasons, that makes the fireflies glow and the wind sing, falters. What must we do? Bramble asked, his small heart pounding with determination. You must weave the thread anew, the keeper said. Gather the forest not with shouts but with whispers. Remind them of the scent of rain on hot earth, the taste of the first berry of high sun, the feel of cool moss beneath tired paws, the sound of the wind sighing through the pines at dusk. Remind them of their connection, not just to the forest, but to each other, and to the stone that beats beneath our roots. Armed with the keeper's wisdom, Bramble and Thistle set out. Bramble, small and quick, darted through the undergrowth, his soft voice carrying the message to the field mice in their grassy nests, the ladybugs resting on milkweed pods, the butterflies sipping nectar from lavender blooms. He described the dry air, the brittle leaves, the fading light, and the keeper's words. Remember the rain, he'd whisper. Remember the cool earth. Remember we are all part of the whisperwood's song. Thistle, with his steady presence and deep voice, spoke to the rabbits in their warrens, the owls drowsing in hollow trees, the stoic deer grazing in moonlit clearings. He spoke of the ancient balance, of the generations before who had tended the forest, of the heartstone's silent plea. Remember the taste of sweet clover, he'd rumble. Remember the strength of the oak. Remember we hold the forest's memory together. Words spread like gentle ripples on the forest pond. At first it was just a rustle here, a quiet conversation there. Then, as the unnatural stillness deepened and the gray light persisted, a sense of shared purpose blossomed. Creatures began to emerge from their homes, not in fear, but in quiet resolve. Fireflies, their light dimmed to mere embers, gathered near the silverwood. Butterflies, their colors muted, fluttered towards the ancient trees. Mice, rabbits, badgers, hedgehogs, stoats, voles, a quiet procession moved through the gathering twilight towards the forest's heart. They gathered in a vast, natural amphitheater formed by the roots of the oldest silverwoods, facing the hidden entrance to the Heartstone's cavern. The air thrummed with silent anticipation. Bramble stood beside Thistle near the front, feeling the collective breath of the forest. "Now," Thistle said softly, his voice carrying in the profound quiet. "Remember." A field mouse closed her eyes and remembered the sharp, sweet scent of the first wild strawberry after spring rain. A butterfly recalled the dizzying warmth of the sun on its wings on the first day of high sun. An old owl remembered the deep, resonant hoot echoing through the frosty stillness of the quiet frost. A young fox remembered the thrilling coolness of the stream on a hot day. Thistle remembered the comforting smell of damp earth in his set after a downpour. Bramble remembered the soft, velvety texture of a moonflower petal under a starlit sky, and the taste of dew collected on a spider's web at dawn. They didn't speak aloud. They simply held the memories, vivid and sensory, in their hearts. They remembered the feel of cool moss, the taste of ripe nuts, the sound of wind in the leaves, the sight of the Heartstone's light painting the frost in blue. They remembered their friendships, their shared home, their dependence on the trees, the streams, the air, and each other. As they remembered, a soft hum began. It started with the fireflies, their abdomens pulsing brighter with each shared memory. Then the butterflies joined, their wings shimmering with renewed color, reflecting the collective feeling. The leaves of the silverwoods rustled, not with wind, but with a sympathetic vibration. The very air grew charged, smelling suddenly of ozone and petrichor, the promise of rain. Deep within the earth, the Heartstone felt it. The fractured light within the massive geode began to swirl, faintly at first, then with growing intensity. The forgotten song, the frayed thread of harmony, was being rewoven by 1,000 threads of shared memory and love. Then it happened. A single pure note rang out from the cavern entrance, a clear, resonant tone like a crystal bell struck deep within the earth. It washed over the gathered creatures, warm and tingling. Above, the oppressive gray sky cracked. Not with violence, but with a sigh of relief. Fat, warm drops of rain began to fall, splashing onto dry leaves, pattering on fur and feather, soaking into the thirsty earth. The scent that rose was intoxicating wet soil, released resins, the pure, clean fragrance of renewal. The rain grew steadier, a gentle, soaking shower. As it fell, the Heartstone's light pulsed once, strongly, from the cavern, a brilliant, warm amber that momentarily lit the raindrops like falling jewels. The grayness dissolved, replaced by the rich, deep greens and golds of the forest washed clean. Birds, tentatively at first, then with growing confidence, began to sing. The stream nearby, fed by the rain, chuckled with renewed vigor. The balance was restored. The stalled season of high sun released its hold, allowing the subtle shift towards falling flame to begin. The forest breathed again. Bramble looked up at Thistle, rain dripping from his spines, a feeling of profound peace warming him deeper than the sun ever could. Thistle nodded, his eyes reflecting the renewed light. They had woven the thread. They had remembered. Later, as the rain softened to a drizzle and the creatures began to disperse, carrying the warmth of shared purpose back to their homes, Bramble and Thistle stood near the keeper's pool. The tortoise watched the rainbows dancing fiercely in the spray of the now stronger falls. You reminded them, little weavers, the keeper murmured, her voice like stones smoothed by a flowing river. You reminded them that the forest's strength lies not in any one creature, but in the tapestry. In the shared memory of cool moss, sweet berries, and starlight on water. In the quiet understanding that we are all keepers of the Heartstone's song. Remember this night. Pass it on. For harmony is not a destination, but a journey we walk together, season after season, whisper after whisper. As Bramble curled up later in his burrow, the scent of rain-soaked earth and fresh pine filling the air, the gentle patter on the leaves above a lullaby, he felt the deep, steady pulse of the Heartstone resonating through the roots beneath him. It was a rhythm of renewal, of connection, of ancient wisdom held safe in the heart of the Whisperwood. He remembered the cool moss, the taste of dew, the feel of Thistle's sturdy presence, and the thousand memories shared in the rain. And with the forest singing softly outside, bathed in the Heartstone's restored golden light, Bramble drifted into a sleep as deep and peaceful as the ancient woods themselves, knowing the balance for now was gently held. Story 5. Leo always felt a bit invisible in his bustling village, like a pebble smoothed by a river but never truly noticed. That changed one misty morning when he discovered an old brass key, half buried in the moss near his favorite oak tree. Its teeth were shaped like tiny crescent moons, and when he brushed off the dirt, it hummed with a warmth that traveled up his arm. That night, under a quilt patched with stars, Leo turned the key in his bedroom lock and gasped. Instead of clicking open, the key shimmered, and the door swung wide onto a path of silver moonlight winding through a forest he'd never seen before. The forest, called the Valewood, whispered with voices like rustling leaves. Trees glowed with soft amber light in their bark, and flowers chimed like bells when Leo's shadow touched them. But the path ahead faded into mist, and Leo hesitated until a small, grumpy hedgehog waddled from behind a toadstool. "Lost your way, have you?" she huffed, adjusting spectacles made of dewdrops. Her name was Thistle, and she explained that the key was a whisper key, meant to unlock hidden paths for those who listened closely. "But the Valewood's heart is fading," she sighed. "Its memories are scattering like dandelion seeds. Without them, this forest, and every secret it guards, will vanish." Their journey led them deeper, where the air grew thick with forgotten stories. They met Bramble, a willow tree with bark like wrinkled parchment, who wept shimmering sap. "I've lost the song that kept my roots strong," he murmured. Leo turned the key gently in his palm, and its hum swelled. Suddenly Bramble's branches swayed as a melody, half-remembered lullabies and children's laughter drifted from the key itself. "Ah," Bramble breathed. "You don't force memories back, you invite them." But the true test came at the Gloomfin, a marsh where sticky, shadowy vines slithered like serpents, swallowing light and sound. Thistle's spectacles fogged with fear. "They thrive on loneliness," she whispered. "If we rush through, they'll drag us under." Leo closed his eyes, recalling Bramble's lesson. Instead of fleeing, he knelt and pressed the whisper key into the mud. Its warmth spread, and Leo began to hum, a tune his grandmother had sung when he felt small. The vines stilled. One even curled toward him, its shadow thinning to reveal a fragile blue flower beneath. Even sorrow needs kindness, Thistle realized, helping Leo weave a bridge of reeds and moonlight over the fen. At the Valewood's heart stood the memory oak, its trunk split and gray. A figure waited there, an ancient badger named Silas, keeper of the forest's dreams. "The key chose you, Leo," he rumbled, eyes sad. "But it's not a tool, it's a teacher. You must decide, use it to hoard the forest's magic for yourself, or let its memories return to the earth so new stories can grow." Leo's chest ached. He imagined carrying the key home, unlocking wonders whenever he felt overlooked. But then he saw Thistle polishing her spectacles with pride, Bramble's leaves glowing anew, and the Gloomfin's flowers blooming where shadows once ruled. Wisdom settled in Leo like a sigh. He placed the whispered key into the oak's hollow. Light burst forth, not blinding but gentle as dawn, washing over the tree. Cracks sealed with gold, and memories flowed back into roots and rivers. The Valewood sighed in relief, colors deepening, whispers becoming clear, joyful songs. Silas nodded. You gave the forest its voice back and found your own. The moonlit path led Leo home just as dawn pinked the sky. His bedroom door clicked shut, the brass key gone. But in his palm remained a tiny crescent moon scar, warm to the touch. That night, as crickets sang outside, Leo didn't feel invisible anymore. He curled under his starry quilt, breathing in the scent of rain-washed earth and distant forests, knowing some doors stay open in the heart forever. And in the Valewood, if you listen very closely, the trees still hum the tune of a boy who learned that true magic grows when you give it away. Story 6. Deep in the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers toward a sky perpetually dusted with starlight, the boundaries between world and wonder blurred like watercolor on parchment. Here the air hummed with the scent of damp earth and pine resin, while shafts of sunlight pierced the canopy, illuminating motes of pollen dancing like tiny golden fairies. Fallen leaves formed a rustling carpet that whispered secrets with every breeze, a breeze known to the forest dwellers as the wind's song. It carried tales from distant mountains and salty shores, its voice changing with the seasons, a lilting murmur in spring, a drowsy hum in summer, a crisp rustle in autumn, and a profound, snow-muffled silence in winter. Among the mossy roots of the great oak lived Linden, a young squirrel with fur like burnished copper and eyes wide with restless curiosity. While his kin darted through branches gathering acorns, Linden lingered, watching how dewdrops clung to spiderwebs like diamond necklaces, or how fireflies painted the dusk with fleeting constellations. He sensed a deeper rhythm beneath the forest's surface, a harmony older than time. Why does the wind's song sigh so sadly today? He asked his mother one crisp autumn morning, as amber leaves spiraled downward. She nuzzled his head gently. The song feels the forest's heart, little one. When balance wavers, its melody changes. Listen closely, and it may guide you. That night, beneath a moon swollen and luminous as a pearl, Linden crept toward the moonlight pool. Tucked between silver birches, its waters were impossibly clear, reflecting not just the moon but entire galaxies swirling beneath its surface. It was said the pool mirrored truths, the steadfastness of stones, the joy of blossoms, and the sorrow of disrupted harmony. As Linden peered in, the water shimmered, showing not his reflection but a vision. The heartstream, the forest's lifeblood river, choked by a fallen cedar after a recent storm. Its waters, usually laughing over smooth stones, now pooled stagnant and silent. Moss browned at its edges. Fish gasped in shallow puddles. The wind's song moaned through the trees like a dirge. Trembling, Linden sought Elder Thorn, a great gray owl whose feathers held the patterns of tree bark and whose eyes gleamed with the wisdom of centuries. Perched in the hollow of the great oak, Thorn's voice was a soft rustle. Ah, little listener, you've seen the unrest. The heartstream's blockage is a wound. Without its flow, the whispering woods cannot breathe. The magic that ties seasons to soil weakens. Spring buds may not unfurl. Winter's frost may bite too deep. He spread a wing toward the pool's vision. Long ago, my grandmother taught me, balance is upheld not by one, but by many threads woven together. Seek fern, seek willow, seek brook. Remember the strength in gentleness. Linden scurried through ferns unfurling like emerald scrolls, their damp scent sharp in his nose. He found Fern, a stout badger with fur like twilight shadows, digging tenderly at the roots of a wilting bluebell. The earth cries out for water, Fern rumbled, her voice warm as sun-warmed stone. Lead on, little friend. Next, beneath a weeping willow, stood Willow the doe, her coat dappled like sunlight on forest floor. She bowed her graceful neck. The wind's song carried your worry, I will come. Lastly, at the edge of the stricken stream, Brook the frog perched on a drying lily pad, his throat pulsing with concern. The water's voice has faded, he croaked, but I know its hidden paths beneath the mud. Together they journeyed upstream, the forest's distress palpable. Brittle leaves crackled underfoot. The air hung heavy, devoid of birdsong. When they reached the blockage, despair threatened. The fallen cedar was massive, its trunk thicker than Fern's burrow. Mud had congealed around it, trapping branches and stones in a murky dam. We cannot move this alone, whispered Willow, nosing the damp wood. But Elder Thorn's words echoed, many threads woven together. Fern dug with powerful claws, loosening earth where roots gripped the bank. Willow used her strong shoulders to nudge smaller branches aside, her breath steaming in the cool air. Brook dove into the shallows, clearing pebbles and silt from hidden channels with webbed feet. Linden, light and quick, scrambled along the log, gnawing at twigs, binding it like nature's twine. As they worked, the forest seemed to lean in. Beetles scurried to carry away grains of soil. Spiders spun reinforcing webs. Even the wind's song swirled around them, carrying the scent of rain from afar, urging them on. Hours passed, muscles aching, fur matted with mud. Just as twilight painted the sky lavender, a resonant crack echoed. The cedar shifted. With one final heave from Fern and Willow, and a surge of current freed by Brook's efforts, the log tumbled downstream. Water gushed forth, a joyful, gurgling roar, filling the parched bed, kissing thirsty roots and swirling around their paws in grateful eddies. Instantly the forest sighed. Moss plumped vivid green. The wind's song shifted, weaving a melody of relief that rustled through every leaf, sweet as honey and crisp as apples. That night they gathered at the moonlight pool. Its surface now reflected the unbroken tapestry of stars, the water clear and singing. Elder Thorn glided down, perching beside them. You have healed more than a stream, he said softly. You mended the weave of seasons, see. He gestured upward. First frost, delicate as lace, began to crystallize on leaves, not harsh but gentle, promising the quiet rest of winter. Each creature has a role, the badger's strength, the deer's grace, the frog's knowledge of hidden ways, the squirrel's boundless curiosity. Together, you are the forest's heartbeat. As weeks turned, the whispering woods flourished. Snow fell softly, blanketing the land in silence, but beneath it, life hummed, roots dreaming of spring, creatures snug in burrows. Linden, curled in his dray, watched frost patterns bloom on his window of woven twigs. He understood now, magic wasn't just in moonlit pools or singing winds. It lived in the tap-tap of a woodpecker tending trees, in the badger's patient digging, in the frog's leap between worlds, in the deer's watchful care. It was the quiet courage of friendship and the wisdom passed from elder to young, a tapestry woven day by day, season by season. On the first day of spring, tender shoots pushed through snow melt, and the heartstream burbled with snowdrop petals. Linden sat by the moonlight pool, no longer restless. The water showed his reflection, a squirrel grown wiser, his eyes holding the forest's peace. The wind's song drifted by, warm and light as dandelion fluff, carrying the scent of blooming crocuses. Somewhere an owl hooted softly, a lullaby of harmony restored. And as stars pricked the velvet sky, the pool's depths shimmered, reflecting not just Linden, but all his friends, the ancient trees, and the endless, gentle turning of the world, cradled in balance. The forest breathed, and in its breath, Linden found his place, a small, vital note in nature's eternal, comforting song. Story 7. Milo had always found comfort in the sameness of things. Each morning he'd rise with the first blush of dawn, pull on his worn green tunic, and pad quietly across the dew-kissed grass to the ancient oak tree at the edge of whispering woods. Its bark felt like a familiar friend beneath his small hands, rough, warm, and deeply grooved. He'd climb to his favorite branch, wide as a bench, and watch the village wake, smoke curling from chimneys like sleepy thoughts, the baker's son whistling as he swept his step, the distant chime of the blacksmith's hammer. This routine was his anchor, a shield against the swirling currents of a world that felt too big, too loud, too eager for change. Especially now, as his 10th birthday neared, whispers of growing up made his stomach flutter like trapped moths. Lately, though, his oak seemed restless. Its leaves, usually a vibrant tapestry of emerald through summer, were turning brittle and gold far too early, drifting to the mossy carpet below like fallen stars. A strange chill clung to its trunk, even on warm afternoons. Milo pressed his palm against the wood one misty morning, frowning. "What's wrong?" he whispered. The wind sighed through the canopy, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant wood smoke, but no answer came. Only a single perfect acorn dropped into his lap, cold as river stone. He tucked it into his pocket, a knot of worry tightening in his chest. That afternoon, seeking solace, Milo wandered deeper into whispering woods than usual. Sunlight filtered through the high canopy in dusty gold shafts, illuminating fluttering moths and painting patterns on the fern-covered floor. The air hummed with the drowsy song of crickets and the soft gurgle of a hidden stream. It was here he met Pip, a plump squirrel with fur the color of toasted hazelnuts and eyes like polished obsidian. Pip was chattering excitedly, trying to dislodge a particularly stubborn walnut wedged in the crook of a birch tree. "Blasted thing," Pip squeaked, tugging with all his might. Stuck tighter than old man Hemlock's frown. Milo, without thinking, reached up and gently wiggled the walnut free. It tumbled into Pip's waiting paws. "Oh." Pip blinked, startled. "Well, aren't you a useful sort? Thank you, little sapling." He tilted his head, studying Milo's troubled face. "You look like you've lost your favorite acorn. What's nibbling at you?" Milo sighed, sinking onto a mossy log. He told Pip about his oak tree, the early fading, the unnatural chill, his own unease about birthdays and growing taller and the world shifting around him. "It feels like everything's slipping away," Milo confessed, tracing the whorls in the bark beside him. "My tree shouldn't be changing like this. It's always been strong." Pip nibbled thoughtfully on the walnut. "Change, eh? Tricky business. My great-aunt Twitchdale used to say change is just life stretching its roots." He hopped onto Milo's knee. "Your oak, it's a whispering oak, you know, special. They listen, they feel. Maybe it's feeling what you're feeling, all tangled up inside." Milo's eyes widened. He'd heard stories, of course, tales whispered by elders about the woods reflecting the hearts of those who truly loved them. But he'd never quite believed them. "What do I do?" he asked, his voice small. "Find Hazel," Pip declared, whiskers twitching. "She lives in the cottage where the moonflowers bloom. She knows the language of roots and rainbows. Come on." And with a flick of his bushy tail, Pip scampered off, leading Milo along a path dappled with sunlight and the scent of wild thyme. Hazel's cottage was nestled in a clearing carpeted with velvety moss and luminous blue moonflowers that glowed softly even in daylight. Smoke curled merrily from a crooked chimney shaped like a toadstool. Hazel herself answered the door, her face as wrinkled and kind as a well-loved apple, her eyes the clear green of forest pools. She wore a shawl woven with threads that shimmered like spider silk catching the sun. "Ah," she smiled, seeing Pip perched on Milo's shoulder and the worry etched on the boy's face. "The oak keeper and his acorn heart. Come in, the kettle's just singing." Inside, the cottage was pure comfort, shelves overflowing with jars of luminous berries and dried herbs, a fat ginger cat purring by the hearth, and the rich aroma of chamomile and honey filling the air. Hazel settled them by the crackling fire, its warmth seeping into Milo's chilled bones. Milo poured out his fears again, the tree, the dread of change, the acorn in his pocket that felt like a heavy secret. Hazel listened, her gaze gentle and unwavering. She took the cold acorn from him, holding it up to the firelight. It seemed to pulse faintly with a dim, inner light. Whispering oaks, Hazel explained softly, her voice like rustling leaves, are mirrors, dear boy, not of our faces, but of our spirits. They grow strong with courage, blossom with joy, and yes, they fade when fear wraps too tightly around the heart. She placed the acorn back in Milo's palm. Its chill had lessened slightly. This acorn is a promise, a seed of what could be, but it needs the right soil to grow. Your fear of change, Milo, it's like a frost settling on your oak's roots. It makes the leaves think winter has come too soon. Milo stared at the acorn. But how do I stop being afraid? Change feels scary, like falling. Hazel chuckled, a sound like pebbles in a brook. Change is a kind of falling, but think of a seed falling into the earth. Is it the end, or is it the beginning of something new, something strong enough to reach the sun? She leaned forward. Instead of fearing the fall, Milo, learn to trust the ground that catches you. Trust the friends who walk beside you. Trust the strength growing inside you, even if you can't see it yet. Over the next days and weeks, guided by Hazel's gentle wisdom and Pip's cheerful encouragement, Milo began a quiet journey of discovery. He still visited his oak every morning, but instead of just sitting, he tended. He cleared fallen twigs from its base, singing simple songs Pip taught him, songs about brave little acorns and patient roots. He talked to the tree not just about his worries, but about small, new things. The vibrant orange of a sunset he'd never really noticed before, the funny way the blacksmith's daughter could whistle like a bird, the exciting flutter in his chest when he learned to whittle a simple bird from a piece of driftwood Hazel gave him. He helped Pip gather nuts, marveling at the squirrel's fearless leaps between branches. He helped Hazel in her moonlit garden, learning how delicate seedlings needed both shelter and space to stretch towards the light. He noticed the woods changing around him, the shift from summer's lush green to autumn's fiery gold and crimson, and instead of dread, he began to see a breathtaking kind of magic in the transformation. The air grew crisper, smelling of wood smoke and ripe apples, and the rustle of leaves sounded less like a sigh of loss and more like a contented whisper. One blustery evening, a storm swept in from the mountains. Wind howled like a lost wolf, and rain lashed the village. Milo lay in his bed, heart pounding, thinking of his oak standing alone in the fury. The fear surged back, cold and sharp. It's changing too fast. It might break. But then he remembered Hazel's words, trust the ground that catches you. He remembered Pip's fearless leaps. He remembered the warmth of the fire in Hazel's cottage, a symbol of constant comfort amidst change. Driven by a newfound courage, Milo pulled on his boots and cloak and ran out into the storm. Rain stung his face, and the wind tried to push him back. He stumbled through the muddy path to the oak. In the flashes of lightning it looked terrifying, branches whipping like angry arms, leaves ripped away. He pressed himself against its massive trunk, feeling the ancient wood vibrate with the storm's power. It wasn't the same sturdy anchor. It was alive, wrestling with the wind, bending but not breaking. It's okay, Milo shouted over the roar, his voice thin but steady. He poured all his newfound understanding into his words. It's just a storm, it's just change, you're strong, we can bend together, just like Pip leaps, just like seeds grow. He held the acorn, now warm in his hand, tight against the rough bark. As suddenly as it began, the wind lessened. The rain softened to a gentle patter. The clouds parted, revealing a sky dusted with stars, impossibly bright after the tempest. Exhausted, Milo slid down the trunk, sitting on the sodden moss. He looked up. Where storm-tossed branches had been, the moonlight now revealed something astonishing. Tiny buds glowing with a soft, silvery light were unfurling along every branch. Not ordinary leaves, but luminous, shimmering silver foliage that caught the starlight and reflected it like liquid mercury. The air filled with a sweet, clean scent, like rain-washed air and blooming jasmine. The unnatural chill was gone, replaced by a gentle, comforting warmth radiating from the tree itself. Pip scampered down from a higher branch, his fur plastered down but his eyes shining. "See, told you, it just needed to remember it could shine." Hazel appeared at the edge of the clearing, her shawl shimmering in the moonlight. She didn't speak, just smiled, her eyes reflecting the silver glow of Milo's transformed oak. Milo touched one of the radiant leaves. It felt smooth and cool, humming with a quiet energy. He looked at the acorn in his palm. It was no longer cold stone, but warm wood, and a tiny, determined silver shoot had cracked its shell and was reaching upwards, fragile but unafraid. A deep sense of peace washed over him, warm as the hearth fire, steady as the ancient roots beneath him. He wasn't afraid of growing taller, of the world changing around him. He understood now. Change wasn't an ending, it was the soil where new wonders took root. It was the storm that revealed hidden strength. It was the quiet unfurling of a silver leaf in the moonlight. He was changing just like his beloved oak, and instead of a cold dread, he felt only a gentle, awe-filled curiosity for the person and the magic he was becoming. He nestled the sprouting acorn carefully into the soft earth at the base of the glowing tree, a promise to the future, and leaned back against the warm, radiant trunk, listening to the peaceful whisper of silver leaves in the starlit night. The world was changing, and he was ready to grow with it, one shimmering leaf at a time. Story 8. The soft hum of the Stardust Weaver was usually a comforting lullaby for Kale, a mechanic from the tech-drenched planet of Veridia. Tonight, it was a grating reminder of his solitude. He was hauling scrap metal, mostly useless bits of derelict satellites, through the silent asteroid belt of the Argo system. His homeworld prized efficiency and logic above all else, viewing emotions as messy inefficiencies. Kale, though brilliant with circuits and engines, often felt a hollow ache he couldn't quite diagnose, a yearning for something beyond schematics and cold metal. His sensors pinged, an unusual energy signature emanating from a small, moss-covered asteroid fragment drifting nearby. Curiosity, a trait Veridians tolerated only if it led to innovation, nudged him closer. Guiding the Stardust Weaver's manipulator arm, he carefully retrieved the fragment. It wasn't rock, it was a vessel, organic in nature, woven from shimmering, fibrous vines and glowing, soft-petaled flowers. Nestled within, seemingly asleep, was a being unlike any Kale had encountered. They were small, barely half his height, with skin resembling smooth, polished amber bark. Delicate, fern-like fronds grew from their head and shoulders, shifting color subtly with their breathing. Their large, luminous eyes, the deep green of ancient forests, blinked open, filled with confusion and a hint of fear. Kale, trained to categorize, instantly labeled them. Xylosian, a species rumored to be deeply connected to plant life, reclusive and mistrustful of technology. They communicated through complex patterns of light emitted from their fronds and soft, melodic chimes, a language utterly foreign to Kale's audio processors. The first misunderstanding, fear and mistrust. Kale, trying to be helpful, Veridian Protocol 7, assist stranded life forms when logistically feasible, extended a mechanical hand. The Xylosian recoiled violently, their fronds flashing a brilliant, warning crimson. A wave of sharp, prickly energy pulsed from them, shorting out a nearby console with a shower of sparks. Kale jumped back, his own logical mind interpreting the reaction as hostility. Unstable biological entity, his internal systems flagged. Potential threat. The Xylosian, whose name was Bry, though Kale wouldn't learn it for days, saw the towering metal figure, the harsh artificial lights, the grasping mechanical hand, and felt only the cold sterility of a machine. On their world, Xylos, such constructs were rare and often associated with destructive mining operations that scarred their sacred groves. Bry emitted a series of distressed, high-pitched chimes, curling protectively around a small, pulsing seed pod they clutched tightly. Kale, flustered, activated his universal translator. It spat out fragmented, nonsensical phrases: roots, danger, skyfire, steel, home. He sighed. This was inefficient. He pointed to himself. Kale, Veridian, mechanic. He gestured around the ship. Safe. Bry's fronds flickered uncertainly. They pointed a slender finger at the sparking console, then at Kale, then emitted a low, mournful chime. Machine hurt life. The translator struggled. Kale frowned. Console malfunction. Your energy pulse caused it, not intentional. He pointed to Bry's energy, then the console, miming an explosion with his hands. Bry flinched, misunderstanding the gesture as aggression. Their light dimmed to a fearful, pale yellow. The gulf between them felt as vast as the void outside. A shared crisis, the dust storm. Their tense standoff was shattered by a violent shudder that rocked the Stardust Weaver. Alarm klaxons blared, harsh and jarring. Kale scrambled to the main viewer. A massive ionic dust storm, invisible on standard sensors until it was too late, had engulfed them. Gritty particles charged with destructive energy scoured the hull. Lights flickered, systems screamed warnings. Primary thrusters failed. Life support fluctuated. Panic and emotion Kale usually suppressed clawed at his throat. This storm could rip the ship apart. Bry huddled in their organic pod, fronds blazing with terrified scarlet light, the melodic chimes replaced by frantic, discordant shrieks. The small seed pod pulsed erratically. Kale fought the instinct to dismiss Bry as another problem. Protocol was useless here. He needed solutions. He noticed Bry clutching the seed pod desperately. Important, he yelled over the din, pointing at it. Bry nodded frantically, emitting a complex pattern of green and blue light that the translator rendered as life, future, home. Understanding flickered. It wasn't just a trinket, it was vital. Kale pointed to Bry, then to the reinforced storage locker near his workbench, the safest place on the ship. Go, safe there, protect life. He mimed holding something precious. Bry hesitated for only a second, reading the urgency in Kale's posture, the genuine concern cutting through the fear. They scrambled towards the locker, their pod held close. Kale slammed the locker shut just as a power surge blew out the main lighting, plunging the bridge into near darkness, lit only by emergency strips and the frantic glow of failing consoles. Mutual support, beyond words. Working in the dim, chaotic gloom, Kale realized the storm was overloading the ship's energy matrix. He needed to manually reroute power through secondary conduits, but the access panel was deep in the lower decks, where the dust infiltration was worst. His environmental suit was damaged. The charged dust would be agonizing, potentially lethal, to his organic parts. He slumped against the console, despair washing over him. The logical conclusion was grim. Then a soft, persistent glow caught his eye. Bry had cautiously emerged from the locker. Their fronds pulsed with a gentle, steady golden light, illuminating the immediate area. They approached Kale, radiating a sense of calm inquiry. They pointed towards the access hatch leading below, then back at Kale, tilting their head. Kale explained the problem tersely, using gestures and the translator's broken output. Power broken, need fix below, dust, bad, hurt Kale. Bry studied him, then their fronds shifted. They extended a slender hand. Where their fingers touched Kale's arm, a remarkable warmth spread, not heat, but a soothing, protective energy. The prickling sensation of the charged dust in the air lessened noticeably around the point of contact. Bry emitted a series of soft, reassuring chimes and a pattern of deep green light. Protect together. Astonished, Kale realized Bry was offering a shield, a bioenergy field, generated by their connection to life forces. It wouldn't last forever, but it might be enough. Trust, a feeling entirely new in this context, bloomed within him. He nodded. Together. Bry kept one hand lightly touching Kale's shoulder as they navigated the treacherous lower decks. The golden light from Bry's fronds cut through the gloom, revealing sparking wires and swirling dust motes. Kale felt the protective field like a warm cloak, deflecting the worst of the ionic charge. He worked swiftly, his hands steady despite the chaos, rerouting conduits with Bry as his steadfast, glowing anchor. Bry watched intently, their light patterns shifting in concentration, seemingly understanding the flow of energy Kale manipulated. Moments of understanding, treasures shared. Back on the bridge, power stabilized, the storm's fury lessening. Exhausted but alive, they sat on the floor, the only light coming from Bry's softly pulsing fronds and the steady glow of the seed pod, now resting safely between them. The silence was comfortable now, not strained. Kale, moved by an impulse he didn't fully understand, reached into his tool belt. He pulled out his most prized possession, not a complex circuit, but a simple, smooth river stone he'd found on a rare planetary shore leaf. It was cool to the touch, worn by time and water, utterly illogical, yet he found its solidity calming. He held it out to Bry. "Treasure," he said simply. Bry's eyes widened. They carefully took the stone, their fronds shimmering with a spectrum of soft blues and purples, wonder, appreciation. They held it gently, feeling its weight and texture. Then Bry carefully placed the glowing seed pod beside the stone. They touched the pod, then Kale, then the stone, emitting a complex melody of chimes. The translator, perhaps finally catching up, offered life, strength, memory, connection, friends. Kale felt a warmth spread through him that had nothing to do with Bry's energy field. He looked at the stone, symbolizing enduring strength and the beauty of nature's slow work, and the seed pod, symbolizing fragile, precious life and the hope of a future home. Side by side, they made perfect, unexpected sense. He smiled, a genuine, unguarded expression. "Yes," he said, his voice thick with an emotion he finally recognized. "Friends. Resolution, the garden of understanding." Kale didn't take Bry straight back to Xylos. He rerouted the Stardust Weaver. He used his skills not just for scrap, but to carefully construct a small, pressurized biodome in the ship's cargo bay. He replicated Xylosian soil composition, installed gentle spectrum lights, and regulated humidity. Bry, with tears like dewdrops glistening in their luminous eyes, a sign of profound joy, Kale now knew, planted their precious seed pod in the center. Days turned into weeks. Kale learned to read Bry's light language, the calming blues, the excited yellows, the deep greens of contentment. He learned the stories Bry told through touch, sharing memories stored in the growing plants of their small garden, memories of vast, singing forests and gentle rains. Bry learned about Veridia, not just its cold metal, but its intricate beauty, the logic that built wonders, and Kale's quiet yearning for connection. They learned Veridian Standard, their chimes now forming hesitant but clear words. Kale learned to appreciate the slow unfurling of a leaf, the quiet hum of growing things, the profound comfort of simply sitting together in the warm, green-gold light of the garden. When they finally arrived at the outskirts of Xylosian space, Bry didn't rush to leave. They stood with Kale by the viewport, looking at the vibrant green planets swirling below. Bry touched Kale's hand, their fronds glowing with soft, intertwined patterns of viridian silver and xylosian green. Home is important, Bry chimed softly. But home can also be shared light, shared roots. Kale understood. He wouldn't stay on Xylos, and Bry wouldn't stay forever on the Stardust Weaver. But the bond they had forged, rooted in mutual rescue and watered with understanding, was unbreakable. The small garden in the cargo bay thrived, a living symbol of their friendship, technology and nature, logic and feeling, strength and tenderness, existing together, supporting each other. Kale continued his journeys through the stars, no longer alone. Bry often accompanied him, tending their garden, sharing stories, their gentle light a constant, comforting presence on the bridge. And sometimes, when navigating the quiet stretches between stars, Kale would hold his smooth river stone, Bry would hum their soft melodies, and they would simply be together, two beings from different worlds who had discovered that the truest meaning of friendship wasn't about being the same, but about choosing to understand, to protect, and to grow alongside each other, creating a warmth that outshone any sun. The void felt less cold, the journey less solitary, bathed in the golden green light of an unlikely but deeply cherished companionship. Story 9. Deep in the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient canopies like liquid gold and the air hummed with the secrets of 1,000 years, lived a community seldom seen by human eyes. This was Mossgrove, a hidden village nestled amongst colossal roots and sheltered beneath a cathedral of emerald leaves. Its inhabitants were the Verdantkin, small, gentle folk with skin the color of sun-dappled bark, hair like trailing ivy, and eyes that held the shifting greens of the forest itself. Among them was a young one named Fern, whose curiosity was as boundless as the starlit sky above their home. Fern loved nothing more than listening to Elder Hemlock, whose voice was as soft and deep as rustling leaves in autumn. Hemlock spoke of the great balance, the intricate dance woven by every creature, every root, every drop of dew. The forest breathes, little sprout, Hemlock would murmur, his gnarled fingers tracing patterns in the soft moss. Spring brings the green sigh, summer the golden hum, autumn the copper whisper, and winter the silent, crystalline breath. Each is vital, each holds a piece of the heartwood's magic. The heartwood. Fern had heard tales of it, a colossal, ancient tree deep within the forest's core, older than time itself. It was said to be the source of the seasonal magic, its roots drinking deep from the earth's dreams, its branches cradling the essence of each turning moon and shifting sun. The Verdantkin were its caretakers, guided by generations of wisdom passed down through stories told by firefly light and the gentle murmur of streams. One day a subtle wrongness began to creep into Mossgrove. The air, usually thick with the sweet perfume of honeysuckle and damp earth in late spring, grew strangely still and scentless. The fireflies, whose nightly dances painted the twilight with constellations of soft green light, flickered weakly. Most unsettling was the behavior of the brook sprite, a shimmering, playful creature of living water who usually chattered and splashed merrily near the village. Now it flowed sluggishly, its surface unnervingly calm, reflecting the worried faces of the Verdantkin with a dull, gray sheen. Fern noticed first. The usual vibrant hum of insect wings was muted. The leaves, usually plump with spring's vigor, seemed thinner, their edges tinged with a faint, worrying yellow. The scent of pine resin, usually sharp and clean, was replaced by a faint, sour tang like forgotten mushrooms. Elder Hemlock, Fern whispered, finding the old one sitting by the sluggish brook, his face etched with concern. The balance, it feels, thin, like spun sugar ready to break. Hemlock sighed, a sound like dry leaves skittering across stone. Aye, little sprout, the brook sprite whispers of chill deep in the earth, the heartwood, it struggles. The essence of spring is not flowing as it should. Winter's icy grip lingers where it should have melted, and summer's warmth hesitates to rise. He pointed a trembling finger towards the deepest part of the forest, where the shadows gathered thickest beneath the oldest trees. We must journey to Heartwood Hollow. The wisdom of the roots must guide us. The journey was unlike any Fern had taken. The familiar, comforting paths felt muted. Sunlight struggled to pierce the denser canopy, casting long, cold shadows. The vibrant moss underfoot felt brittle, and the air held a lingering damp chill that seeped into their bones, despite it being late spring. They passed a family of badgers whose usually bustling set was quiet, the adults looking weary, their kits listless. A chorus of frogs by a pond croaked a slow, mournful song instead of their usual jubilant chorus. Fern felt the forest's unease like a physical weight, a prickling sensation against their skin. After a day and a night guided by the faint, troubled whispers carried on the wind through the leaves, they reached Heartwood Hollow. It was a vast, open glade bathed in an ethereal, shifting light. At its center stood the Heartwood. Fern gasped. It wasn't just a tree, it was a living cathedral of wood and magic. Its trunk, wider than 20 Verdantkin houses, pulsed with a soft, internal luminescence. But the light was wrong. Instead of the vibrant, swirling greens and golds of spring fern had expected, it flickered erratically. Patches of weak green fought against stubborn veins of icy blue, and a dull, muddy brown where warm amber should have glowed. Around the base of the Heartwood, figures moved with quiet urgency. Not just Verdantkin, but creatures Fern had only heard of in hemlock stories. Lumina moths with wings like stained glass, their light dimmed. Earth gnomes with skin like polished river stones, their faces etched with worry. Even a great ancient stag, his majestic antlers seeming to droop, his breath misting unnaturally in the cool air. The harmony was fractured. The hidden lives of the forest were laid bare in their shared distress. The chill persists, rumbled the stag, his voice like stones grinding deep underground. It festers in the deep roots fed by neglect. He lowered his massive head towards a section of the forest floor near the Heartwood's base. Fern saw it then, a patch of ground choked with thorny, unnatural vines, dark, oily things that seemed to suck the very color from the air. They wrapped around smaller roots protruding from the earth, their grip tight and cruel. Nearby, the earth looked scarred and barren, as if something vital had been ripped away. "It is the strangling creeper," Hemlock said, his voice heavy with sorrow. "It takes hold where the forest's voice is silenced, where the small connections are broken. It feeds on imbalance, on forgotten duties." He explained how generations past had spoken of such blights, born not from malice, but from subtle neglect, a stream diverted carelessly by a landslide no one repaired, a clearing where too many saplings were lost, weakening the earth's song. The wisdom passed down was clear. Every creature, from the tiniest beetle turning the soil to the great trees breathing the air, played a part. Neglect one, and the thread of the tapestry unravels. "The Heartwood draws strength from the harmony of all," murmured a Lumina moth, its voice a soft chime. "When the small songs are silenced, its great song falters." Hope felt fragile. But looking around at the gathered creatures, the worried earth gnomes, the anxious Verdantkin, the sorrowful stag, the dimmed moth's Fern felt a spark ignite. "We are the small songs," Fern whispered, then spoke louder, their voice surprisingly steady in the hollow. "The wisdom says all must play their part. We are the harmony. Can we sing it back?" A ripple went through the assembly. The stag raised his head, a glimmer returning to his deep brown eyes. The earth gnomes nodded, their stony faces softening. The Lumina moths fluttered their wings, shedding faint motes of light. The restoration began, a testament to the interconnected life Hemlock had always spoken of. Earth gnomes, strong and patient, began carefully digging around the base of the strangling creeper, loosening its grip on the precious roots without harming the Heartwood itself. Their small hands worked with incredible precision, unearthing the dark tendrils. Lumina moths fluttered above, their dimmed light concentrating on the exposed vines. Where their soft glow touched the oily darkness, the creepers seemed to recoil, shriveling slightly, their malevolent energy disrupted. Fern and the other verdantkin gathered nearby. They didn't fight the blight directly, their strength lay in connection. They knelt on the cold, troubled earth, placing their small hands on the moss, on the exposed, shivering roots of the heartwood, even on the cool flank of the patient stag. They closed their eyes and listened. Fern felt the deep, slow thrum of the heartwood, weak but persistent. They felt the stag's steady heartbeat, the quiet strength of the gnomes, the fragile hope of the moths. And they began to hum. It wasn't a complex song, but a simple, deep vibration, resonating from their chests into the earth. It was the sound of roots seeking water, of leaves unfurling towards the sun, of dewdrops gathering on spiderwebs at dawn. They hummed the memory of warm spring rains, the promise of summer berries, the crispness of autumn air, the deep peace of winter snow. They hummed the song of moss grove, of the busy badgers, the croaking frogs, the whispering brook. They hummed the great balance. As they hummed, focusing their simple, collective will, a subtle warmth began to spread from their hands. It wasn't fire, but the gentle, life-giving warmth of the returning sun after a long frost. The moss beneath their fingers seemed to plump up, regaining its vibrant green. The exposed heartwood roots Fern touched pulsed once, faintly, with a warmer light. The earth gnomes, feeling the shift, redoubled their efforts. The lumina moths glowed brighter, their light now a soft, cleansing gold. The stag lowered his mighty head and breathed a warm, misty breath over the struggling patch of earth where the creepers writhed. The combined effort, the gnome's strength, the moth's light, the stag's breath, and the verdantkin's resonant song of connection became a tangible force. With a final, almost audible sigh, the strangling creeper lost its grip. The dark vines shriveled completely, turning to brittle black dust that scattered on a sudden warm breeze that hadn't been there moments before. Where they had choked the earth, tiny, vibrant green shoots immediately pushed through the soil, unfurling delicate leaves that glistened with fresh dew. The effect on the heartwood was immediate and profound. The flickering, conflicted light within its massive trunk steadied. The stubborn veins of icy blue dissolved like mist under a strong sun. The muddy brown warmed, transforming into a deep, rich amber. The vibrant green swelled, pure and strong, pulsing outwards in waves. The light filled the hollow, washing over everyone warm, comforting, and alive. It touched the stag, who straightened, his antlers seeming to catch the light and hold it. It touched the lumina moths, whose wings blazed with renewed, joyful colors. It touched the earth gnomes, whose stony skin gleamed with inner warmth. It flowed over Fern and the verdantkin, filling them with a profound sense of peace and belonging. The magic wasn't a sudden explosion, but a deep, resonant sigh of relief that echoed through the entire forest. Fern felt it travel along the roots, through the streams, up the trunks of trees, and into the very air. Back in Moss Grove, the brook sprite suddenly bubbled and leapt with renewed energy, its water sparkling clear and cold. The scent of honeysuckle and damp earth returned, rich and heady. Fireflies erupted from the ferns, painting the twilight with their joyful, emerald constellations. The badger kits tumbled playfully from their set, and the frogs resumed their boisterous chorus. Fern stood with elder hemlock near the now glorious heartwood, bathed in its gentle, multi-hued light. The stag nudged Fern gently with his velvety nose. "You remembered the wisdom, little one," he said, his voice warm and strong again. The smallest voice, raised in true understanding of the whole, can mend the greatest tear in the tapestry. Hemlock placed a hand on Fern's shoulder. "The balance is not a distant thing, little sprout. It lives in every connection, every act of care, every song sung for the whole, not just the self. The heartwood holds the magic, but we all of us, great and small, seen and unseen, we are the magic that feeds it. Remember this." The journey back to Moss Grove was a celebration of senses. The air was warm and fragrant. Moonlight silvered the path, dappling through leaves that rustled with a contented sound. The hum of insects was a soothing lullaby. Fern felt the cool, soft moss underfoot, heard the distant, joyful splash of the brook sprite, tasted the sweet nectar of a night-blooming flower offered by a grateful lumina moth. The forest was alive, vibrant, and deeply, peacefully in harmony once more. That night, curled in their cozy nest, woven from soft grasses and fragrant pine needles, Fern gazed out at the firefly-lit glade. The gentle murmur of the brook and the rustling leaves were a soothing melody. They thought of the heartwood pulsing with balanced light deep in the forest, and of the stag, the gnomes, the moths, the badgers, the frogs, and all the unseen threads that bound them together. The wisdom felt warm and solid inside them, as old as oak roots, as deep as the starry sky. It was the quiet understanding that true magic wasn't in grand gestures, but in the countless small acts of belonging, of care, of singing your part in the forest's eternal, beautiful song. And with that comforting thought, cradled by the restored harmony of their ancient, magical home, Fern drifted into a sleep as deep and peaceful as the heart of the whispering woods itself. Story 10. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where morning mist clung like silver cobwebs to the rooftops, and the air always carried the comforting scent of cinnamon from Old Man Hemlock's bakery. Young Finn, with eyes as bright as dew-kissed acorns, lived in a cottage with blue shutters and a thatched roof that whispered secrets to the wind. For 3 nights, strange things happened just as the clock tower chimed 10. Not frightening things, but puzzling ones. Mrs. Thistleby's prize-winning roses vanished from her window box, replaced by perfect seashells. The blacksmith's heaviest anvil disappeared, swapped for a pillow-sized puff of dandelion fluff. And Finn's own favorite honey cake, set to cool on the sill, turned into a smooth river stone. No one was angry, only deeply curious. "It's like someone's playing a game," Finn murmured to his shadow on the 4th evening, watching fireflies paint gold streaks across the twilight. He decided to solve the mystery, armed only with a notebook, a warm woolen scarf, and a lantern shaped like a friendly owl. His first stop was the moss-draped cottage of Alara Silverthread, the village's oldest weaver and wisest soul. Her home smelled of lavender and dried herbs, and her fingers, though wrinkled, moved like swift minnows through her loom. "Ah, Finn," she smiled, her voice like rustling parchment. "Seeking answers about our quiet thief, sit by the hearth, tell me everything you've noticed." Finn described the missing items, roses, anvil, honey cake, and their replacements. Alara listened, her eyes half closed. "Patterns hide in plain sight, child," she said softly. "What do the lost things share? Not value, no, but perhaps weight, substance, and what arrives instead, lightness, fragility." She handed him a magnifying glass etched with moon glyphs. "Look closely where things vanished. Magic leaves traces, like footprints in dew." Heart pounding gently, Finn crept to Mrs. Thistleby's window box. Under the moon's glow, he peered through the glass. There. Tiny shimmering specks, like crushed stardust, clinging to the soil where the roses had been. Near the blacksmith's forge, he found more dust near the anvil's ghostly outline, and by his own sill, the same glimmer beside the river stone. "They sparkle like frost," Finn whispered. Following the faint trail, it led him deep into Whisperwood, the ancient forest bordering Willowbrook. Here moonlight filtered through leaves like liquid silver, and the only sounds were the soft crunch of moss underfoot and the distant hoot of an owl. Suddenly a small warm shape bumped against Finn's ankle. It was Fig, a hedgehog with fur like spun moonlight and eyes like polished amber. Fig could speak in soft, rustling tones, a gift from the forest itself. "Lost little lantern-bearer?" Fig inquired, nosing at Finn's boot. Finn explained the mystery. Fig's quills quivered thoughtfully. "I've seen the dust path. It leads to the glimmer burrows where the earth sighs and old magic sleeps. but beware, the path twists. I will guide you. Together they followed the sparkling trail deeper into the woods, past gnarled roots that looked like sleeping dragons and mushrooms glowing with soft blue light. The trail ended at a massive, hollowed-out oak tree. From within came faint, frantic clinking sounds and a tiny, frustrated sigh. Finn peeked inside. There, bathed in the soft green light of bioluminescent moss, was a small, round creature no bigger than a teapot. It had velvety gray fur, enormous ears like crumpled silk, and stubby paws desperately trying to balance a pile of, well, everything. Mrs. Thistleby's roses lay beside the blacksmith's anvil, which teetered precariously next to Finn's honey cake. The creature was attempting to stack river stones atop dandelion fluff, muttering, "Too heavy, too light, why won't it balance?" Finn stepped forward, lantern held low. "Hello," he said softly. The creature yelped, dropping a seashell with a clatter. It stared at Finn with huge, watery eyes the color of violets. "Oh, crumbs," it squeaked, wringing its paws. "You found Grumblekin." Finn knelt, noticing Grumblekin's burrow was filled with mismatched items, a copper kettle, a single knitted sock, a chipped teacup. But the floor sloped sharply, and everything kept sliding into a heap. "Are you building something?" Finn asked gently. Grumblekin sniffled. "My burrow's foundation cracked in the last rainstorm. Everything tilts. I needed heavy things to prop it up." He pointed a shaky paw at the anvil. "But they're too heavy, they sink, so I borrowed light things to lift them." He gestured to the dandelion fluff. "But they float away, and then I didn't want to steal, so I left replacements. Pretty things I found, was that wrong?" His ears drooped. Finn's heart melted. He noticed the cracked earth beneath the burrow and Grumblekin's earnest, worried face. "Maybe," Finn said kindly, "you just need the right heavy things and the right light things, together." He remembered Alara's wisdom, patterns in plain sight. He turned to Fig. "Could you find smooth, flat stones, about the size of my palm?" Fig scurried off. Finn then gathered strong, flexible vines from the forest floor. Grumblekin watched, bewildered, as Finn placed the stones along the cracked foundation. "Heavy enough to hold," Finn explained, "but flat so they won't sink." When Fig returned with the stones, Finn wove the vines through them, creating a flexible net. "Now," he said to Grumblekin, "gather the lightest, fluffiest moss you can find. Pack it into the net." Grumblekin's eyes widened. He darted off, returning with armfuls of feather-soft moss, stuffing it tightly into the vine net over the stones. The net settled perfectly into the crack, the stones providing weight, the moss cushioning them, and the vines holding it all firm. Nothing slid. Nothing tilted. Grumblekin let out a tiny sob of relief. It's level." He scampered happily around his now stable burrow. "Thank you, lantern-bearer. I'm sorry about the roses and the cake and the anvil." Finn smiled. "Let's return what was borrowed." With Grumblekin's help and Fig's guidance, they carried the roses, anvil, and honey cake back to Willowbrook before dawn. In return, Finn left Grumblekin a small jar of honey and a promise to visit. The next morning the village buzzed. Mrs. Thistleby's roses were back, blooming brighter than ever. The blacksmith found his anvil polished to a shine. And on Finn's windowsill sat not just his honey cake, but a tiny, perfect crown woven from glowing moon vines. That evening, as Finn sat with Alara by her crackling fire, sipping chamomile tea, she chuckled. A Grumblekin, their shy architects, always fussing over their dens. You solved it with eyes wide open and a heart wide open, Finn. Remember, sometimes the strangest problems just need a little balance and a friend to help find it. As the firelight danced on the walls and the owls sang their night songs outside, Finn felt a deep, warm peace. The mystery hadn't been scary, just a lonely little creature needing help. And in the gentle glow of understanding, Willowbrook felt cozier than ever, a place where even the quietest rustle in the woods could be the start of a kind adventure. Finn drifted to sleep that night, the moonvine crown on his bedside table pulsing softly, a reminder that kindness, like stardust, leaves the brightest trail of all. Story 11. The salt-kissed breeze carried whispers through the fishing village of Seabrook, rustling the thatched roofs and sighing against the shuttered windows. In a small cottage perched on the edge of the cliffs, where the roar of the ocean below was a constant lullaby, lived a quiet boy named Leo. He wasn't unkind, merely thoughtful, with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart that often felt too big for the boisterous village life. While other children chased crabs across the shore or shouted over games of driftwood tag, Leo preferred the company of the tide pools, where starfish clung like jewels and anemones pulsed with secret life. He felt a kinship with the hidden things, the quiet observers of the world. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the setting sun painted the sky in molten gold and bruised purple, Leo wandered further than usual along the rocky strand. The tide was retreating, revealing secrets usually drowned. His worn leather boots crunched on wet pebbles, the sound echoing in the vast stillness. Then something caught his eye, not a flash of color, but an absence of it. Nestled in a crevice slick with emerald seaweed was a conch shell unlike any he'd seen. It wasn't pearly pink or sun-bleached white, but a deep, velvety obsidian, swirling with veins of shimmering silver that seemed to shift like captured moonlight. Its surface felt unnaturally smooth and cool against his fingertips, humming with a faint, almost imperceptible vibration. As he lifted it, a single resonant note seemed to bloom inside the shell, vibrating through his palm and up his arm, a sound like a distant, sorrowful bell tolling underwater. A shiver, not of cold but of profound recognition, traced his spine. This was no ordinary shell. That night, tucked under his patchwork quilt, Leo held the black conch. Moonlight streamed through his window, painting silver stripes on the floor. He brought the shells wide, opening close to his ear. Instead of the expected roar of the sea, he heard something else, whispers. Faint, melodic, overlapping whispers, like voices carried on a current from a place impossibly deep. One voice, clearer than the rest, seemed to call his name, not in fear, but in gentle invitation. Leo, seek the tear beneath the moon's eye. The voice faded, leaving behind a profound sense of yearning that echoed his own loneliness. Sleep was elusive, his mind swam with images of sunken cities and silent, watchful eyes. The next night, guided by the full moon casting a path of liquid silver across the dark water, Leo returned to the cove where he'd found the shell. The air was crisp, smelling of salt and damp stone. Holding the conch tightly, he stood where the waves barely kissed the sand. Remembering the vibration, the note, he pressed his lips to the shell's narrow opening and blew, not forcefully, but with a steady, focused breath. The sound that emerged wasn't loud, yet it resonated with impossible depth, a low, clear tone that seemed to vibrate the very air and water around him. It shimmered outward, visible as ripples of silvery light dancing across the surface of the sea. Before him, the water began to churn. Not violently, but with purpose, swirling inwards like a giant, liquid whirlpool. The moonlight caught the movement, revealing steps not carved stone, but steps formed of swirling, glowing water, spiraling down into the Inkai depths. The water parted, forming a shimmering, translucent tunnel that descended into the unknown. The ocean's roar was replaced by a profound, expectant silence. Heart pounding like a trapped bird against his ribs, Leo took a deep breath, the scent of ozone and deep water filling his nostrils, and stepped onto the first glowing step. It held his weight, cool and yielding yet solid. He descended into the embrace of the sea. The descent felt timeless. Bioluminescent creatures, like living constellations, drifted past the translucent walls of the tunnel, jellyfish trailing ghostly veils, schools of tiny fish flashing like scattered emeralds and sapphires, strange, graceful creatures with long, trailing fins that glowed with internal light. The pressure changed, a gentle embrace rather than a crushing weight. The air remained fresh, tasting faintly of salt and something sweet, like crushed kelp blossoms. Finally, the watery steps leveled out. Leo stepped out onto soft, pale sand that glowed faintly underfoot. He stood in an immense, cavernous space, bathed in an ethereal blue-green light, emanating from towering pillars of living coral and vast forests of gently swaying kelp that reached towards a ceiling shimmering with trapped starlight. This was Aqualaria, a hidden world beneath the waves. The silence was broken by a sudden, startled squawk. Leo spun around. Crouched behind a cluster of barnacle-encrusted rocks was the most extraordinary creature he'd ever seen. It looked like a large, bedraggled puffin, but its feathers were a startling iridescent blue, shimmering like oil on water. Instead of wings, it had flippers, and its webbed feet seemed designed for both land and water. Its large, intelligent eyes, the color of polished amber, stared at him with a mixture of intense suspicion and profound annoyance. A small, battered satchel made of woven seaweed hung askew from its shoulder. Who are you?" the creature squawked, puffing out its chest feathers defensively. "Surface dweller, intruder, trespasser in the domain of Orville the Magnificent." Its voice was a comical blend of pompousness and high-pitched alarm. Leo, momentarily speechless, instinctively held up the black conch. I found this, it called me. My name is Leo." Orville's eyes widened, focusing on the shell. "The whispering conch," he breathed, his pompous tone vanishing, replaced by awe. He waddled closer, peering intently. "Lost for generations, said to respond only to a heart that listens, truly listens." He tilted his head, studying Leo with new interest. "HMPH, well, surface dweller Leo, you've stumbled into a mess. Aqualaria is sick. The heart is gone." "The heart?" Leo asked, captivated by the strange bird puffin. "The heart of the tides." Orville flapped his flippers emphatically. "A crystal pure as moonbeams, older than the oldest coral. It rests in the chamber of echoes, deep within the crystal kelp forest. It keeps the currents true, the waters balanced, the very life of Aqualaria singing, but it vanished a moon cycle ago. Since then—" He gestured mournfully around. The light seemed dimmer than it should be. Patches of coral looked bleached and brittle. The swaying kelp seemed sluggish, its vibrant greens muted. Even the glowing sand beneath their feet pulsed weakly. "The currents grow sluggish, the light fades, whispers say the great abyss stirs. It's a disaster, and everyone," he added bitterly, "thinks I took it. Orville the Magnificent, accused of theft, preposterous. I was merely cataloging its resonance frequencies when it disappeared." He puffed out his chest again, but it seemed more defensive than magnificent. Leo felt a surge of protectiveness for this strange, grumpy creature and the fading world. "I want to help find it," he said firmly. The conch pulsed warmly in his hand, as if in agreement. Orville blinked, taken aback. "Help you, a landwalker." He peered at Leo, then at the conch, then back at Leo. A slow, reluctant understanding dawned in his amber eyes. "The conch chose you, perhaps. Perhaps you see what we, who live here, have grown blind to." He sighed, a sound like bubbles escaping. "Very well, Leo, an alliance, Orville the Magnificent and the surface listener, to the crystal kelp forest." He pointed a flipper dramatically towards a distant, dense forest of towering, crystalline kelp stalks that refracted the cavern light into dazzling rainbows. Their journey through Aqualaria was a revelation. They navigated meadows of glowing seagrass where luminescent seahorses danced intricate patterns, skirted towering hydrothermal vents that chimed like underwater bells and warmed the water around them, and crossed plains of iridescent sand rippled by unseen currents. Orville, despite his bluster, proved a knowledgeable, if eccentric, guide. He pointed out shy, bioluminescent shrimp hiding in crevices, explained the complex song language of the passing whale sharks, massive, gentle creatures whose haunting songs vibrated through Leo's bones, and grumbled about the territorial tendencies of grumpy giant clams. Leo learned to interpret the subtle shifts in water pressure, the changing chorus of clicks and whistles that filled the liquid air, the way the light bent and danced. He listened, truly listened, to the world around him, the conch a comforting weight against his chest. The crystal kelp forest was breathtaking. The kelp stalks, thicker than ancient oaks, were translucent, their structures visible within veins of light pulsing like slow heartbeats. They refracted the cavern's ambient glow, creating shifting patterns of light on the sandy forest floor. The air hummed with a deep, resonant frequency. But the hum was discordant, uneven, like a broken chord. Orville led Leo deeper, his usual bluster replaced by a solemn quiet. They reached a vast, open space at the forest's heart. In the center stood a pedestal of pure, white coral, intricately carved with swirling patterns depicting waves and leaping fish. Atop it, bathed in a shaft of concentrated light filtering from high above, lay only an indentation shaped like a multifaceted crystal. The space felt empty, cold, the light around the pedestal dim and sickly. "See." Orville whispered mournfully, gesturing at the empty pedestal. Gone, vanished like mist. He waddled closer, inspecting the coral base with his beak. No signs of forced entry, no claw marks, nothing. He sounded utterly perplexed. Leo approached slowly, the discordant hum vibrating in his chest. He knelt beside the pedestal, his fingers brushing the cool, smooth coral. He closed his eyes, focusing not on sight, but on the feeling the conch had taught him, listening with his whole being. He felt the wrongness in the air, the frayed edges of the energy that should have radiated from the heart. And then beneath the discord he sensed something else, a lingering trace of emotion. Not greed or malice, but profound sadness. A loneliness so deep it echoed his own former solitude. It clung to the pedestal like a faint, mournful scent. "Someone was very sad here," Leo murmured, opening his eyes. "Someone lonely." Orville tilted his head. "Sad, lonely, what has that to do with stealing the heart?" "Maybe they didn't steal it to hurt," Leo suggested, thinking of his own isolation back in Seabrook. "Maybe they took it because they needed its light." He remembered the whispering conch's call, a call he had answered because he understood yearning. He scanned the chamber floor. The sand was disturbed, not by dragging, but by many small, hurried tracks. He followed them with his eyes, away from the pedestal, towards a dense thicket of unusually dark, non-luminous kelp at the forest's edge. The tracks led right into its shadowy depths. "Orville," Leo pointed. "Look, the tracks go there, something small made them." Orville squinted. "HMMPH tracks, didn't see those before. Too busy being falsely accused, probably." He puffed up. "Well, Orville the Magnificent notices everything eventually, into the murk then." He waddled towards the dark kelp thicket, Leo following close behind. The thicket was oppressive. The crystalline light barely penetrated, casting long, shifting shadows. The water felt colder, stiller. The discordant hum was stronger here, almost painful. They pushed through rubbery fronds that clung like cold fingers. Suddenly, a faint glimmer pierced the gloom ahead, a soft, pulsing radiance emanating from a narrow crevice in the cavern wall. As they approached, Leo heard it, soft, muffled sobs, heart-wrenching in their loneliness. They echoed in the confined space. Peering cautiously into the crevice, Leo caught his breath. Inside a small, dark cave, illuminated only by the object cradled in trembling hands, sat a creature. It was small, perhaps Leo's size, but utterly alien. Its skin was a shimmering, pearlescent gray, smooth and cool-looking. Large, luminous eyes, currently overflowing with silvery tears, dominated a delicate face framed by strands of fine, dark fronds like living seaweed. It had slender, webbed fingers and a lower body that tapered into a graceful, powerful tail fin. A merling. In its hands, clutched protectively to its chest, pulsed the heart of the tides. The crystal was about the size of Leo's fist, multifaceted and glowing with a pure, inner light that cast shifting patterns on the merling's tear-streaked face and the damp walls of its dismal little cave. But the light seemed strained, flickering weakly against the overwhelming darkness of its surroundings. Orville gasped, a stream of bubbles escaping his beak. The thief a merling, I knew it, treacherous, shadow-loving. No, Orville. Leo whispered fiercely, placing a hand on the puffing creature's shoulder. Look at her, listen. He stepped forward slowly, making his footsteps heavy on the sand so as not to startle her. The merling flinched, her luminous eyes wide with terror. She shrank back, clutching the heart tighter. Its light flared defensively. Go away, she cried, her voice musical but trembling with fear and sorrow. It's mine, my light, my only light. Her sobs intensified. Leo stopped a few paces away, nailing in the sand to appear less threatening. He held up his empty hands. I won't take it, he said softly, his voice echoing gently in the confined space. My name is Leo, I came from the surface. This is Orville. Orville gave a stiff, awkward nod. We were looking for the heart because Aqualaria is fading without it. The coral is dying, the kelp is sick, the light is going out everywhere. The merling, whom Leo now saw was a young female, stared at him, confusion warring with her fear. Fading, she whispered. But the light is here now, in my cave. It was always so dark, so cold and alone. She gestured around her tiny, barren hollow. There were no treasures, no comforts, only damp rock and shadows. The others, they call me Shadowfin. They say I bring gloom, they avoid me, play in the bright gardens, but never here, never with me. Fresh tears welled. I found the heart, I just wanted some light, some warmth for me. She buried her face against the glowing crystal, her shoulders shaking. Leo understood. He remembered sitting by his window in Seabrook, watching the other children play, feeling the ache of exclusion. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the black conch. I found this, he said softly. It whispered to me, it called me because I was lonely too, up there. He pointed vaguely upwards. It brought me here to listen. The merling, Shadowfin, peeked out. Her gaze fixed on the conch, then traveled to Leo's face. She saw no anger, only understanding. You were lonely too. Leo nodded. Sometimes the quiet hearts feel the deepest ache, taking the light only for yourself. It hurts everyone else, even if you didn't mean to. See how weak the heart glows here. It needs to be where it belongs with everyone to be strong. He gestured towards the opening of her cave, towards the dimming forest beyond. The darkness you feel, taking the heart, only made it bigger. It spread. Shadowfin looked down at the heart in her hands. Its light, though beautiful, seemed feeble, strained by the effort of pushing back the oppressive gloom of her isolated cave. She looked at Leo's earnest face, then at Orville, who had stopped puffing and now watched her with a puzzled, almost pitying expression. I didn't know, she whispered, her voice thick with regret. I only saw the dark around me. I didn't see the dark I was causing. She uncurled her fingers from around the crystal. It pulsed slightly brighter, as if relieved. I just wanted not to be alone. You don't have to be, Leo said gently. Putting the heart back won't make your cave bright, Shadowfin, but maybe you don't need to stay in the dark alone. Orville knows all the best glowing shrimp hiding spots. He glanced at the puffin bird. Orville cleared his throat, a bubbly sound. HMPH well, Orville the Magnificent does possess unparalleled knowledge of bioluminescent crustacean habitats, and perhaps Shadowfin has an eye for detail, useful for cataloging resonance frequencies, if she's interested. He offered awkwardly. A flicker of something other than sorrow-hope, perhaps, lit Shadowfin's large eyes. Slowly, hesitantly, she held out the heart of the tides. Leo reached out and took it. The moment his fingers touched the cool, smooth crystal, a jolt of pure, harmonious energy surged through him, warm and revitalizing. It hummed in perfect tune with the whispering conch. The discordant vibration in the air ceased instantly. Together, Leo, Shadowfin, and Orville emerged from the dark thicket. As they walked back towards the Chamber of Echoes, Leo carrying the heart, a remarkable thing happened. Where Leo stepped, the pale sand glowed brighter. Sickly coral patches seemed to sigh, their colors deepening, regaining vibrancy. The towering kelp stalks straightened, their internal pulses strengthening, their crystalline forms refracting the renewed light into dazzling cascades of color. The discordant hum was replaced by a deep, resonant, harmonious tone that vibrated through the water, soothing and powerful. Wordlessly, Shadowfin swam beside Leo, her movements graceful now, less burdened. Orville waddled proudly, occasionally pointing out a particularly vibrant patch of coral with his flipper. Creatures began to appear, curious fish peeking from fronds, luminescent eels uncoiling from rocks, even a massive, ancient turtle gliding slowly past, its wise eyes acknowledging them. They felt the change, the returning balance. In the Chamber of Echoes, the shaft of moonlight seemed brighter, purer. Leo stepped up to the coral pedestal. He placed the heart of the tides back into its resting place. The moment it settled, a wave of pure, radiant light exploded outwards. Not blinding, but warm, all-encompassing. It washed over the coral, the kelp, the sand, filling the entire chamber and radiating out through the forest and beyond. The harmonious tone deepened, becoming a profound, beautiful song that resonated through every molecule of water in Aqualaria. The bleached coral flushed with vibrant life. The kelp forest swayed with renewed vigor, its light dazzling. The sand glowed like captured stars. The whale shark's distant song rose in a chorus of pure joy. Aqualaria breathed a sigh of profound relief and blossomed anew. Leo felt the rightness of it deep in his bones. He turned to Shadowfin. Her pearlescent skin seemed to shimmer with reflected light, and the profound sadness in her eyes was lifting, replaced by tentative wonder. Orville puffed out his chest, this time with genuine pride. Operation Heart Restoration, successfully concluded by Orville the Magnificent and Associates. He nudged Shadowfin with a flipper. Associate Shadowfin your expertise in, crystal handling was noted. Shadowfin managed a small, watery smile. Thank you, Leo, she whispered. For listening, for seeing me. Leo smiled back, the warmth of the heart's light filling him. You don't need to hide in the dark, Shadowfin. Your light belongs here too. He understood now. His own loneliness hadn't vanished, but it had transformed. It was no longer a hollow ache, but a quiet understanding, a connection forged in the depths. He had listened to a hidden world and found friendship in the most unexpected places. The return journey through the glowing water tunnel felt different. Leo carried no conch in his hand. It rested securely in his pocket, its task complete for now. He carried instead a profound sense of peace, the memory of Aqualaria's restored song, and the knowledge of two very different friends beneath the waves. Orville and Shadowfin saw him to the first watery step. Remember, surface listener, Orville said, trying for grandeur but sounding suspiciously fond. Orville the Magnificent is always available for consultation. Via bioluminescent message, naturally. Shadowfin touched his hand with cool, webbed fingers. Be well, Leo, she murmured. Listen to the whispers. Leo ascended the steps. As he emerged onto the moonlit shore of Seabrook, the water tunnel dissolved behind him, leaving only the rhythmic sigh of the waves. The air tasted familiar, yet different. Sharper, sweeter. He looked back at the sea, vast and mysterious. He knew its secret now, its hidden heart. He was no longer just Leo, the quiet boy. He was Leo, the listener, the friend of a magnificent puffin bird, and a merling named Shadowfin. His own heart felt full, no longer too big, but perfectly connected to the waves, to the wind sighing through the cliffs, to the sleeping village, and to the vibrant, singing world beneath the moonlit sea. The loneliness had been washed away, replaced by the deep, resonant harmony of understanding and belonging. He walked back to his cottage on the cliff, the whisper of the ocean now a comforting lullaby, a promise of hidden wonders and enduring friendships, carrying the warmth of the heart's light within him forever. Story 12. The village of Willowbrook nestled deep within the whispering woods, a place where the ancient trees sighed secrets on the breeze, and dappled sunlight painted the mossy floor with gold. Here, in a snug burrow lined with soft ferns and woven reeds, lived Thorn, a sturdy young badger with fur the color of storm clouds and eyes that held the quiet depth of a forest pool. Thorn loved the familiar rhythms of Willowbrook, the predictable turning of the seasons, the comforting scent of damp earth after rain, the well-worn paths he knew by heart. Change, however, settled on his shoulders like an ill-fitting cloak, heavy and uncomfortable. Lately, change had become unavoidable. Spring had arrived with unusual fervor. Where once gentle buds unfurled, now vibrant blossoms exploded overnight. Streams, usually murmuring softly, now chattered with newfound energy. Even the air buzzed differently, thick with the scent of unfamiliar pollen and the songs of birds Thorn didn't recognize. It unsettled him. His cozy burrow felt smaller. The familiar path seemed subtly altered, shadows falling in strange new patterns. He found himself retreating more often, preferring the dim quiet of his den to the vibrant, shifting world outside. One misty dawn, seeking the comfort of routine, Thorn ventured to his favorite patch of clover near the silver thread stream. But instead of the familiar soft green carpet, he found a scattering of peculiar, tightly furled buds he'd never seen before. They were a deep, velvety purple, almost black, and seemed to pulse faintly with a light of their own. As Thorn watched, perplexed and slightly unnerved, a single drop of dew rolled off a nearby leaf and landed on one bud. With a soft sigh like a sleeper stirring, the bud unfurled. A single luminous petal emerged, glowing with a soft amethyst light that cast dancing shadows on the moss. Thorn gasped, stepping back. Magic. Real, undeniable magic, blooming right where his comfortable clover should be. Panic fluttered in his chest. This was too much change. Too strange. He turned to flee back to the safety of his burrow, but a gentle voice, like wind through dry leaves, stopped him. Unsettling, aren't they, young Thorn? Elder Hemlock, the ancient, wise owl, perched on a low-hanging branch of a grandfather oak. His amber eyes held infinite patience. The glimmer petals, they haven't bloomed in Willowbrook for many, many seasons. Glimmer petals. Thorn stammered, his gaze fixed on the softly glowing flower. Why here, why now, everything feels different. Because the heart of the whispering woods is stirring, Hemlock replied, ruffling his feathers softly. Deep magic awakens, and it often mirrors the stirrings within its inhabitants. These petals, they respond to something, to feeling, to change. He tilted his head, observing Thorn's troubled expression. They don't harm young Badger, but they do ask us to see differently. Thorn didn't feel different inside, just uncomfortable. He mumbled a farewell to Elder Hemlock and hurried home, the image of the glowing petal burning in his mind. Over the next few days, more glimmer petals appeared not just by the stream, but near the old stump, along the fern path, even right outside his burrow entrance. Their soft light, beautiful yet alien, felt like an intrusion. He tried ignoring them, tried sticking stubbornly to his old paths, but the unfamiliar glow was always there, a constant reminder of the unsettling shift. His unease didn't go unnoticed. Pippa, a sprightly squirrel with fur like autumn sunshine and boundless energy, often scampered past his burrow. One afternoon, finding Thorn staring glumly at a cluster of glimmer petals near his doorstep, she paused, her bright eyes full of concern. "Thorny, you look like you've lost your favorite digging spot," she chirped, settling beside him. Still bothered by the sparkly flowers. "They're everywhere, Pippa," Thorn sighed, his voice thick with frustration. "Nothing feels right anymore. The paths are different, the smells are strange, even the light feels new. And these..." He gestured at the glowing purple blooms. They just appeared. Like magic, decided to redecorate without asking. Pippa tilted her head, whiskers twitching. They are pretty sparkly, though, like little fallen stars. Remember when the forget-me-not meadow flooded last summer, all that mud? But then the water reeds grew taller than ever and the frogs sang louder. That was different too, but it was kind of wonderful after a while. She nudged him gently with her nose. Maybe different isn't always bad, just new, like learning a new nut-cracking technique. Thorn grunted, unconvinced. But Pippa's relentless cheerfulness was hard to resist entirely. Elder Hemlock said they respond to feeling, he mumbled. What does that even mean? Ooh, let's find out. Pippa bounced, her curiosity instantly piqued. Maybe they like happiness. Watch this. She did a rapid series of joyful somersaults right beside the glimmer petals. The flowers glowed steadily, but didn't change. Pippa stopped, panting. Oh, not that. Sadness. She pulled a comically exaggerated sad face. Still, the soft amethyst light remained constant. Mysterious sparkles. Thorn, despite himself, felt a flicker of curiosity dampen his frustration. He tentatively reached out a claw and gently touched a petal. It felt cool and velvety, humming with a faint vibration. As his claw made contact, a tiny ripple of silver light shimmered across the petal's surface, then faded. Whoa, Pippa breathed. Did you see that? It liked your touch. It tingled, Thorn admitted, pulling his claw back. But it didn't hurt. He looked at the flower, then at his own paw, a strange thought forming. What if they respond to me? To how I feel about all this? Driven by a mix of Pippa's encouragement and his own dawning, hesitant curiosity, Thorn decided he needed to understand. He couldn't hide from the glimmer petals or the changing woods. He sought out Elder Hemlock again, finding the owl basking in the late afternoon sun filtering through the canopy. Elder, Thorn began, his voice less panicked now, more thoughtful. The glimmer petal, it shimmered when I touched it. Silver light, what does that mean? Hemlock's eyes gleamed with quiet approval. A connection. The glimmer petals are sensitive, Thorn. They reflect the inner landscape, the feelings we nurture, the changes we embrace or resist. That silver shimmer, that was recognition. They sense your struggle, your effort to understand. The color tells the tale. Amethyst is their resting state. Silver speaks of effort, of reaching out, even through uncertainty. So they're like mirrors. Thorn asked, the concept slowly taking root. Of a sort, Hemlock agreed. Mirrors for the spirit, they flourish where growth is happening, even if that growth feels difficult. They bloom for the change, not despite it. Ignoring them won't make them vanish, Thorn. understanding them might bring a different kind of comfort. Bolstered by Hemlock's wisdom and Pippa's unwavering friendship, Thorn made a decision. Instead of avoiding the glimmer petals, he would tend to them. He started with the cluster near his burrow. He carefully cleared away fallen twigs that might block their light. He brought water from the silver thread in a smooth stone bowl, pouring it gently at their roots. He even sat quietly beside them sometimes, just breathing, trying to accept the unfamiliar scents and sounds of the awakening woods, trying to quiet the anxious rustle inside himself. At first it felt awkward. The flowers glowed their steady amethyst, occasionally shimmering silver when he performed a careful tending task. But one afternoon, after a particularly frustrating attempt to find a familiar root cache that seemed to have moved, Thorn sat heavily beside the glimmer petals. He felt a wave of sadness and helplessness wash over him. "I just want things to be like they were," he whispered to the glowing blooms, his voice thick. As the words left him, a remarkable thing happened. The nearest glimmer petal pulsed once deeply, and its light shifted. The amethyst softened, blending with streaks of a deep, comforting indigo, like the twilight sky. The color seemed to hold his sadness gently, acknowledging it without judgment. Thorn stared, mesmerized. The flower wasn't rejecting his feeling, it was reflecting it, bathing it in a soft, understanding light. The indigo glow didn't feel oppressive, it felt seen. A tear escaped Thorn's eye, but it was followed by a profound sense of relief. He wasn't alone with his discomfort. The magic understood. Word of Thorn's quiet communion with the glimmer petals spread gently through Willowbrook. Fern, a gentle doe with eyes like moss agate, sought him out. A cluster had bloomed near her fawn's sleeping spot, and the soft light unsettled the little one. Thorn showed her how to sit quietly, how the light shifted and calmed if approached without fear. He demonstrated the gentle watering, the clearing of debris. When Fern sat beside the flowers, radiating her motherly concern, the petals glowed a soft, nurturing green. The fawn, calmed by the gentle light and his mother's presence, soon fell asleep beneath it. Fern looked at Thorn with deep gratitude. "You found their language," she murmured. As days turned into weeks, Thorn's relationship with the glimmer petals deepened. He learned their subtle language. A vibrant gold shimmer meant joy, often appearing when Pippa did her acrobatics nearby. A serene blue glow often accompanied Elder Hemlock's quiet presence. A soft rose hue bloomed when two field mice shyly exchanged gifts of seeds near a patch. The flowers reflected the heart of Willowbrook, its quiet joys, its gentle sorrows, its moments of connection and courage. Thorn became their tender, their interpreter in a way, moving through the woods not with trepidation, but with a quiet purpose. He noticed things he hadn't before: the intricate pattern of a spider's web jeweled with dew, the subtle shift in birdsong signaling rain, the way the new, unfamiliar flowers attracted dazzling butterflies. The biggest change, however, was within Thorn himself. The constant resistance, the tight knot of fear that change brought, began to loosen. It wasn't that he suddenly loved upheaval, but he understood it differently. He saw how the glimmer petals needed the shifting light, the changing moisture in the earth, just as the forest needed renewal. He saw how his own careful tending helped them thrive, how his acceptance allowed their magic to unfold beautifully. His world hadn't shrunk, it had expanded, filled with new colors, new connections, and a deeper understanding of the woods and its inhabitants. One evening, as the first stars pricked the velvety sky, Thorn stood on a small rise overlooking the heart of Willowbrook. Below, glimmer petals glowed like scattered constellations: amethyst, indigo, gold, blue, rose, each cluster reflecting the feelings and changes happening nearby. The air was cool and sweet, with the scent of night-blooming jasmine and damp earth. Pippa chattered softly beside him, pointing out a particularly bright cluster near the old stump. Elder Hemlock observed from his oak, a silent, approving presence. Fern and her fawn rested peacefully near a softly green-glowing patch. Thorn looked at his own paws, then at the woods around him. The paths still weren't the same as before. The scents were layered and complex. The sounds were a rich tapestry. But instead of discomfort, he felt a profound sense of belonging. He had grown with the woods, not against it. The magic of the glimmer petals hadn't transformed him into someone else. It had helped him discover more of who he truly was, a creature capable of adapting, of tending, of finding wonder in the new, and of offering comfort to others navigating their own changes. He walked back to his burrow, no longer hurrying. Outside the entrance, the cluster of glimmer petals he first encountered pulsed warmly. He knelt beside them. As he placed a gentle paw near the blooms, thinking not of fear or loss, but of the quiet beauty of the starlit woods, the peace in his heart, and the friends who had walked beside him, the flowers responded. Their light deepened, swirling amethyst and silver, but then a new color emerged, a pure, radiant white light, bright as a captured moonbeam, emanating from the very center of each bloom. It wasn't dazzling, it was serene, peaceful, and filled with a profound sense of wholeness and acceptance. It was the light of understanding, of growth embraced. Thorn smiled, a slow, deep warmth spreading through him. He settled into his burrow, the familiar ferns and woven reeds feeling not like a retreat, but like a cherished home within a larger, beautifully changing world. The soft, radiant light of the glimmer petals filtered through his entrance, casting gentle, shifting patterns on the walls. It wasn't the light of the old, predictable days. It was the light of discovery, of a heart that had learned to bloom alongside the magic. Outside, the whispering woods sighed contentedly, a lullaby woven from rustling leaves, chirping crickets, and the soft, peaceful glow of countless little stars, born from the earth itself, mirroring the quiet transformation within a once fearful badger. The change hadn't ended. It had become the gentle rhythm of his world, a comforting hum in the darkness, singing him softly towards sleep. Story 13. The distant hum of the Stardust Weaver's engines was the only constant sound in the vast, velvet silence of the Carina Nebula. Inside its cozy observation dome, bathed in the soft amber light of simulated sunrise, sat Kip. Kip was a Tinker-Gnome from the moss-covered world of Viridia, small and covered in soft, russet fur, with large, luminous eyes adapted to dim forests. He clutched a complex, multi-tooled device, meticulously adjusting its settings, his brow furrowed in concentration. His assignment: study the unique crystalline formations on the uncharted moon, Luminara 7. Suddenly, the ship shuddered violently. Alarms blared, harsh and red against the cozy dome. Kip yelped, dropping his tool. "Stellar static," he muttered, scrambling to the control console. External sensors showed a collision with a large, drifting shard of nebula ice. Worse, the impact had damaged the primary thruster array. The Stardust Weaver limped, venting precious atmosphere, towards the swirling blues and violets of Luminara 7's surface. The landing was rough, jolting Kip against his harness. Outside the viewport, Luminara 7 was breathtakingly alien. Jagged mountains of pure, light-refracting crystal pierced a lavender sky. Forests of glowing, bioluminescent fungi pulsed softly on the plains. The air, when Kip cautiously cracked the airlock, tasted cool and faintly metallic, like licking a smooth, cold stone. He sighed, the scent of ozone and damp earth filling his nostrils. Stranded. He needed parts, specifically the rare harmonic resonators scattered only in the deeper crystal caves, to repair the thruster. Kip packed a small repair kit and ventured out. The ground crunched under his boots, a sound like shattering sugar glass. He followed a faint energy signature deeper into a canyon, its walls shimmering with internal rainbows. Suddenly a low, resonant hum vibrated through the air, making the crystals sing. Kip froze. Behind a large, faceted spire, a figure emerged. It was tall and slender, seemingly composed of living, translucent crystal. Light pulsed within its core, shifting from cool blues to warm ambers. It had no discernible face, just smooth planes that refracted the ambient light. This was Xyler, a luminarian, native to this radiant world. To Xyler, the small, furry creature that had crashed from the sky was startlingly loud and chaotic. Its frantic movements and the sharp, clicking sounds it made were jarring in Xyler's world of subtle vibrations and gentle light shifts. Kip gasped. A walking crystal. He instinctively raised his multi-tool scanner. A beam of bright blue light shot out, bathing Xyler. To Kip, it was harmless analysis. To Xyler, it was a painful, invasive glare, disrupting his internal harmony. Xyler recoiled, emitting a sharp, discordant chime that vibrated painfully in Kip's sensitive ears. He stumbled back, dropping the scanner. Misunderstanding number 1, Kip saw only a potential threat or fascinating specimen. Xyler saw only painful intrusion and noise. Kip clutched his ears. Whoa, okay, sorry, didn't mean to, shine. He gestured frantically, palms open. Xyler, sensing the sudden cessation of the painful light and the shift in the small creature's posture, dimmed his own light slightly. A tentative, questioning series of soft chimes resonated, like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. Kip cautiously pointed towards the deep caves, then mimed his ship breaking down. Xyler tilted his crystalline head. He understood brokenness. He understood need. He pulsed a soft, amber light towards the cave entrance Kip had been heading towards. Then, with a graceful sweep of a limb, he gestured for Kip to follow. Hesitantly, Kip did, his fur prickling with nervous energy, the scent of ozone growing stronger as they approached the dark maw of the largest cave. Inside, the cave was a cathedral of light. Sunlight filtering through cracks high above fractured into dazzling patterns on walls, studded with fist-sized harmonic resonators, the very parts Kip needed. But the cave was treacherous. Deep crevices split the floor, and unstable crystal bridges spanned them. The air grew thick with a faint, shimmering gas that made Kip cough harmless to him, but Kip didn't know that. Xyler, however, sensed the gas's low-level toxicity to organic life. He pulsed a warning blue light near a vent, releasing it. Misunderstanding number 2, Kip saw the blue pulse as Xyler marking territory or danger from him. He flinched away, nearly stepping onto an unstable bridge. A loud crack echoed. The bridge groaned. Xyler chimed urgently, a rapid, high-pitched sound, and surged forward. His crystalline hand, cool and smooth, closed gently but firmly around Kip's furry arm, pulling him back just as the bridge crumbled into the abyss below. Kip's heart hammered against his ribs. He looked from the crumbling bridge to Xyler's softly pulsing form. The blue light hadn't been a threat, it had been a warning. You saved me. Kip whispered, the metallic cave air suddenly tasting less threatening. Xyler emitted a single, warm, golden chime and gestured again towards the resonators, then pointed back the way they came, pulsing the warning blue light near another gas vent. The shared challenge of the cave forced cooperation. Xyler, attuned to the slightest vibrations, could sense stable paths and hidden crevices. He communicated through sequences of light and resonant chimes. Kip, with his nimble fingers and tech, could climb and retrieve the resonators embedded high in the walls. Kip learned to interpret Xyler's lights, warm amber for safe, cool blue for caution, a rapid pulse for immediate danger. He started responding with simple gestures and soft whistles, mimicking the chimes. Xyler learned that Kip's frantic movements often meant focus, not aggression, and his soft, churring sounds indicated contentment. Their biggest test came deep within the cave system. A massive cavern housed a cluster of the purest resonators Kip needed, but it was filled with dense, swirling gas definitely toxic to Kip. Worse, the only access was across a narrow, naturally formed crystal arch, slick with condensed moisture. Kip's small translator device, a crude attempt to bridge their communication gap, fizzed and died, overwhelmed by the cave's unique energies. Panic flared in Kip's eyes. He pointed to the gas, mimed choking, then pointed helplessly at the resonators across the arch. Xyler pulsed thoughtfully. He understood the danger. He understood the need. He stepped onto the arch. His crystalline form provided incredible balance, but the slick surface was treacherous even for him. Halfway across, his foot slipped. He chimed sharply, light flaring bright white in alarm as he struggled to regain balance, dangling precariously over the toxic mist. Kip didn't hesitate. He pulled out a length of strong, flexible cable from his repair kit. With a Tinker-Gnome's practiced throw, he lassoed a sturdy crystal outcrop near Xyler. "Grab on," he yelled, though he knew Xyler couldn't understand the words. He tugged the cable taut, the strain vibrating through his small arms. Xyler saw the cable, saw Kip's determined stance, his fur bristling with effort, his eyes wide with fear not for himself, but for Xyler. Xyler reached out, his cool hand grasping the cable. Kip pulled with all his might, his muscles burning, the scent of his own exertion mixing with the metallic tang of the cave. Slowly, steadily, he helped Xyler regain his footing. Mutual support, Xyler's rescue on the bridge. Kip's rescue on the arch. Understanding flowed without words. Xyler, safely across, gathered the resonators quickly. On the return, Kip guided him, pointing out the safest footholds with focused gestures. When Xyler finally stepped back onto solid ground, he didn't just pulse amber light. He reached out and gently touched Kip's shoulder. The contact was cool, smooth, and carried a profound sense of gratitude and relief that resonated deeper than any chime. Kip placed his small, furry paw over Xyler's crystalline hand. The warmth met the coolness, a silent pact formed in the heart of the crystal cave. Working together, Kip repaired the Stardust Weaver's thrusters. Xyler helped locate rare materials, his knowledge of the moon invaluable. As Kip worked, he explained his tools to Xyler through gestures and simple sketches, the hum of the repairing ship a comforting counterpoint to the moon's natural song. Xyler shared the beauty of Luminara 7, taking Kip to a hidden grove where crystal flowers bloomed at dusk, releasing soft, musical notes and a scent like cool rainwater on stone. They sat in companionable silence, the furry gnome and the crystalline being, watching the nebula paint the sky in swirls of cosmic color. The day came for Kip to leave. The Stardust Weaver stood ready, humming healthily. The air was filled with the scent of ozone and the faint, sweet perfume of distant crystal blooms. Kip stood by the airlock, a small bag of precious harmonic resonators, and one small, perfect crystal flower at his feet. He looked up at Xyler, his large eyes shimmering. He pointed to the stars, then to his chest, then back to Luminara 7. "I go, but I carry you with me." He then pointed to Xyler, then to the moon, then touched his own chest again. "You stay, but you are with me." He held up the crystal flower. Xyler understood. He pulsed a deep, warm, golden light, the color of friendship and enduring connection. He reached into his own crystalline form and carefully detached a small, smooth shard that glowed with a gentle, internal light. He placed it gently into Kip's waiting paw. It felt cool, alive, and hummed softly against Kip's fur. No grand speeches were needed. No complex translations. The true meaning of their friendship wasn't in shared language, but in shared silence on a crystal arch, in a rescued grip, in the warmth of a touch over cool crystal, in the understanding that bloomed in the space between species, between worlds. They had been unlikely, jarring noises in each other's lives, but through patience, shared peril, and quiet acts of courage, they had composed a harmony more beautiful than any luminarian crystal song. Kip boarded his ship. As the Stardust Weaver lifted off, carving a gentle arc through the lavender sky, Kip looked down. There on a high crystal plateau stood Xyler, pulsing a rhythmic farewell, warm gold, cool blue, warm gold, cool blue, like a heartbeat against the moon. Kip pressed the cool crystal shard against his cheek, its soft hum a lullaby of friendship. He set a course for the nebula, the repaired engines thrumming steadily. Inside the cozy observation dome, bathed once more in amber light, Kip placed Xyler's glowing shard beside the crystal flower in a small niche. Their light intertwined, casting dancing patterns on the wall. The vast, silent universe outside felt a little less empty, a little warmer. He wasn't just a Tinker-Gnome from Veridia anymore. He was Kip, friend of Xyler, citizen of the stars, carrying a piece of Luminara 7's quiet song and the enduring truth that friendship, like starlight, could bridge any distance, illuminate any darkness, and warm even the coldest, most alien of places. And as the ship sailed into the star-dusted night, Kip smiled, the gentle hum of the engines and the soft pulse of the crystal shard singing him towards home, and the promise of future visits beneath a lavender sky. The scent of ozone faded, replaced by the comforting familiarity of his ship, now forever carrying the subtle, cool fragrance of crystal and the warm memory of an unlikely bond. He drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of crystal forests and a friend who spoke in light, knowing that across the void, another friend watched the stars, remembering the small, furry creature who spoke in courage and kindness. The universe, vast and mysterious, felt beautifully, comfortingly small. Story 14. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks wove their roots through starlight and spiderwebs glistened with captured moonlight, lived a community unseen by human eyes. Here, moss-draped stones hummed with memories of forgotten rains, and fireflies carried messages in coded flickers between ferns. At the forest's heart stood Grandmother Willow, her bark etched with centuries of stories, sap flowing like liquid amber in her veins. Her branches cradled the seasoned stone, a smooth, opalescent orb that pulsed with the rhythms of the earth, turning autumn gold for fall, frost white for winter, blossom pink for spring, and emerald for summer. One crisp autumn evening, as the stone glowed with pumpkin warmth and the air smelled of cinnamon bark and decaying leaves, a young badger named Thistle noticed something amiss. The stone's light flickered erratically, casting jagged shadows. Maple leaves, instead of drifting lazily, spiraled downward like panicked birds. Grandmother, Thistle whispered, pressing a paw to her gnarled roots, the wind tastes afraid. Grandmother Willow sighed, a sound like dry leaves skittering over stone. The stone remembers imbalance, little one. Long ago, when the river choked on human stones, its grief dimmed the stone for a season. Now, a deeper wound festers. She shared visions of a forgotten valley where a landslide had buried a sacred spring, silencing the water songs that fed the forest's magic. Without the spring's laughter, the stone's pulse weakened, threatening to trap the Whisperwood in perpetual autumn, a season of beauty, yes, but without renewal. Thistle gathered her friends, Fern, a quick-witted squirrel with fur like burnt umber, and Sorrel, a deaf mole whose paws read vibrations in the soil like poetry. "We must mend the spring," Thistle declared, her nose twitching at the sour tang of unease clinging to the air. Fern scampered up Grandmother's trunk, plucking 3 luminescent acorns, moon guides, the willow murmured, that glowed soft blue in the twilight. Their journey led them through landscapes woven with quiet magic. They crossed the velvet marsh, where cattails chimed like glass bells when touched, and breathed air thick with petrichor and watermint. In the starlight meadows, bioluminescent mushrooms pulsed in symbiotic rhythm with cricket songs. Yet, the farther they traveled, the more the magic frayed. Flowers hung wilted, their colors leaching away, streams moved sluggishly, their usual giggle reduced to a tired sigh. Sorrel paused, pressing his snout to the earth. The soil trembles, he signed. It mourns the spring's silence. Deep in the wounded valley they found the landslide, a jagged scar of boulders smothering the earth. Beneath the rubble they sensed the spring's faint heartbeat, a muffled thrum of desperation. How do we move mountains? Fern fretted, her tail drooping. Thistle remembered grandmother's words. Harmony is a chorus, not a solo, she nudged Sorrel. Ask the earth for help. Sorrel dug his claws into the soil, sending vibrations deep into the bedrock, a call in the old language of roots and stones. Slowly, the earth responded. Pebblekin tiny rock spirits no larger than dewdrops emerged from crevices. Mycelium threads, glowing faintly gold, wove through the rubble like neural pathways. A family of badgers, drawn by Sorrel's call, began nosing aside smaller stones with gentle determination. Even the wind, now tasting of hope, swept leaves into supportive ramps. As they worked, the valley whispered its gratitude. Raindrops soft as moth wings began to fall, carrying the scent of wet slate and promise. Thistle placed the moon guides atop the largest boulder. Their glow intensified, merging into a beam of liquid silver that seeped into the cracks, warming the stone until it softened like clay. With a final, harmonious push from all the gathered creatures, the boulder shifted. A triumphant gurgle erupted as the spring burst free, crystalline water dancing over mossy stones. Instantly the seasoned stone's light stabilized miles away, flooding the whisperwood with pure, buttery gold. The very air changed, crisp, but carrying the sweet rot of renewal. Maple leaves resumed their graceful waltz. Oak trees shed acorns that glimmered like tiny suns when they struck the ground. Returning home, Thistle found Grandmother Willow draped in newly unfurled ivy, her bark moist with happy dew. You've learned, the willow rustled, that balance isn't stillness. It's the dance between loss and rebirth, held together by listening hearts. That night, as the seasoned stone pulsed steadily, the creatures gathered. Fireflies strung constellations above them, and the spring's distant song wove through the breeze, a lullaby of resilience. Thistle curled in Sorrel's warm tunnel, Fern's tail draped over her like a blanket, breathing in the forest's restored symphony, damp soil, wood smoke from distant hearths, and the faint, honeyed scent of dreams taking root. The whisperwood slept, cradled once more in the tender, unbreakable rhythm of belonging. Story 15. The eternal twilight of the frozen moon, Lyra 7, cast long, blue shadows across the jagged ice plains. Inside the crumpled remains of the Stardust Weaver, a small survey vessel, the air hung thick with the acrid tang of burnt wiring and the brittle silence of despair. Two figures huddled near a flickering emergency heater, their breath misting in the frigid air. They were as different as stars in opposing galaxies. Silas, hailing from the perpetually storm-lashed ocean world of Nereus, resembled a bipedal sea otter. His dense, dark brown fur, usually sleek and waterproof, was matted with frost. Large, liquid black eyes, evolved to see in the murky depths, now held pure terror, reflecting the dancing heater flames. His small, dexterous paws trembled as he tried to coax warmth from the struggling unit. He was a xenolinguist, a gentle soul whose world was data streams and ancient dialects, not survival on an ice-locked rock. Opposite him, radiating frustration like heat from an engine block, sat Kale. Originating from the scorched deserts of Xylos, he was tall and lean, covered in overlapping plates of ochre and russet chitin that clicked softly when he moved. His face was angular, dominated by multifaceted amber eyes that missed little. 4 powerful, multi-jointed arms rested uneasily at his sides, the lower pair ending in sturdy manipulators, the upper in finer, almost delicate digits. Kale was a deep-core engineer, used to the harsh realities of asteroid mining and machinery that could crush rock. Patience wasn't his strong suit, efficiency was. Their first misunderstanding was immediate and fundamental. When the Weaver had been struck by a micrometeor shower and crash-landed, Silas, in sheer panic, had grabbed the nearest survival pack, the one clearly labeled with Kale's species glyph. Inside were concentrated thermal gel packs, vital for Kale's cold-blooded physiology. Silas, not recognizing the glyph in his terror, had clutched it like a lifeline. "Give it back." Kale rasped, his voice a dry scrape like pebbles tumbling. He shivered violently, his chitin plates rattling. The cold was sapping his strength alarmingly fast. "That is mine, your kind generates heat." Silas flinched, curling tighter. I didn't know it was just there, everything was shaking. His voice was a high-pitched warble. "You're yelling, stop yelling, it hurts my ears." Narratians had exceptionally sensitive hearing, tuned for the subtle clicks and songs of their aquatic world. Kale's harsh tones were physically painful. Yelling, "This is speaking." Kale snapped, his frustration mounting. "You took the one thing keeping me functional. Without warmth, I will slow, then stop. Is that what you want?" He misinterpreted Silas's fear as selfishness, his trembling as weakness. Silas, overwhelmed by the noise, the cold, and Kale's imposing presence, saw only aggression and accusation. He saw Kale as a terrifying, armored predator, not a fellow survivor freezing to death. Hours passed in tense, frigid silence, broken only by the moan of the wind outside and the sputtering heater. Silas, driven by cold and a desperate need to understand, finally risked communication. Using his datapad, its screen cracked but functional, he pulled up a rudimentary translation matrix he'd been compiling during the voyage. He typed slowly, the characters appearing on his screen and projecting shakily onto the frosty bulkhead wall. Apology. Mistake. Did not know pack was yours. Purpose. Kale stared at the glowing symbols. Communication. Not just noise. He forced his chattering mandibles still. Thermal regulation, he stated slowly, deliberately. My body needs external heat, cannot generate enough internally here. He pointed a manipulator claw at the pack Silas still held. Gel inside, chemical reaction, heat. Understanding dawned in Silas's large eyes. He hadn't stolen comfort, he'd accidentally taken a vital life support item. Shame washed over him, warmer than the heater. He pushed the pack towards Kale with both paws. Sorry. Very sorry. Please take. Kale snatched it, tore open a gel pack, and pressed it against his thoracic plates. A sigh, almost a groan of relief, escaped him as warmth began to seep into his core. The immediate edge of panic dulled. He looked at the small, shivering Narratian. The fear was still there, but so was genuine remorse. "Thank you," he managed, the words unfamiliar but necessary. This fragile truce was shattered by a new crisis. A deep, resonant crack echoed through the ship's hull, followed by a terrifying groan of stressed metal. Outside, a massive ice shelf was shifting. Chunks the size of ground cars slammed against the Weaver, buckling the hull further near the primary power coupling. Sparks erupted from a console, and the emergency heater died with a final, despairing flicker. Darkness, cold and absolute, swallowed them, broken only by the dim glow of Silas's datapad. Power coupling severed, Kale diagnosed grimly, his multifaceted eyes scanning the darkness, picking out shapes Silas couldn't see. Backup cells depleted, no heat, no comms, shelter compromised. The unspoken verdict hung in the air, they wouldn't last the night. Silas whimpered, the darkness pressing in like the crushing depths of Nereus's trenches. Panic threatened to overwhelm him again. Then a soft, rhythmic clicking reached his sensitive ears. It wasn't the wind. It was Kale. The Xylosian was tapping a complex pattern on his own chitin plate. Silas focused, straining to hear. It wasn't random. It was structured, like code, like language. His linguist's mind latched onto it. He fumbled with his datapad, its pale light illuminating his intense concentration. He started recording the clicks, analyzing the patterns. Query, meaning. He typed, projecting it shakily. Patterns, Cale clicked, slower now. Survival protocols, my people, use sound in darkness to coordinate, to not feel alone. He was sharing something deeply ingrained, a cultural touchstone. Click sequence, danger, structure unstable. He tapped the pattern again. Click sequence, calm, conserve energy. Another pattern. Click sequence, hope. This one was softer, almost melodic. Silas listened, utterly captivated. This wasn't just noise, it was a lifeline, a shared language born of necessity. He tentatively tapped his datapad casing in a simple rhythm. Query, repeat, hope. Cale did. Silas tapped back, mimicking it imperfectly but earnestly. In the suffocating darkness and deepening cold, a fragile bridge was built, not of words, but of sound and shared vulnerability. They weren't just surviving alongside each other anymore, they were surviving together. Their shared challenge demanded more than communication, it demanded action. Cale knew the ship. Main sensor array, on the dorsal hull, he clicked and spoke, projecting a rough schematic onto the bulkhead using Silas's datapad. If we can reach it, power its emergency beacon. Manually, signal might get through the ice storms. But it meant venturing outside, onto the treacherous, shifting ice shelf, in lethal cold and near-total darkness. Silas looked at the schematic, then at the jagged tear in the hull where freezing wind howled. Terror clenched his heart. But he remembered the click for hope. He remembered Cale sharing his deepest survival language. He looked at the shivering Xylosian, whose strength was fading with the cold. Cale needed that beacon activated. Silas needed Cale's knowledge and strength. They needed each other. I can go, Silas typed, his paws trembling but his resolve firming. Small, can fit through smaller gaps, good balance. On Nereus, navigating treacherous tidal rocks was second nature. But dark cannot see like you. Cale stared at him, a new respect dawning in his amber eyes. This fragile creature was offering to brave the void for them both. I will guide, he clicked and spoke. With sound, tell you where to step, where to hold. He rummaged in the remaining survival pack, pulling out a thin, strong cable. Tether. Safety line. He fastened one end securely inside the wreck, the other around Silas's small torso with surprising gentleness. Listen only to my clicks. Ignore the wind. Trust the patterns. Venturing onto Lyra 7's surface was like stepping into a frozen nightmare. The wind screamed, stealing breath and carrying stinging ice particles. The darkness was nearly absolute, the only light the faint, eerie glow from phosphorescent lichen on distant ice cliffs. Silas, wrapped in every thermal layer they could scavenge, felt the cold bite through to his bones. He clung to the hull, his sensitive ears straining against the howling gale, listening only for Cale's rhythmic clicks coming through a tiny comm bead they'd jury-rigged. Click, click, tap. Right paw forward. Stable ice. Cale's guidance was precise, calm. Tap, tap, click. Left paw up. Handhold there. Silas moved with agonizing slowness, trusting the sounds implicitly. He navigated crevices disguised by snowdrifts, scaled sheer, slick ice faces Cale identified as climbable, his small size and agility proving invaluable. Cale, monitoring from the relative shelter of the tier, felt a surge of something unfamiliar, fierce protectiveness. He focused every ounce of his perception on the tiny figure braving the elements, translating the treacherous landscape into a language of clicks and taps. Finally, Silas reached the sensor array, a dome crusted with ice. Click sequence, target reached. He transmitted, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Query, procedure. Kale talked him through it, describing the manual override panel, the sequence of levers to pull. Use strength, in your lower arms, pull hard, down. Silas strained, his paws numb, his muscles screaming. Nothing happened. Ice had seized the mechanism. Stuck. Silas wailed over the comm, despair creeping in. Too frozen. Think. Kale urged, his mind racing. Not brute force your world, water, ice, how do you free things? He was appealing to Silas's unique knowledge. Silas paused. On Nereus, they used focused heat, or sometimes vibration, to shatter ice around clams. Vibration. He looked at his sonic scalpel, a standard tool in his linguist kit for clearing debris from delicate fines. It emitted high-frequency pulses. He set it against the frozen joint and activated it. A high-pitched whine cut through the wind. Cracks spiderwebbed through the ice. He pulled again, channeling all his fear and determination into the effort. With a groan and a shower of ice crystals, the lever slammed down. A powerful, rhythmic pulse of light erupted from the beacon, cutting through the gloom. Signal active. Silas transmitted, relief flooding him. The journey back was just as perilous, guided solely by Kale's unwavering clicks. When Silas finally tumbled back through the hull tier, half frozen and exhausted, Kale was there. Without a word, the Xylosian enveloped the shivering Neradian in his lower arms, pulling him close against his own body. Kale's chitin was still cool, but the residual warmth from the gel packs and the simple act of shared body heat was a profound comfort. Silas, normally averse to such contact, instinctively burrowed closer, his sensitive ears pressed against Kale's thorax, listening to the steady, resonant hum deep within a sound he now recognized as the Xylosian equivalent of a heartbeat. It was the most reassuring sound he'd ever heard. Rescue came within hours, drawn by the powerful beacon. The medics found them like that, the tall, armored Xylosian curled protectively around the small, furry Neradian, both sleeping fitfully, sharing warmth and shelter in the ruins of their ship. Their differences were stark under the medbay light's fur and chitin, liquid eyes and multifaceted ones, small paws and multi-jointed arms. Yet an undeniable bond radiated from them, a quiet understanding forged in the crucible of shared peril and shattered misconceptions. Weeks later, back in the bustling Stardock orbiting Centauri Prime, Silas and Kale sat in a quiet observation lounge. Outside the vast viewport, nebulae swirled in impossible colors, and ships from countless worlds glided like fireflies. They sipped warm beverages of fragrant herbal tea for Silas, a mineral-rich broth for Kale. Silas tapped a gentle rhythm on the table, the hope sequence. Kale responded with the calm pattern, a soft clicking sound emanating from his mandibles. They smiled, a shared language only they fully understood. They offered me a new assignment, Kale rumbled, his voice softer now, less abrasive. Asteroid survey near the Uwit Cloud, good pay, solitude. He looked at Silas. They offered you a research post on New Alexandria, libraries, quiet. Silas traced the rim of his cup with a small paw. The libraries, they are vast and warm. He paused, his large eyes meeting Kale's multifaceted gaze. But the quiet feels too quiet now. I think I miss the clicks. Kale made a low, resonant hum, his version of a chuckle. The Uwit Cloud is very cold and dark. He extended one of his finer upper manipulators, not in demand but in offering. Could use a good listener, someone who understands ice and patterns. Silas placed his small paw gently on the offered chitin plate. It was cool, smooth, and utterly familiar now. Could use someone who sees in the dark and remembers to share the warmth. He tapped the hope sequence again, softly. They didn't need grand declarations. The shared darkness, the guiding clicks, the desperate climb, the protective embrace in the freezing wreck, these were the chapters of their story. They had learned that friendship wasn't about being the same. It was about bridging the vast distances between stars, between worlds, between hearts. It was about trusting the pattern in the dark, offering warmth even when you were cold, and finding that the most unlikely companion could become the anchor in your storm. The universe outside the viewport was infinite and cold, but here, in this quiet corner, with the soft clicks and the shared silence, they had found a warmth that no distance could diminish. And as they watched the stars wheel slowly past, planning their next journey together, the quiet hum of understanding between them was the coziest, most comforting sound in the entire galaxy. Story 16. Finn lived in a quiet cottage nestled within the Whispering Valley, where seasons danced with magical flair. Each spring the hillsides erupted in flowers that glowed like captured starlight, and autumn leaves fell as shimmering amber coins. Yet Finn, a gentle lad with a cautious heart, found change deeply unsettling. He kept his cottage frozen in perpetual winter. Frost patterns etched his windows year-round, and a hearth fire of enchanted blue ice crackled without warmth. Steadiness is safety, he'd murmur, watching butterflies outside transform from caterpillars with a shiver. One spring morning, the valley's magic shifted unusually. A warm breeze slipped through Finn's icy window, carrying the scent of blooming moon petals, sweet as honeyed dew. It melted a tiny puddle on his oak table. Finn frowned, rubbing the damp spot with his sleeve. "Too fast," he whispered. Outside, the brook chuckled over stones, but to Finn, it sounded like rushing chaos. His unease manifested magically. Where he walked, frost crackled over newborn clover. Birdsong stuttered into silence near him. The valley, attuned to its inhabitants, mirrored his resistance. Cherry blossoms withered mid-bloom, and the sun dimmed behind anxious clouds. Finn hugged himself, feeling lonelier than ever. Why must everything alter? He asked the empty air. That afternoon he met Thistle, a squirrel with fur like autumn oak and eyes full of kind curiosity. She scampered onto his windowsill, whiskers twitching. "Your frost nipped my tail," she chattered, not unkindly. "The valley's sad when you're sad, Finn, see." She pointed a paw where his shadow fell. A patch of grass had turned brittle and gray. Finn's cheeks flushed. "I don't mean harm, change just frightens me, like when Mist Hollow's bridge vanished last monsoon." Thistle nodded sagely. "But new vines grew stronger bridges, remember? Come walk with me." Reluctantly, Finn followed her into the meadow. There, beneath the grand willow, a tree whose bark swirled with living silver, they met Bramble, the willow's caretaker. His beard was moss, his voice the rustle of leaves. "Ah," he rumbled, sensing Finn's turmoil. "You cling to ice while life thirsts for sun." With a creaky gesture, he showed Finn a chrysalis dangling from a branch. "Watch." For days, Finn returned. Thistle brought him hazelnuts, chatting about cloud shapes and berry harvests. Bramble shared tales of valleys that grew grander after storms. Slowly, Finn noticed things, how the chrysalis wobbled with patient struggle, how the ice puddle on his table, untouched, reflected rainbows at noon. One morning, as Thistle napped curled in his lap, Finn whispered, "Maybe, not all change is chaos." That night, a dream came. He stood in a frozen garden where statues of himself, lonely, stiff, cracked with sorrow. A voice like wind through pines sighed, "Growth is not loss, little one. It is the root finding deeper soil." Finn woke, heart pounding. For the first time, he let the hearth's blue ice fade. Real fire sparked, warm and golden. Next dawn, the valley shimmered. Where Finn stepped, crocuses unfurled in his footprints, glowing soft periwinkle. He gasped, touching one. They are beautiful. Thistle danced around them. That's your wonder blooming. Bramble chuckled, silver bark brightening. Now help an old tree, my leaves need raking. As seasons turned, Finn learned by doing. He helped Thistle gather nuts, laughing when she buried 3 and forgot 4. With Bramble he pruned stubborn branches, discovering new buds beneath. When summer storms flooded the brook, Finn didn't retreat indoors. He waded in, rescuing stranded firebugs, with Thistle guiding him to dry ledges. Each act of kindness melted more internal ice. Magical transformations echoed within. Fallen leaves brushed his hair and turned to firefly dust. His shadow now sprouted tiny, luminous ferns. One crisp autumn evening, as Finn sat weaving baskets from enchanted reeds, Bramble gestured skyward. Look. The chrysalis split open. A moth emerged, wings dusted with constellations. It fluttered to Finn's palm, its light warm against his skin. You waited with me, Finn breathed. The moth soared, trailing stardust over the valley, now ablaze with colors Finn had never noticed before. Ruby maples, sapphire thistles, hillsides breathing in radiant harmony. Finn's cottage changed too. Frost still graced his windows, but only in delicate lace patterns that welcomed sunlight. His hearth held real fire now, its crackle a comforting song. He'd learned that change wasn't an eraser, but a painter adding depth to life's canvas. Fear hadn't vanished, but it walked hand in hand with courage, softened by friendship's steady glow. Years later, Finn found a young badger trembling near the brook, terrified of crossing. Gently, Finn knelt. Change feels like stepping onto mist, doesn't it? He extended his hand, palm upturned. A single moon petal bloomed there, its light steady. But watch, the water holds you if you trust it. As the badger took his first step, Finn smiled, feeling Thistle's paw squeeze his shoulder, and Bramble's leaves showering them in silver approval. Around them the whispering valley hummed, a lullaby of growth, resilience, and the quiet magic found in letting seasons turn. And in that moment Finn knew true peace, not the absence of change, but the grace of growing through it, surrounded by light. Story 17. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where sunlight danced through ancient oaks, and the air always carried the scent of damp earth and wild thyme. In a cozy cottage on the edge of the whispering woods lived Thalia, a young woman whose heart felt as tangled as the ivy climbing her garden wall. Thalia possessed a gentle magic, the ability to coax life and color from seeds and soil with a mere touch and a whispered wish. But lately her magic felt wrong. It flickered unpredictably. Seeds she planted with care sprouted into bizarre, twisting shapes overnight. Flowers bloomed in colors unseen in nature, startlingly vivid one moment, wilting to gray the next. This unpredictable magic mirrored the turmoil inside her. Willowbrook was changing, new families arrived, the old mill was being rebuilt, and whispers of a wider world beyond the valley reached her ears. Thalia clung fiercely to the familiar rhythms of her garden, her cottage, her quiet life. Change felt like a cold wind, threatening to extinguish her fragile light. One crisp autumn morning, Thalia found her prized moon-petal lilies, usually soft silver glowing an alarming, pulsing violet. Tears pricked her eyes. "Why won't you just be normal?" she whispered, her voice thick with frustration. She felt broken, out of step with the steady, predictable growth she cherished. A gentle knock sounded at her garden gate. It was Rowan, the village woodcarver, his kind face creased with concern, and his hands holding a basket of warm oatcakes. Beside him stood Mistress Alara, the village's wise elder, her eyes as deep and calm as the forest pools. They had seen Thalia's struggle. "Trouble in the garden again, dear heart?" Mistress Alara asked softly, her voice like rustling leaves. She stepped inside, her shawl brushing against a sunflower that instantly straightened, its petals turning a richer gold. "It's me," Thalia confessed, sinking onto a mossy stone bench. "My magic, it's twisting everything. It used to be so steady, so kind. Now it feels wild, confused, like me." She gestured helplessly at the violet lilies. "I can't control it. I don't understand it anymore." Rowan sat beside her, placing the oat cakes on the bench. "Control isn't always the point, Thalia," he said, his voice warm and steady like seasoned wood. He pulled a small, half-carved bird from his pocket. "See this wren? I had a vision of it soaring free, but the wood grain here," he pointed to a knot, "it wanted to curve differently. Instead of fighting it, I let the grain guide my knife. Now it's not the wren I first imagined, but it's unique. It has its own song to sing, born from listening to the wood." Mistress Alara knelt beside a patch of disturbed earth where Thalia had tried to plant carrots, only for strange, luminescent blue sprouts to emerge. She touched the earth gently. "Your magic isn't broken, child, it's growing. Just as a seedling pushes through dark soil to find the sun, your magic is pushing against old boundaries. Change stirs the waters deep within us, and magic reflects that stirring." She looked at Thalia with profound understanding. "Perhaps your magic isn't becoming unpredictable, but expressive." Thalia frowned. "Expressive of what? Confusion, fear." "Of possibility," Alara said simply. "Of the new self trying to emerge. You cling to the old patterns, Thalia, like roots clinging too tightly to a pot, but the roots need room to grow." Over the next few weeks, Thalia's garden became a testament to her inner storm. One day pumpkins swelled to enormous sizes overnight, glowing faintly. Another day her rosemary bush sprouted fragrant, star-shaped blossoms never seen before. While bewildering, the villagers began to see a strange beauty in it. Rowan would often visit, not to offer solutions, but to simply sit and whittle, his quiet presence a steady anchor. Mistress Alara brought her cups of calming chamomile tea, sharing stories of her own youthful struggles when her healing magic felt overwhelming. "Growth," Alara murmured one afternoon as they watched Thalia's apple tree spontaneously produce blossoms and ripe fruit simultaneously, "is rarely neat. It's messy, surprising, sometimes frightening, but it holds a magic all its own." One evening, a fierce storm swept through Willowbrook. Wind howled, rain lashed down, and lightning split the sky. Thalia huddled by her fireplace, listening to the fury outside. She worried for her garden, for the strange, vulnerable life she'd created. As the storm raged, she felt a familiar, restless energy building within her magic, responding to the wildness outside. It felt chaotic, powerful, untamed. Driven by an impulse she didn't understand, Thalia threw on her cloak and ran into the storm. The wind whipped her hair, the rain soaked her clothes. She ran past her cottage, past the village, towards the heart of the whispering woods, towards the ancient standing stones known as the Elder's Circle. The stones hummed with a deep, resonant energy, amplified by the storm. Thalia stood in the center, soaked and shivering, feeling the raw power of the wind and rain, the deep thrum of the earth beneath her feet, and the chaotic energy of her own magic swirling within her. Instead of fighting it, instead of trying to control it back into its old, predictable shape, Thalia closed her eyes. She stopped clinging. She let the storm rage around her. She let her magic surge, not directing it, not forcing it, just feeling its wild, untamed nature. She thought of Rowan's wood grain, of Alara's words about roots needing space. She thought of her fear of change, her longing for the predictable past. And she whispered into the storm, "Show me." A blinding flash of lightning struck the tallest stone. Not a destructive bolt, but a pure, dazzling column of white light that connected sky and stone. Thalia's magic surged outwards, not in chaotic spurts, but in a wave of pure, vibrant energy that pulsed from her heart, through her hands, and into the rain-slicked earth at her feet. Where the energy touched the ground, a miraculous transformation occurred. Instead of chaotic mutations, vibrant wildflowers erupted, fireweed glowing like embers, moon daisies shining with their own soft light, star moss clinging to the stones with constellations of tiny, luminous points. They weren't strange or twisted. They were breathtakingly beautiful, perfectly adapted to the storm-scoured earth, resilient and radiant. The storm began to subside. The wind softened to a sigh, the rain became a gentle drizzle. Dawn's first light peeked through the retreating clouds, illuminating the circle. Thalia stood amidst a carpet of impossible, magical wildflowers born from the storm and her own surrendered magic. They shimmered with dew and inner light, a tapestry woven from chaos and acceptance. Rowan and Mistress Alara, drawn by the strange light, found her there. They didn't speak, their faces filled with awe as they took in the transformed circle. Thalia looked at her hands, then at the miraculous flowers. She felt different. The chaotic energy was still there, but it was no longer a wild beast fighting its cage. It was a powerful river flowing within her, now finding its true course. She hadn't controlled it, she had understood it. She had made space for the change within herself. In the weeks that followed, Thalia's garden became a place of wonder and solace. She still grew familiar herbs and vegetables, but now she also nurtured patches of her storm-born wildflowers. Her magic was no longer predictable in the old way, but it was deeply attuned. She could sense the needs of plants with startling clarity, encouraging resilience in saplings during drought, coaxing sweetness into berries, or calming a blighted patch of soil. She learned to listen to the magic's flow, guiding it rather than forcing it, trusting its wisdom. The villagers, once wary, now sought her out. Children marveled at the glowing moon daisies. Rowan carved intricate patterns inspired by the star moss. Mistress Alara used the fireweed petals in potent healing balms. Thalia discovered her unique magic wasn't about rigid control or predictable beauty. It was about transformation, resilience, and finding extraordinary possibilities within change itself. She helped the newcomers plant gardens suited to Willowbrook's soil, her magic adapting easily to new seeds and new dreams. The rebuilt mill had a vibrant garden around its foundation, filled with plants Thalia nurtured strong, adaptable, and uniquely beautiful. One quiet evening, Thalia sat with Rowan and Mistress Alara in her garden, now bathed in the soft glow of twilight and her own gentle, luminous flowers. Fireflies danced among the star moss, mirroring the emerging stars above. "It feels peaceful now," Thalia murmured, sipping her chamomile tea. "Not because nothing changes, but because I understand the change belongs here too. It's part of the garden, part of me." Mistress Alara smiled, the lines around her eyes crinkling like sun-warmed earth. "The greatest magic, dear Thalia, is not in forcing the seed, but in trusting the soil, the sun, the rain, and the seed's own hidden song. You learn to listen. You learn to grow with the change, not against it. That is the truest transformation." Rowan placed a newly carved bird on the garden table beside her teacup, a small, radiant phoenix rising from stylized flames, its wings catching the last of the twilight. "From the storm," he said softly, "came the most beautiful bloom." Thalia touched the smooth wood of the phoenix, then looked out at her garden, a harmonious blend of the familiar and the wondrously new, all bathed in the quiet, comforting light of her own hard-won peace. The fire crackled softly inside the cottage, a warm promise against the cool evening, and the scent of earth, wild thyme, and luminous flowers filled the air, a sweet lullaby of growth and belonging. She was no longer afraid of the changing seasons, within or without, for she had discovered the enduring magic of her own resilient, ever-unfolding self. And in that knowing, deep contentment settled, warm and sure as the embers in the hearth, promising gentle dreams and a peaceful dawn. Story 18. The village of Willowmere nestled in a valley where the seasons danced with particular grace. Each spring the hills blushed with wildflowers, summers hummed with drowsy bees, autumns painted the woods in fiery hues, and winters draped everything in a soft, silent blanket of snow. Yet for young Finn, the shifting seasons felt less like a dance and more like a disconcerting whirl. He loved the deep, steady green of summer, the certainty of long, warm days, the familiar hum of the cicadas, the way the old stone bridge felt solid and unchanging beneath his feet. When autumn's chill began to whisper through the leaves, a quiet dread settled in his heart. Change unsettled him, making him feel adrift, like a leaf caught on a restless wind. Finn lived with his grandfather, Silas, a gentle man with eyes the color of storm clouds and hands that seemed to coax life from the stubbornest soil. Their cottage sat at the edge of the Whisperwood, a forest known for its ancient trees and soft, murmuring breezes that sounded almost like voices. Finn's refuge was a moss-covered oak tree near a clear, bubbling stream. He'd spend hours there in summer, sketching the sturdy roots and the way the sunlight dappled through the thick canopy, trying to capture the feeling of permanence. One crisp autumn morning, as Finn sat sketching his oak, he noticed something peculiar. The leaves, usually turning gold and russet, shimmered with an unusual silvery light where they touched the stream's reflection. Intrigued, he dipped his fingers into the cool water. As his skin broke the surface, a shiver ran through him, not of cold, but of shift. The water swirled gently around his hand, and for a fleeting moment the reflection of the oak tree in the water showed not bare branches, but blossoms of pure, soft light. Curious things, reflections, a warm voice murmured. Finn jumped. Old Maudie, the village herbwoman, stood nearby, her basket overflowing with late-blooming chamomile and sprigs of rosemary. Her eyes, kind and knowing, crinkled at the corners. Sometimes they show more than just what's on the surface. Finn pulled his hand back, the strange sensation fading. It looked different, he stammered, like the tree was blooming with light. Maudie nodded, settling herself on a smooth stone. The Whisperwood has its own magic, Finn. It often reflects what's stirring within, especially near the heartstream here. That oak is your anchor, isn't it? You seek its stillness. She didn't wait for an answer. But stillness isn't the absence of change, lad. It's finding your center amidst it, like the deep roots of this old tree, holding firm while its leaves dance with the wind and seasons. Finn frowned, tracing the rough bark. I don't like the dancing. I like it when things stay the same. Maudie chuckled softly, a sound like dry leaves skittering. Ah, but then you'd miss the fire of autumn, the crisp air that makes your cheeks glow. You'd miss the first snowflake, fragile and perfect. The oak doesn't fight the change, it embraces it, season by season, gathering strength for the next turn of the wheel. She pointed to the stream. Look again, see what it shows you now. Hesitantly, Finn peered into the water. This time the reflection showed the oak, but its roots seemed deeper, glowing with a soft, earthy light that pulsed gently. Entangled within those glowing roots, Finn saw a faint, flickering shadow, a shape that mirrored his own unease, his resistance. It looked like a knot of dark, thorny vines. That, Maudie said gently, is the fear binding you. It makes change feel like an enemy, not a teacher. As autumn deepened, Finn's discomfort grew. The vibrant leaves fell, leaving the trees stark and skeletal against the gray sky. The air turned sharp, biting. He avoided the oak tree, feeling its bareness as a personal loss. His sketches became stiff, lifeless attempts to capture a summer that was gone. One particularly blustery afternoon, a fierce windstorm swept through the valley. Finn huddled near the hearth in Silas's cottage, listening to the wind howl like a wild thing. Silas, whittling a piece of fragrant cedar wood, looked up. Strong one this, he remarked calmly. Reminds me of the great storm when I was a lad, took down half the old pines on the western ridge. Finn shuddered. Doesn't it scare you, the wind tearing things apart? Silas paused his whittling, his gaze thoughtful. Scared me then for sure, but you know what happened after. Sunlight reached the forest floor where it hadn't for years. New saplings sprang up, birch, rowan, willow trees that needed that light. The forest changed, Finn. It became different, more diverse, stronger in its own way. He held up the wood, taking shape in his hands, a bird in flight. Change carves space for new things to grow, sometimes gently, sometimes with a bit of a roar. The next morning, Finn ventured out. The wind had subsided, leaving the air washed clean and smelling sharply of damp earth and pine. His heart sank as he approached his refuge. His beloved oak tree lay partly uprooted, one massive branch torn off and scattered in splinters. It looked wounded, vulnerable. The knot of fear and resistance inside Finn tightened painfully. See, it seemed to whisper. Change destroys. He sank to his knees beside the stream, tears stinging his eyes. As a tear fell into the water, ripples spread. In the disturbed reflection, he saw the fallen oak again. But this time, amidst the broken branches and exposed roots, tiny points of light were sprouting like minuscule stars pushing through the dark wood. They pulsed with a soft, resilient energy. And the thorny vine shadow binding his own reflection seemed to loosen slightly, one thorn dissolving into the water. Needs a bit of help, doesn't it? Maudie's voice came from behind him. She held a small basket filled with pungent salve made from honey and calendula and lengths of soft, woven cloth. Storms happen, things break, doesn't mean they're finished. She knelt beside Finn. Magic often stirs strongest after a wounding, lad. It's the life force pushing back, reaching for the sun again. Together they worked. Maudie showed Finn how to gently clean the torn bark with the stream water, how to apply the soothing salve to prevent rot, and how to bind the worst breaks with the soft cloth to support the tree as it healed. Silas joined them, bringing sturdy wooden stakes and rope to carefully secure the leaning trunk. As they worked, Finn felt his despair slowly replaced by a quiet determination. He touched the wounded wood, feeling the life still humming within it, a vibration beneath his palm. Days turned into weeks. Finn visited the oak daily. He cleared away debris, checked the bindings, whispered encouragement. He watched as the tiny points of light Maudie had called magic grew stronger, weaving through the damaged areas like threads of starlight. He noticed, too, how the exposed roots, now reaching deeper into the earth, seemed to glow with that same soft, earthy luminescence he'd seen in the stream's reflection. One frosty morning, as the first snow began to dust the ground like powdered sugar, Finn sat by the stream again. He looked at the oak, no longer seeing just the damage, but the incredible resilience. The bound branches held firm, the salved wounds were closing over with smooth, new bark, and the starlight within the wood pulsed steadily, warmly. He looked into the heartstream. His own reflection gazed back. The knot of thorny vines was almost gone, dissolved into shimmering motes of light that swirled gently around him. Where the thorns had been delicate traceries of silver light, like frost patterns on a window pane, now spread across his reflection's chest, not binding him, but adorning him. They mirrored the starlight patterns healing the oak. He felt it then, deep inside, not a fear of the changing seasons, but a quiet awe. Winter wasn't an ending, it was a time of deep rest, of gathering strength beneath the surface, just like his oak. Spring would come again, different perhaps, but beautiful in its own right. The change was within him, too. He hadn't stopped loving summer's steadiness, but he now understood the profound beauty in the cycle, the necessity of the fallow times, the courage in the sprouting anew. He picked up his sketchbook, unused for weeks. Instead of trying to capture an unchanging summer scene, he began to draw the oak as it was now wounded yet radiant, cradled by supportive stakes and glowing with inner light. He drew the intricate silver patterns on his own reflection. He drew the first snowflakes landing gently on the moss. The lines flowed easily, filled with a new kind of life, not static, but vibrant with the story of resilience and transformation. That evening, as snow softly blanketed Willowmere, Finn sat by the crackling fire with Silas. Outside, the world was transforming into a hushed, glittering wonderland. Inside, warmth and peace filled the cottage. "You seem settled, lad," Silas remarked, his voice a low rumble like distant thunder. Finn smiled, looking at the flames dance. "The oak taught me, grandfather and Maudie, and you." He traced the silver pattern faintly visible on his own wrist in the firelight, a mark not of fear overcome, but of growth embraced. "It's not about stopping the seasons. It's about learning to be the roots that hold deep, and the branches that can bend, and the heart that can find light even in the bareness. Change isn't the storm-breaking things, it's the quiet magic that heals and grows something new afterward." Silas nodded, a deep contentment in his storm-cloud eyes. Outside, the whisperwood sighed peacefully under its snowy mantle, the heartstream still flowing, reflecting the starlight and the enduring magic of a quiet heart learning to bloom in its own time. Finn closed his eyes, listening to the gentle crackle of the fire and the deep, peaceful silence of the transformed world outside, feeling rooted, resilient, and ready for whatever turn the seasons brought next. The fear had dissolved, replaced by the quiet, enduring magic of acceptance and the profound beauty of his own unfolding. Story 19. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of emerald moss and sunlight dripped like liquid gold through the canopy, lived a world unseen by hurried human eyes. Here, beneath the gnarled roots of grandfather maple, the eldest tree, whose bark held the wrinkles of centuries, nestled the village of Mossglow Hollow. Its inhabitants were small, squirrels with fur like polished chestnuts, badgers whose stripes held starlight, beetles carrying tiny lanterns on their backs, and shy hedgehogs who spoke in rustling whispers. At the heart of Mossglow Hollow flowed the silver-thread spring. It wasn't water, not exactly. It was pure liquid moonlight, gathered from countless clear nights, and filtered through layers of enchanted roots. The spring sang a constant, low hum, a vibration felt more in the belly than heard with the ears. Its light pulsed gently, bathing the hollow in a soft, silvery glow that nourished the luminous moss carpets, made the dewdrops sparkle like diamonds at dawn, and kept the air perpetually fresh and sweet-smelling, like crushed pine needles and wild honeysuckle. The spring's rhythm was tied to the seasons. In spring it bubbled with vibrant energy, making the moss bloom with tiny, star-shaped flowers. Summer brought a deep, resonant flow, cooling the air beneath the trees. Autumn saw it shimmer with golden hues, reflecting the falling leaves. And in winter it slowed to a deep, steady thrum, its light a warm beacon against the cold, melting snow in a perfect circle around its basin. The keeper of the spring's harmony was an elderly squirrel named Pip. His fur was more silver than brown, and his eyes held the patient wisdom of countless turnings of the year. He lived in a cozy knothole high in grandfather maple, lined with thistledown and dried lavender. Pip understood the delicate dance. The spring needed the forest's quiet breath, the roots needed the spring's gentle light, and all creatures needed both. One unusually harsh frostfall, a deep chill, settled over the whispering woods earlier than anyone could remember. It wasn't just cold, it felt wrong. The air crackled with a brittle sharpness that made whiskers ache. The silver-thread spring began to change. Its silvery light dimmed, flickering erratically like a guttering candle. The comforting hum stuttered, replaced by an unsettling, high-pitched whine. Worst of all, a creeping frost, glittering with an unnatural blue light, began to inch its way up the spring's basin, threatening to freeze its luminous flow solid. panic, sharp and cold, fluttered through Mossglow Hollow. The luminous moss patches dulled. The air lost its sweetness, turning thin and metallic. Without the spring's steady warmth and light, the deep winter roots would freeze, grandfather maple might weaken, and the delicate balance of their hidden world would shatter. Pip gathered the elders, Thistle, a sturdy badger whose claws could dig through frozen earth, Luna, a wise old firefly who remembered the patterns of stars for 100 years, and Elder Fern, a venerable hedgehog who knew the language of the roots. They huddled in Pip's knothole, the scent of lavender doing little to calm their fear. "This frost," Luna said, her tiny light dimmer than usual, "it tastes of forgotten shadows. It's not natural winter. It feels lost." Lost. Thistle rumbled, her breath puffing white in the suddenly chilly air inside the hollow. "How can frost be lost?" Elder Fern shifted, her spines rustling like dry leaves. "The woods remember everything," she whispered, her voice thin but clear. "Even the cold, sometimes when the seasons turn too sharply, when the wind forgets its path, a piece of deep winter's spirit can break loose. A frost sprite, untethered and frightened. It seeks anchor, seeks cold, and it doesn't understand the harm it brings." Pip nodded slowly, his old joints stiff. A frightened frost sprite. Lost, cold, and making everything colder still. It clings to the spring because the spring holds the essence of night, but it doesn't understand the spring is life, not endless winter. The solution wasn't force. It was understanding and redirection. The wisdom passed down through generations, whispered in stories around glowing fungus lamps on long winter nights, spoke of such things. The frost sprite needed to be guided home, to the deep, sleeping heart of winter where it belonged, not banished, but shown its true place in the great cycle. "We need the Heartstone," Pip declared. Deep within the oldest part of the forest, beneath a cairn of glacial rocks smoothed by time, lay a stone perpetually cool to the touch. It wasn't ice, it was the memory of winter, sleeping peacefully until its season returned. Touching the Heartstone with the pure light of the silver thread spring could create a beacon, a pathway home for the lost sprite. The journey would be perilous. The unnatural frost was spreading, making paths treacherous, and the woods eerily silent. Pip, despite his age, insisted on going. Thistle, with her strength, would dig through any frozen obstacles. Luna would light their way and navigate by the hidden stars. Elder Fern, knowing the secret paths whispered by the roots, would guide them. Bundled in woven spider silk scarves and carrying tiny pouches of warming herbs, cinnamon bark and dried sunshine berries, the small band set out. The forest outside Mossglow Hollow was transformed. Familiar paths were glazed with the unnatural blue frost, sparkling cruelly under the weak winter sun filtering through bare branches. The air was brittle, biting at their noses. The comforting sounds of the woods, the rustle of small creatures, the drip of melting snow were gone, replaced by an oppressive silence broken only by the crunch of frost underfoot and the distant, mournful sigh of the wind. Thistle led, her powerful claws breaking through the icy crust with determined thuds. Luna flew just ahead, her light a brave, fragile star in the encroaching blue gloom. Elder Fern moved slowly but surely, her nose twitching, her mind listening to the subtle vibrations in the earth, guiding them away from patches where the frost felt particularly hungry. Pip brought up the rear, his breath coming in short puffs, his eyes scanning the frozen landscape, remembering stories of resilience. They navigated frozen streams that crackled ominously under Thistle's weight, climbed icy embankments where Luna's light reflected off 1,000 glittering facets, and squeezed through tunnels formed by frost-heaved roots that groaned like ancient beasts. The cold seeped into their bones, a deep ache that threatened to steal their resolve. Luna's light flickered lower. "Remember the spring's warmth, Luna," Pip encouraged softly, his voice raspy. "Remember the taste of honeysuckle on a summer dusk. Hold that light inside." Luna focused, her tiny body trembling and her light steadied, glowing a little warmer, pushing back the blue-tinged shadows just a fraction. The scent of cinnamon and sunshine berries from their pouches offered small, fleeting comforts, like echoes of lost summers. Finally, guided by elder fern's unerring scents and the faint, ancient chill radiating from the direction they sought, they reached the glacial cairn. Massive, smooth stones, draped in thick blankets of snow untouched by the unnatural blue frost, formed a silent circle. In the center lay the Heartstone. It was smaller than Pip remembered from the tales, a smooth, dark gray rock, almost black, radiating a profound, peaceful cold that felt deep and ancient, not sharp and invasive like the blue frost. Mist curled gently around it, smelling cleanly of mountain air and deep thyme. Pip approached cautiously. He pulled a small, crystal phial from his woven vest. Inside glimmered a single drop of pure silver thread spring light, collected before the frost took hold. It pulsed faintly, like a captured star. His paws shook, both from cold and the weight of the task. Taking a deep breath, he uncorked the phial and carefully, reverently, let the single drop of silvery light fall onto the cool, dark surface of the Heartstone. Plink. The sound was impossibly loud in the frozen silence. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the drop spread, not soaking in, but flowing across the stone like liquid mercury. Where it touched, intricate patterns of pure silver light bloomed spirals, snowflakes, constellations etching themselves onto the Heartstone's surface. A low, resonant hum began, deep and calming, vibrating up through their paws. It wasn't the spring's hum, it was the song of winter's deep, dreaming heart. A beam of pure, silver-white light shot upwards from the Heartstone, piercing the gray winter sky like a luminous needle. It pulsed gently, steadily, radiating waves of peaceful cold and ancient reassurance. Back in Mossglow Hollow, the frantic blue frost creeping up the silver thread spring suddenly hesitated. Its advance slowed. The spring's erratic flickering calmed slightly. The high-pitched whine softened, becoming more like a questioning sigh. Near the glacial cairn, a small figure coalesced from the swirling blue mist. It was barely the size of Pip's paw, a wisp of concentrated cold shaped vaguely like a tiny, intricate snowflake. Its light was a frightened, frantic blue. It hovered near the spreading blue frost, drawn to the cold but seeming confused and agitated. It flitted towards the beam of light from the Heartstone. As it touched the silver radiance, its frantic blue light softened, blending with the silver. The chaotic buzzing energy surrounding it calmed. It circled the beam, drawn by the deep, resonant hum, the profound sense of belonging it emitted. Pip held his breath. Thistle stopped digging. Luna dimmed her own light. Elder Fern closed her eyes, listening. The frost sprite circled the beam once, twice, its form becoming clearer, less jagged, more serene. It paused, seeming to look back towards Mossglow Hollow, then towards the deep, dreaming woods beyond the cairn. Then, with a soft sigh that sounded like wind through icy pines, it flowed upwards, merging completely with the silver beam of light. The beam pulsed brighter for an instant, then gently faded, leaving the Heartstone glowing softly with its etched silver patterns before dimming back to its quiet, cool state. The unnatural, biting cold lifted instantly. It was still winter, still crisp, but the harsh, brittle edge was gone. The oppressive silence broke as a lone chickadee dared a tentative chirp somewhere high above. The frantic blue frost on the silver thread spring melted away as if it had never been, vanishing into the earth. The spring's silvery light surged back, pure and strong, bathing Mossglow Hollow in its familiar, comforting glow. The deep, resonant hum returned, steady and soothing as a mother's heartbeat. The journey back was easier. The paths were merely snowy, not lethally frozen. The air smelled of clean snow and pine again. Laughter, relieved and joyous, echoed through the trees as they approached Mossglow Hollow, greeted by cheers and the warm glow of the fully restored silver thread spring. That night, the whole village gathered around the spring. Grandfather Maple's roots felt warm beneath them. The luminous moss glowed softly, star-flowers closed in peaceful sleep. Pip sat beside the shimmering basin, Thistle, Luna, and Elder Fern beside him. "The woods remember," Pip said, his voice warm and strong in the peaceful hum. "Winter has its place deep and dreaming, the spring has its flow bright and nourishing, summer its warmth, autumn its letting go, each needs the other. A lost piece, frightened and cold, only needed to find its way back to the great pattern." He looked around at the small, kind faces illuminated by the spring's light and the tiny lanterns of the fireflies. We are part of that pattern, too. Our wisdom is listening. Our strength is helping each other find the way. When something is lost or out of balance, we don't push it away in fear. We listen. We remember. We shine a light to guide it home. As the silver thread spring hummed its ancient lullaby, and the scent of pine and moonlight filled the crisp air, the creatures of Mossglow Hollow nestled close. The unnatural chill was a memory, replaced by the deep, abiding peace of the forest restored. Above, through a break in the canopy, the true stars glittered, cold and clear and beautiful, each in its rightful place. The whispering woods breathed deep, the boundaries between magic and reality softly blurred, held in perfect, harmonious balance. And high in his knothole, Pip watched the steady, silvery light, knowing the wisdom of roots deep in time, and felt a profound sense of comfort settle over the ancient, enchanted forest. All was well. All was as it should be. Sleep, little ones, sleep. Story 20. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stood as sentinels, and the air hummed with a quiet, ancient magic, life unfolded in ways unseen by hurried human eyes. Here, beneath a canopy woven from centuries of leaves, lived the creatures who called this boundary place home. Moss, thick and velvet soft, carpeted the ground, releasing the sweet, damp scent of petrichor long after rain. Sunlight, when it pierced the emerald ceiling, fell in dappled pools of gold, warming the backs of drowsy beetles and painting patterns on the speckled wings of flitting sprites. Among these dwellers was Thistle, a young squirrel with fur the color of storm clouds and eyes bright with curiosity. Her home was a cozy knothole high in the gnarled embrace of Grandfather Oak, whose bark held the deep grooves of countless seasons. Thistle spent her days scampering along the whispering branches, collecting stories like others collected nuts. She learned the secret language of the rustling leaves, the gossip carried by drifting pollen, and the slow, deep songs the roots sang to the sleeping stones far below. Her closest friend was Willow, a badger whose stripes were like moonlight on shadow. Willow moved with a patient, deliberate grace, her paws whispering through the moss. She was older, her eyes holding the quiet wisdom of the earth itself. She taught Thistle the forest's deeper rhythms, how the first frost painted delicate silver lace on spiderwebs, how the spring rains coaxed shy bluebell carpets from the loam, and how the summer sun ripened the wild berries until they burst with sweetness. The whispering woods, Willow would rumble softly, her voice like stones shifting in a gentle stream, is a great breathing being. Each root, each leaf, each drop of dew is part of a song older than the hills. We creatures are its notes, playing our part in the harmony. Remember that, little Thistle. Balance is everything. One autumn, as the air turned crisp and the leaves began their fiery transformation from green to gold and crimson, a strange unease settled over the forest. The change felt wrong. The usual vibrant burst of color was muted, as if seen through a dusty veil. The air, instead of smelling sharp and sweet with fallen leaves and damp earth, carried a faint, metallic chill. Most unsettling of all, the nightly symphony of crickets and owls grew hesitant, then fell silent. A deep, unnatural quiet descended, broken only by the brittle crunch of leaves underfoot. Thistle noticed it first. The stream near her oak, usually chuckling merrily over smooth stones, ran sluggish and cold. The late-blooming moonflowers, whose luminous petals usually unfurled with the rising moon, remained tightly closed buds, shivering in the cold. Willow Thistle chattered nervously, scampering down to her friend's set entrance. Something's amiss. The forest feels sick. Willow emerged, her broad snout sniffing the air deeply. Her usually calm eyes held a flicker of concern. You feel it too, little one. The balance is tipping. The frost weavers are coming too soon and too harshly. The frost weavers were not creatures, but a magical phenomenon, the delicate patterns of frost that normally arrived gently after the first hard freeze, signaling the slow shift into winter's slumber. But this felt aggressive, a cold that bit deep into the earth before its time. The heart of the woods is troubled. We must seek counsel. Their journey took them deep into the oldest part of the forest, where the trees grew so close their branches intertwined like clasped hands, forming a cathedral of living wood. The air here was thick with the scent of pine resin and damp, ancient stone. Light filtered down in soft, green shafts. In a clearing carpeted with luminous blue-green moss that glowed faintly in the perpetual twilight, stood the elder tree. It wasn't the tallest, but it was the most ancient, its trunk wider than 10 badgers laid end to end, etched with runes only the oldest creatures could understand. Nestled within its vast roots lived Sylvanus, the great horned owl, keeper of the forest's deepest memories. Sylvanus emerged as they approached, his feathers the color of aged bark and starlight. His large, golden eyes seemed to hold the wisdom of 1,000 turning seasons. You come with the chill upon you, he hooted softly, his voice resonating in the stillness. The earth's breath grows shallow. The frost weavers are early, Sylvanus, Willow rumbled, bowing her head respectfully. They come with teeth, not whispers. The stream slows, the flowers refuse the moon, the songbirds have fled. Sylvanus closed his eyes for a long moment. When he opened them, they seemed to gaze into the very core of the woods. A great stone fell in the mountains far to the north, he intoned. A wound opened deep in the earth, and a pocket of ancient, restless cold escaped. It drifts southward, carried on winds that do not understand the seasons. It seeks to freeze the flow of life itself. Thistle's heart hammered against her ribs. Can we stop it? Can we warm the woods again? The cold is powerful, Sylvanus said, his voice grave. But the heart of the forest is stronger if its children remember the harmony. The magic that binds us is woven from cooperation, from each creature playing its part in the dance of the seasons. This unnatural frost fears warmth, but not the warmth of fire. It fears the warmth of connection, of life persisting together. He spread his vast wings, stirring the cool air. Go seek the stag of sunken paths. His antlers hold the memory of the sun's first kiss upon the world. He walks where the oldest ley lines pulse. Find him, he will know what must be done. But remember, little ones, you are not alone. Call upon the others. Remind the forest of its own strength. Their quest led them along hidden paths, known only to the forest dwellers. They called out as they went, their voices carrying through the unnaturally silent woods. From hollow logs and burrows emerged hesitant faces. Fern, the quick-witted fox with fur like autumn bracken, Pip, a small, brave mouse with a voice surprisingly strong for her size, Brock, an elderly hedgehog whose spines glittered with dewdrops, and a host of others, rabbits, voles, stoats, even a family of watchful deer. Word spread on the breeze, carried by nervous whispers and determined chirps. The creatures of the whispering woods, sensing the deep wrongness, began to gather. Deep in a hidden valley where sunlight pooled like liquid gold even on gray days, they found the stag. He was majestic, his coat the deep brown of fertile earth, his antlers vast and intricate, seeming to catch and hold the very light, shimmering with an inner warmth. His eyes, deep and calm as forest pools, held the patience of ages. You seek the sun's memory, the stag said, his voice a low rumble that vibrated through the ground. The cold steals warmth, but it cannot steal the memory of warmth, nor the promise of its return. The ley lines beneath us carry the earth's lifeblood, its natural warmth, but the invading frost seeks to still them. He lowered his magnificent head. The frost gathers its strength near the crystal falls, where the water sings loudest. There the cold thickens, trying to silence the stream's song, the very pulse of the forest. To disperse it, we must remind the cold that life persists. We must create a tapestry of warmth, woven not from fire, but from the unbroken chain of being, from the shared breath of the woods. His plan unfolded with quiet clarity. Each creature, no matter how small, had a role. The badgers and foxes, strong diggers, were to gently uncover patches of earth warmed by the deeper geothermal currents near the ley lines, letting that subtle heat rise. The birds, thrushes, robins, wrens who had bravely stayed were to sing. Not their usual songs, but the oldest songs, the ones passed down from generation to generation, songs that spoke of spring buds, summer sun, and the enduring strength of roots. Their combined voices would be a physical vibration, a warmth carried on sound. The squirrels, led by Thistle, were to gather. Not nuts, but the last sun-warmed acorns, the brightest autumn leaves still clinging to branches, and the precious, late-blooming moonflower Sylvanus had instructed Pip's mouse family to carefully coax open, using the residual warmth of sun-baked stones carried in tiny leaf pouches. These glowing flowers, symbols of the moon's gentle light and the forest's resilience, were to be placed strategically around the gathering point. Thistle, her small paws trembling but her spirit alight, understood her most crucial task. Using skills taught by Willow and guided by a deep instinct she didn't know she possessed, she climbed the tallest ash tree overlooking the crystal falls. Below, the falls usually tumbled in a sparkling, musical cascade. Now they moved sluggishly, thick with strange, sharp-edged ice crystals that glinted with a cold, blue light. The air around them crackled with unnatural frost. As the creatures assembled, a profound stillness settled, charged with anticipation. Willow began. She pressed her broad paws against the exposed, warm earth near a ley-line convergence. A deep, resonant hum started, a sound felt more than heard, vibrating up through her legs and into the ground. Fern and the other diggers joined, their focused energy amplifying the gentle thrum of the earth's warmth rising. Then the birds began. Pip the mouse stood on a mossy rock, her tiny chest puffed out, and let out a clear, pure note. It was joined by the robin's sweet melody, the thrush's complex flute-like song, the wren's bright trill. Their voices intertwined, weaving a tapestry of sound that seemed to shimmer in the cold air. It wasn't loud, but it was profound, echoing the songs of countless ancestors, carrying the memory of sunlight on feathers, the taste of summer berries, the promise of nesting grounds to come. Brock the hedgehog and the deer family carefully placed the glowing moonflowers around the edge of the gathering. Their soft, ethereal light pulsed gently against the encroaching blue frost. Other creatures added their gathered treasures, acorns radiating the stored heat of autumn sun, leaves blazing with captured fire. Thistle, high in her ash tree, watched the scene unfold. She saw the shimmering tapestry forming below the warm earth humming, the song weaving through the air, the gentle lights glowing, the gathered treasures radiating remembered warmth. It was a living shield against the unnatural cold. Taking a deep breath of the frigid air, Thistle closed her eyes. She remembered Willow's lessons about the forest's breath, about the roots singing. She remembered Sylvanus's words about the heart of the woods. She remembered the stag's antlers holding the sun's first kiss. Focusing all her will, all her love for her home, she joined her small voice to the symphony below. Not a song of words, but a pure, clear note of belonging, of life insisting on its place. It was the note of a squirrel who knew every branch, every hidden cache, every secret rustle of her beloved woods. As her note joined the others, something shifted. The shimmering tapestry below seemed to solidify, becoming a visible dome of soft, golden light and harmonious sound, pushing gently but firmly against the biting blue frost gathering near the falls. The unnatural crystals shivered. A faint musical chime sounded, like ice cracking under a warm touch. The sluggish water of the falls seemed to take a deeper breath. The thick layer of sharp frost began to soften, its hard edges blurring. The creatures below felt it too. The deep hum from the earth grew warmer, vibrating up through their paws. The bird's song gained strength, filling the clearing with undeniable life. The moonflowers glowed brighter, their light no longer just resisting the cold, but actively pushing it back. The gathered acorns and leaves seemed to pulse with stored sunlight. High above, Thistle poured her whole being into her note, feeling the resistance of the cold, feeling the collective warmth of the forest below surging upwards. She saw the frost over the crystal falls begin to melt, not into water, but into shimmering motes of blue light that dissipated like mist in sudden sunshine. The water's song, muted for days, returned first a tentative trickle, then a stronger flow, finally its full, joyous cascade echoing through the valley once more. The biting metallic chill in the air dissolved, replaced by the familiar, clean crispness of true autumn. A collective sigh, warm and relieved, rippled through the gathered creatures. The shimmering dome of warmth and song faded gently, its work done, absorbed back into the grateful forest. Thistle climbed down from her ash tree, her limbs trembling with exertion but her heart soaring. Willow met her, nuzzling her gently. "You found the note, little one," the badger rumbled, pride warming her voice. The note of the forest's enduring heart. They returned to the elder tree clearing. Sylvanus awaited them, a soft gleam in his golden eyes. "The balance is restored," he hooted. "The ancient cold has been reminded it is a guest, not a conqueror. It returns to the deep places where it belongs. The frost weavers will come again, but in their own time, with their gentle artistry." He looked at the gathered creatures, large and small. "You remembered the oldest wisdom, that the strength of the whispering woods lies not in one, but in the harmony of all. Each voice, each action woven together creates a warmth no unnatural frost can withstand. This lesson, woven into the roots and whispered on the wind, will endure." As the creatures dispersed, returning to their homes under the now peacefully rustling canopy, a profound peace settled over the woods. The colors of autumn seemed richer, deeper, glowing with life. The stream chuckled contentedly. That night the moonflowers unfurled their luminous petals fully, bathing the forest floor in soft silver light. The crickets tentatively resumed their chirping, soon joined by the reassuring hoot of owls. The air smelled richly of damp earth, decaying leaves, and the sweet promise of life continuing. Thistle curled up in her knot-hole high in grandfather oak, listening to the familiar, comforting sounds of the forest breathing around her. The memory of the cold was fading, replaced by the deep, warm glow of shared purpose. She understood now, deep in her bones, what Willow had meant about the song. She was a note, yes, but a vital one, part of a harmony far greater than herself. Below, Willow settled into her set, the deep hum of the contented earth a lullaby. Above, Sylvanus watched the stars wheel through the branches, the ancient rhythms secure once more. And deep in the hidden valley, the stag of sunken path stood sentinel, his sun-caught antlers a silent promise that the light would always return, held safe within the enduring heart of the whispering woods. The magic of the seasons, deeply intertwined with the lives of its hidden creatures, flowed peacefully on, a timeless lullaby sung by the earth itself. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Clara. Her home was a charming cottage draped in ivy, its stone walls warmed by the golden glow of the evening sun. Clara was known for her gentle heart and a smile that could light up the darkest days. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Clara wrestled with a secret discomfort, an unease that stemmed from the changes she felt lurking in the shadows of her life. The seasons were shifting from summer's lush greenery to autumn's fiery palette, and with this change, Clara felt a stirring within her soul. She often strolled through the village, her feet crunching over fallen leaves, her thoughts a flurry of uncertainty. Why must things change? She would whisper to the rustling trees, as if seeking solace in their ancient wisdom. One crisp morning, while gathering herbs in the forest, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, nestled among the roots of an old oak, was a tiny door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Clara knelt down and lightly traced the carvings with her fingers. Suddenly she heard a soft, musical voice. "Do you wish to enter, dear one?" the voice asked, gentle as the breeze. Startled, Clara looked around but saw no one. With her heart fluttering like the wings of a sparrow, she nodded. The door creaked open, revealing a shimmering pathway that seemed to beckon her onward. As she stepped through the threshold, Clara found herself in a wondrous realm where the air was fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the sky blushed with hues of lavender and rose. The landscape was alive with magic. Trees with leaves spun from silver, streams that sang as they flowed, and creatures that glimmered with a luminescent glow. It was here she met Silas, a wise and gentle creature resembling both a fox and a deer, with eyes like pools of starlight. "Welcome, Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You've entered the realm of reflection, where inner truths are revealed through the magic that surrounds you." Silas became Clara's guide, leading her through this enchanted land where every step seemed to mirror the transformations she feared. Together, they wandered through fields of golden grass that whispered secrets in the wind, and visited groves where the trees sang songs of old. One afternoon, as they rested by a crystal-clear pond, Silas spoke gently. "Change is like the seasons, dear Clara. It is the nature of life to evolve and grow. It is not something to fear, but to embrace." Clara watched her reflection ripple in the pond, noticing how the water distorted and reshaped her image. She realized that just as the pond could change her reflection, so too could she adapt to the changes within and around her. With each passing day in the magical realm, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the subtle rhythms of life. She learned from the creatures of the forest, who navigated their world with grace and acceptance. From the flowers that bloomed and faded with the sun, she learned the beauty of cycles and renewal. The time came when Clara felt a deep sense of peace settle within her heart, a gentle acceptance of the inevitable changes that life would bring. She thanked Silas for his wisdom and friendship, his presence a comforting balm to her soul. As she prepared to leave the realm of reflection, Silas gifted her a small, translucent stone that shimmered with all the colors of the realm. "Keep this close to your heart," he said, "and remember the lessons you've learned here." Clara stepped back through the tiny door, returning to her village, but the world seemed different now. The autumn leaves no longer whispered of endings, but of new beginnings. Her heart, once burdened with fear, now danced with hope and possibility. As the days turned to weeks and autumn gave way to winter, Clara shared her newfound wisdom with her friends and neighbors, helping them see the beauty in life's ever-turning wheel. The stone from Silas remained a cherished keepsake, a reminder of the magical journey that had transformed her from within. And so, in the warmth of her cottage by the crackling fireplace, Clara found comfort in the knowledge that change was not a foe to be fought, but a friend to be welcomed. Her heart, now open and free, embraced the endless dance of seasons, carrying her ever forward on the gentle wings of transformation. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. The little village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where sunbeams danced through sycamore leaves, and the air always smelled of damp earth and wild thyme. In this quiet corner of the world lived a boy named Leo, whose favorite pastime was combing the pebbled shores of the singing river. Leo had eyes the color of storm clouds and a habit of noticing things others overlooked, the way dew clung to spiderwebs like diamond necklaces, or how the old stone bridge hummed when the wind blew just so. One misty morning, Leo's fingers closed around a pebble unlike any other. It was no larger than a hazelnut, milky white, with a single amber streak swirling through its center. As he wiped away the river silt, the stone pulsed warmly against his palm. Then, clear as birdsong, a tiny voice whispered, "Carry me to the whispering woods." Keeper Leo nearly dropped it in surprise. The pebble, it seemed, was no ordinary stone. It was a heartstone, a fragment of the world's oldest magic, and it had chosen him. That night the heartstone glowed like captured moonlight beneath Leo's pillow. Its voice, soft as dandelion fluff, explained its purpose. The woods are fading, their songs grow faint. You must restore the balance. Leo packed a satchel with crusty bread, a wedge of cheese, and his coziest woolen scarf. With the heartstone nestled in his pocket, radiating gentle warmth, he slipped into the dawn-lit forest. The whispering woods had always been a place of rustling secrets, but now an unsettling silence hung between the birches. Leaves curled brown at the edges, and mosses lay dull as faded velvet. Leo's first helper appeared as he tripped over a gnarled root. "Mind the ankles, young traveler," chuckled a voice like dry leaves. A badger named Bramble emerged, stout, gray-muzzled, and wearing spectacles perched precariously on his snout. Bramble, a historian of forest lore, explained the crisis. The wood's heart song, a melody woven from roots and rain, had frayed. Something stolen its harmony, he sighed, polishing his spectacles anxiously. Their path led deeper, where shadows pooled like ink. Here they met Piper, a kingfisher whose feathers shimmered teal and copper. Piper could hear the faintest vibrations in the air, the music of the unseen, she called it. "The sadness comes from the crystal caves," she trilled, landing on Leo's shoulder. "But the way is guarded by the thicket of thorns. It bites." True enough, ahead loomed a wall of brambles, each thorn glistening like black ice. The thicket wasn't merely sharp, it was sorrowful. As Leo approached, the heartstone pulsed, translating the vine's mournful creaks. "Alone, always alone, no sun, no song," Piper fluttered nervously. "We could find a way around. It might take weeks." Bramble suggested digging under, but the roots ran fathoms deep. Leo knelt, heartstone glowing in his cupped hands. Wisdom stirred within him, not force, but understanding. "They're not guarding the caves," he realized softly. "They are lonely." He placed the heartstone gently against a gnarled stem. Instantly the vine trembled, its thorns retracting slightly. Leo hummed the lullaby his mother sang, a simple tune of comfort. Bramble joined in with a rumbling bass, Piper with a fluting descant. Slowly the thicket parted, not in submission, but in relief. Vines curled like welcoming fingers, revealing a path dappled with sudden sunlight. "You listened," murmured the vines, their voices now soft as ferns uncurling. "No one ever listens." Beyond lay the crystal caves, where geodes sparkled like frozen starlight. But the caves wept. Tears of liquid quartz dripped from the ceiling, pooling in silent misery. At the center stood the source of the woe, the harmony spire, a crystal column that usually pulsed with light. Now it was fractured, its glow dimmed. Perched atop it was a small, shivering creature, a rock wren named Shale, whose nest had crumbled in a tremor. Each time she shifted, her claws scraped the spire, deepening its cracks. "My home," she chirped desperately. "All broken." Piper darted forward. "Shoo, silly bird, you're hurting the woods." But Leo raised a calming hand. He felt the Heartstone's warmth spread through him, weaving together the threads of what he'd learned. Bramble's lore, Piper's attunement, the thicket's loneliness, and now Shale's fear. Force would only shatter the spire further. Wisdom whispered a different solution. "Your home isn't gone, Shale," Leo said gently, pointing to a crevice brimming with soft moss. "It's waiting for you." He placed the Heartstone at the spire's base. Amber light bloomed, touching the fractures. "Bramble, tell her the story of the Cave of Echoes, where nests never fall." As Bramble spun tales of resilient stone nests, Piper trilled a soothing melody. Shale cocked her head, curiosity replacing panic. She hopped toward the mossy niche, and as she settled, the spire's cracks sealed with a sound like chimes. Light swelled, warm and gold, flooding the caves. Outside, the woods sighed. Leaves unfurled emerald bright, mosses plumped like velvet cushions, and the air thrummed with 1,000 rustling harmonies, oak bassoons, fern flutes, brook babble percussion. The heart song was restored. As thanks, the woods gifted Leo. Bramble presented him a spectacles cloth woven from spider silk, for seeing clearly. Piper dropped a blue kingfisher feather, for hearing deeply, and Shale chirped a new lullaby into his heart. Leo returned to Willowbrook as dusk painted the sky lavender. The Heartstone, its amber streak now a contented glow, nestled once more in his pocket, a quiet guardian. That night, as crickets sang outside his window, Leo understood. Magic wasn't in grand spells or roaring power. It lived in listening, in kindness that mended broken things. He fell asleep smiling, the forest's lullaby woven through his dreams, knowing the world hummed with secret wonders waiting for a gentle heart to hear them. And in the whispering woods, if you press your ear to the oldest birch, you might still hear 3 friends, a badger, a kingfisher, and a boy, singing the world whole again. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Once upon a starry night, in a cozy woodland village, there lived a young hedgehog named Willow. Though small in stature, Willow's heart was vast, filled with dreams of adventure and self-discovery. However, like the tightly furled leaves that protected her, Willow found herself resistant to change, preferring the comfort of her familiar burrow. One crisp autumn morning, Willow awoke to find her world transformed. The once vibrant forest now slumbered under a blanket of golden leaves, and a chill wind whispered of winter's approach. Willow shivered, her quills prickling with apprehension. How could she embrace this new season when every fiber of her being longed for the warmth of summer? As Willow ventured forth in search of sustenance, she encountered her dear friend, Oakley, a wise old oak tree whose branches had weathered countless seasons. "Greetings, little one," Oakley rumbled, his deep voice like the creaking of ancient wood. "I sense your unease with the changing tides." Willow nodded, her eyes downcast. "Everything feels so different, so unfamiliar. I fear I am ill-equipped to handle such upheaval." Oakley chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "My dear Willow, change is the natural order of life. Just as the forest sheds its vibrant cloak each autumn, only to be reborn in spring's verdant embrace, so too must we embrace the cycles of growth and renewal." Sensing Willow's skepticism, Oakley gestured towards a nearby clearing with a gnarled branch. "Behold the beauty of transformation," he whispered. In the heart of the clearing stood a magnificent weeping willow tree, its slender branches adorned with delicate, crystal-like leaves that shimmered in the morning light. As Willow drew nearer, she gasped in wonder, for the leaves seemed to emanate a soft, ethereal glow, casting prismatic patterns upon the forest floor. "This is no ordinary tree," Oakley explained. "It is a manifestation of the magic that courses through our woodland realm, a living embodiment of the cycle of renewal. Each autumn, as the leaves turn to crystal, they capture the essence of the changing season, only to melt away come spring, replenishing the earth with their life-giving energy." Willow's eyes widened with childlike wonder as she beheld the crystalline splendor. In that moment, she felt a profound connection to the weeping willow, as if its roots had entwined with her very soul. Over the following weeks, Willow found herself drawn to the willow's enchanting presence, marveling at the ever-changing patterns cast by its luminous leaves. As winter's icy grip tightened upon the forest, Willow's once prickly nature softened, and she began to embrace the beauty of each season's unique gifts. One frosty night, as Willow huddled beneath the willow's crystalline canopy, she was joined by her friends, Oakley, the wise old oak, Flutter, a kind-hearted butterfly, and Burrow, a loyal rabbit with a penchant for cozy nooks. Together they shared stories and laughter, their bonds strengthened by the willow's nurturing embrace. As the first blush of spring crept over the horizon, Willow witnessed a miraculous transformation. The once crystalline leaves began to melt, their radiant droplets seeping into the earth, nourishing the slumbering seeds that would soon burst forth in a riot of new life. In that moment, Willow understood the profound truth Oakley had imparted, that change, though often daunting, was an essential part of growth and renewal. Just as the willow shed its crystalline cloak to nurture new beginnings, so too must Willow embrace the cycles of her own life, shedding her fears and insecurities to make way for the boundless potential within. From that day forth, Willow greeted each season with open arms, her heart filled with gratitude for the enduring magic of the woodland realm. And though the weeping willow's crystalline leaves would return with the autumn chill, Willow knew that within her burned an eternal flame, the inextinguishable light of hope, resilience, and the courage to embrace life's ever-changing tapestry. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. In the soft twilight of a universe filled with countless stars, there existed a peculiar planet known as Lumina, a place aglow with a warm, perpetual twilight. The sky was a tapestry of swirling purples and golds, and the air carried a gentle, sweet aroma akin to blooming lilacs. Lumina was known for its luminous flora and gentle creatures, but it was also a world where paths often crossed in unexpected ways. On one such evening, when the sky shimmered with the brilliance of 1,000 tiny moons, two travelers found themselves in a serendipitous meeting. The first was a young being named Zephyr, hailing from the airy plains of Arion, a planet where the winds sang songs of old and every creature was gifted with wings. Zephyr's feathers were a soft azure, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder. His heart longed for adventure, to see beyond the horizon of his windswept home. The second was a wanderer named Mira, from the oceanic depths of Nereida, a world where the seas glowed with bioluminescent life. Mira's skin shimmered like the surface of the sea under a full moon, her hair danced like seaweed in a gentle current, and her eyes held the depths of the ocean's mysteries. She had ventured beyond her watery domain in search of stories and the secrets of the stars. Their meeting was not a planned one. Zephyr had been gliding through the skies of Lumina, entranced by its beauty, when a sudden gust of unfamiliar wind threw him off course. He landed, rather ungracefully, in a clearing where Mira was setting up camp for the night. Startled by the sound, Mira turned, her eyes widening at the sight of the winged newcomer tangled in a thicket of luminous vines. "Oh dear," Mira exclaimed softly, her voice like the gentle lapping of waves. "Are you all right?" Zephyr, flustered and a little embarrassed, untangled himself with a sheepish grin. "I'm fine, just a bit wind-blown," he chuckled, brushing off his feathers. "I didn't mean to intrude." "Nonsense," Mira replied with a kind smile. "Any friend of the stars is welcome here." And so, under the canopy of twinkling lights, a friendship began to blossom. They spent the evening exchanging tales of their homelands, their voices mingling with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant calls of Lumina's nocturnal creatures. Zephyr spoke of the skies that carried the songs of Arion, while Mira shared the mysteries of the deep, the rhythm of the tides in her heart. Yet, as with all new friendships, misunderstandings were inevitable. Zephyr, ever the inquisitive one, was fascinated by Mira's tales of the sea, but often interrupted with a barrage of questions, eager to know more. Mira, unused to such interruptions, found herself growing frustrated, feeling that her stories were being lost in the whirlwind of Zephyr's curiosity. One evening, as they sat by a shimmering brook that wound its way through the forest, Mira's patience wore thin. "Zephyr," she said gently, but with a hint of exasperation, "sometimes it's important to listen fully before asking more." Zephyr blinked, taken aback. "I didn't mean to be rude," he replied, his voice tinged with remorse. I find your stories so fascinating that I can't help myself." "Perhaps," Mira suggested softly, "we could learn to understand each other's ways. I will try to be more patient, and you, perhaps, could pause and reflect a little longer." Zephyr nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. "I'll do my best," he promised, and they shared a warm, comforting silence, the brook's gentle babbling filling the space between them. Their bond grew stronger as they faced shared challenges in the days that followed. Lumina, for all its beauty, held its own mysteries and obstacles. There were paths that twisted and turned unexpectedly, and creatures that tested their wits and resolve. One such moment came when a sudden storm swept across the land, with winds that howled like lost spirits and rain that fell like a curtain of silver. They found themselves seeking shelter in a cave, the entrance hidden by a cascade of glowing vines. Inside, the storm's fury was muted, replaced by the soft echoes of their breath and the distant rumble of thunder. Zephyr, who was used to dancing with the winds, felt a pang of unease in the confined space. Mira, sensing his discomfort, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "It's all right," she murmured, her voice a soothing balm. "We'll weather this storm together." Zephyr nodded, grateful for her presence. "Thank you," he whispered, his heart warming at the gesture. As the storm raged on, they shared stories to pass the time, each learning to appreciate the other's perspective. Zephyr listened more intently, finding joy in the rhythm of Mira's words, while Mira found herself swept up in Zephyr's enthusiasm, his questions now a welcome part of their conversations. When the storm finally passed, they emerged from the cave to find the world washed anew, the air crisp and fragrant. They laughed together, feeling a renewed sense of camaraderie, their friendship strengthened by the trials they had faced. Their journey continued, with each day bringing new wonders and lessons. They learned to navigate the challenges of Lumina, drawing strength from each other, their bond a testament to the power of understanding and support. One evening, as they sat atop a hill, watching the stars dance in the sky, Mira turned to Zephyr. "I've always believed the stars tell stories," she mused softly, her gaze drifting across the celestial tapestry. Zephyr nodded, his heart full. "And I've learned that sometimes the best stories are shared," he replied, his words carrying the warmth of their friendship. In that moment, beneath the vast expanse of the universe, they understood the true meaning of companionship, a shared journey, filled with laughter, understanding, and the gentle support that only true friends can offer. As the night deepened, they wrapped themselves in the comforting embrace of their newfound friendship, knowing that, no matter where their paths might lead, they would always carry the light of this connection within their hearts. And so, in the gentle glow of Lumina, under a sky that held the promise of infinite adventures, Zephyr and Mira drifted into a peaceful sleep, their dreams intertwined with the stars. Story 92. Story 93. The whispering woods had always hummed with secrets older than moonlight. Beneath cathedral trees whose roots cradled forgotten languages, there existed a community of creatures who wore the forest like a second skin. Moss-knitted rabbits whose fur changed with the seasons, starlight-drunk fireflies that wrote poems in the air, and badgers with maps of constellations etched into their paw pads all moved through the dappled shadows. Their world balanced on the edge of a maple leaf, precarious, beautiful, and governed by the ancient pact between the turning wheel, as they called the seasons, and the heartstone, a crystalline relic pulsing deep within the forest's core. One crisp autumn when leaves whisper, a young fox kit named Sorrel noticed the first crack in the world. It appeared as she practiced painting frost patterns with her breath against a spider's web, a skill her grandmother had taught her when the last winter's snow still clung to the earth. The web trembled not from her exhale, but from the faintest shimmer in the air above it, like heat distortion over summer stones. When she pressed a paw to the quivering space, it tasted of burnt honey and loneliness. "Grandmother," Sorrel called, her voice sending a spiral of amber leaves dancing. "The veil between worlds has a toothache." The elder fox emerged from her den of woven ferns, her coat the color of storm clouds and wisdom. She sniffed the air, ears twitching to the discordant rhythm of a woodpecker's delayed morning song. "The heartstone weakens," she murmured, watching a maple leaf stall mid-fall, caught between gold and crimson. "Come, we must consult the council of root and crown." Their journey to the stone hollow revealed the forest's deepening malaise. Brook salamanders floated belly up, their bioluminescent tails dimmed. Oak guardians, ancient trees with faces in their bark, groaned as their lower branches petrified into cold stone. Worst of all were the silence pockets, clearings where sound died as if smothered by invisible moss. Sorrel's whiskers tingled with wrongness when they passed through one, her own heartbeat muffled into nothingness. At the stone hollow, the council had already gathered. Thistlewood, the great horned owl whose feathers held the pattern of every winter storm, perched on a quartz outcropping. Between his talons lay the heartstone, once a vibrant geode singing with inner light, now a dull lump of rock veined with sickly green. Circling him were the season keepers, a maple-key dragonfly representing spring, a berry-fat dormouse for summer, a persimmon-hued salamander for autumn, and a snow hare whose fur still held patches of winter's last gasp. "The turning wheel hesitates," rumbled Thistlewood, his voice the creak of timber holding up the sky. "Without the heartstone's rhythm, seasons will bleed into each other until life unravels." Sorrel's grandmother stepped forward, her tail brushing a constellation of glowing mushrooms into brighter life. "The stone's illness mirrors the forest's wounds. We must mend both as one." A plan was woven like silken thread through the dark. They would collect the 4 essences tied to each season's zenith and use them to cleanse the heartstone. Sorrel, chosen for her keen nose and quicker paws, would lead the gathering. Her first quest took her east to the spring vale, where the air itself blossomed. The journey sang in her blood. She bounded past fiddleheads uncurling like sleep-warmed paws, through meadows where dandelion clocks chimed the hour with drifting seeds. At the vale, a waterfall where liquid sunlight cascaded over emerald rocks, she met the season keeper, a silver-throated deer whose antlers sprouted living cherry blossoms. "Prove your heart matches the spring's renewal," the deer spoke in water-song tones. Before them, the waterfall parted to reveal a sapling choked by thorny vines, its leaves trembling in earth's memory of winter. Sorrel approached not with teeth or claws, but with the lullaby her grandmother sang when frost bit too deep. As she hummed, the thorns softened into wild roses. The sapling stretched upward, buds bursting into flowers that rained peach-scented gratitude. The deer bowed, a single blossom floating into Sorrel's satchel, the essence of awakening. Summer's trial burned brighter. In the south, where heat shimmered like a living thing, Sorrel found the season keeper, a jewel-eyed tree frog enthroned on a lily pad the size of a thundercloud. The air throbbed with the heartbeat of 1,000 cicadas. "Bring order to the chaos," croaked the frog, indicating a sun-scorched meadow where plants grew in wild, suffocating tangles. The deer bowed, a single blossom floating into Sorrel's satchel, the essence of awakening. Summer's trial burned brighter. In the south, where heat shimmered like a living thing, Sorrel found the season keeper, a jewel-eyed tree frog enthroned on a lily pad the size of a thundercloud. The air throbbed with the heartbeat of 1,000 cicadas. Bring order to the chaos, croaked the frog, indicating a sun-scorched meadow where plants grew in wild, suffocating tangles. drought crackled in every yellowed blade. Remembering the badger's lessons on balance, Sorrel didn't rip through the overgrowth. Instead, she dug irrigation channels mimicking the constellations on her grandmother's paws, redirecting a sluggish stream to kiss parched roots. She pruned judiciously, thinning enough for sunlight to nourish, not scorch. When the first melon vine curled gratefully around her leg, the frog gifted her the essence of abundance, a drop of liquid amber that hummed with bee song. Autumn's test came in the west, where the season keeper, a squirrel with a tail like smoldering embers, waited atop a pyramid of pumpkins. "Everything here clings too tightly," they chittered, gesturing to an orchard where fruit rotted on branches, leaves refusing to fall. The air reeked of sweet decay. Sorrel twitched her nose at the malaise. She began gathering fallen acorns, arranging them in spirals that whispered of cyclical endings. With a badger's digging claw borrowed from the council stores, she carved tiny doors in the stubborn trees, inviting wood beetles to begin the recycling dance. Lastly, she blew the first frost breath she'd ever learned across the highest branches. As reluctant apples thudded to the ground, the squirrel tossed her the essence of release, a maple key that spun ceaselessly in midair. Winter's challenge almost broke her. In the north's endless twilight, the season keeper was a carved ice wolf whose howl shaped snowflakes. "Find warmth without fire," it growled, icicle teeth clinking. Around them, creatures shivered in a blizzard that stole breath and hope. Sorrel thought of dormice sharing nests, of owls sheltering lost fawns under their wings. Gathering the trembling animals, she taught them the huddle dance, a weaving of bodies and breath that kindled communal warmth. When the ice wolf itself began to shiver, she brushed her frost-flecked tail against its paw in shared vulnerability. The essence of rest came as a snowflake that never melted, its crystalline patterns holding the quiet promise of spring's return. Back at Stone Hollow, the council blended the essences into a chalice of woven vines. As Sorrel poured the mixture over the heartstone, the forest held its breath. For a terrible moment, nothing happened. Then, a sound like the first rainfall after drought. The stone's cracks glowed gold, its geode interior spinning to life like a miniature galaxy. Through the bond all forest creatures shared, Sorrel felt the changes ripple outward. Salamanders flipping right side up with indignant splashes, petrified branches sprouting new leaves, silence pockets filling with the symphony of a woodpecker's repentant rhythm. When the last tendril of green sickness vanished, Thistlewood lifted the restored heartstone high. "Remember this day," he boomed as the essences swirled into the stone, creating a new vein of iridescent light. Harmony isn't a spell but a practice, 1,000 small choices to listen, adapt, and care. Years later, when Sorrel had cubs of her own with coats like dappled sunlight, she'd bring them to the stone hollow during the turning days. Together, they'd watch the season keepers perform their dance, the deer's blossoms melting into the frog's summer rains, the squirrel's falling leaves giving way to the wolf's gentle snows. And when curious noses twitched at the heartstone's glow, she'd tell them of cracked veils and communal warmth, her words weaving through the firefly-lit air like a promise. Nothing is ever truly broken when many paws work to mend it. The forest breathed its agreement in the scent of rain-soaked loam and applewood smoke, in the crunch of leaves under careful paws, in the silent understanding that flowed root to branch to star-dusted wing. Somewhere an elder fox smiled as her granddaughter's laughter tangled with the wind, another thread in the endless, beautiful tapestry of the whispering woods. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley the wise old oak tree, and Flutter the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the enchanted grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. In the heart of the lush, emerald-green woods, where the golden sunbeams filtered through the canopy like threads of silk, there lay a small village named Willow Glen. It was a place where time seemed to stand still, wrapped in the gentle embrace of nature's beauty and serenity. The villagers there lived simple, harmonious lives, tending to their gardens and sharing stories by the fireplace. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her kind heart and curious spirit. Lila had a way of seeing the world that others often overlooked, finding magic in the mundane and joy in simplicity. Her days were filled with exploration, as she wandered the woods, collecting wildflowers and listening to the whispers of the wind. One day, while following a particularly curious-looking butterfly with wings the color of a late afternoon sky, Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. Nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with swirling patterns, reminiscent of the dancing leaves in autumn. As she carefully picked it up, She noticed it felt warm to the touch and seemed to hum with a life of its own. Lila's heart raced with excitement as she opened the box. Inside was a shimmering, iridescent stone, unlike anything she had ever seen. It glowed softly, casting a gentle light that danced in her eyes. As she held it, a comforting warmth spread through her, as if the stone itself was whispering secrets of forgotten times. Intrigued by her discovery, Lila hurried back to the village to show her best friend, Finn. Finn was a gentle soul with a mind as sharp as a fox's and a heart as vast as the ocean. Together they had shared countless adventures, each one more thrilling than the last. "Lila, where have you been?" Finn called out as she approached, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. "Finn, you won't believe what I found!" Lila exclaimed, holding out the stone for him to see. As Finn took the stone in his hands, his eyes widened in awe. "It's beautiful, Lila. But what is it?" he asked, turning the stone over to admire its luminescent surface. "I don't know," Lila admitted, "but I think it's special. It feels alive." The two friends sat beneath the shade of a willow tree, discussing the stone's origins and pondering its purpose. As they spoke, the stone seemed to pulse softly, as if responding to their words. It was then that Finn noticed something remarkable. "Lila, look!" he said, pointing to the ground. As they watched, the grass around them began to shimmer with the same iridescent glow as the stone, forming a delicate pathway leading deeper into the woods. With hearts full of wonder and a sense of adventure, Lila and Finn decided to follow the glowing path. It twisted and turned through the forest, leading them to places they had never seen before. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers, and the sounds of birdsong accompanied their journey. As they walked, they noticed that the path seemed to guide them through a hidden world, one that existed just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Trees with leaves of silver and flowers that sang in the breeze surrounded them, and they marveled at the beauty of it all. Eventually, the path led them to a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching toward the heavens, adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. "This must be the heart of the forest," Finn whispered, his voice filled with awe. Lila nodded, her eyes shining with wonder. "It's like a dream," she said softly. As they approached the tree, the stone in Lila's hand began to glow brighter, and a gentle voice filled the air around them. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, conveying a sense of warmth and belonging. "You have found the stone of harmony," the voice seemed to say. "It is a gift from the forest, a symbol of the bond between nature and those who cherish it." Lila and Finn exchanged a glance, understanding dawning within them. The stone was not just a magical object. It was a reminder of the harmony that existed between all living things, a connection that could be felt in every breath of wind and every rustle of leaves. As they stood beneath the tree, the stone pulsed with a gentle rhythm, and the world around them seemed to come alive. The whispers of the forest became clearer, speaking of ancient stories and timeless wisdom. "We must protect this place," Lila said, her voice filled with determination. "It's a treasure, and it needs to be cherished." Finn nodded, his heart swelling with pride. "Together, we can make sure it stays safe," he agreed. With a newfound purpose, the two friends made their way back to the village, their hearts light with the knowledge of the secret world they had discovered. They shared their tale with the villagers, who listened with rapt attention and vowed to help protect the forest and its hidden wonders. As the days turned into weeks, Lila and Finn continued to visit the clearing, tending to the tree and learning from the wisdom of the forest. They discovered that the stone had the power to heal and to bring peace, and they used it to help those in need, spreading kindness and harmony throughout the village. Through their actions, the forest thrived, and the bond between the villagers and the natural world grew stronger. Lila and Finn's friendship blossomed, their shared adventures bringing them closer than ever. In the heart of Willow Glen, where the sun cast its warm embrace over the land, the village flourished, a testament to the power of harmony and the beauty of friendship. And in the depths of the forest, beneath the shade of the ancient tree, the stone of harmony continued to glow, a beacon of hope and peace for all who dared to dream. As the years passed, Lila and Finn grew older, their lives rich with the memories of their adventures, and the joy of the world they had helped to protect. And though they eventually passed the Stone of Harmony on to the next generation, its magic remained, a timeless reminder of the bonds that connected them all. And so, in the quiet moments as dusk settled over the village, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, telling tales of a young girl and her friend who had found the heart of the world and learned that true magic lay not in the stone itself, but in the love and friendship that it inspired. The end. Beneath a sky the color of steeped chamomile tea, where twilight painted the clouds in lavender and apricot strokes, a girl named Leela discovered a path she'd never seen before. It wound behind the old willow tree at the edge of her village, its entrance hidden by cascading vines strung with bioluminescent berries that glowed like fallen stars. The air hummed with the scent of rain-soaked moss and distant wood smoke, and though every sensible bone in Leela's body whispered turn back, her fingers brushed the vines aside and she stepped through. The path unfurled into a forest unlike any she'd known. Trees towered like cathedral pillars, their bark shimmering with iridescent lichen. Leaves the size of rowboats rustled overhead, filtering the moonlight into dappled patterns that danced across the forest floor. A stream meandered alongside the trail, its water clear as liquid crystal, carrying petals that flickered like tiny lanterns. Leela knelt, cupping a handful, and the petals glowed warmer at her touch, as though greeting her. "Where are you taking me?" she murmured, and the stream bubbled a melody in reply. She followed the water's song until the trees thinned, revealing a meadow bathed in the silvery light of 1,000 fireflies. At its center stood a cluster of mushroom houses, their caps striped in candy red and buttercup yellow, chimneys puffing cinnamon-scented smoke. Before Leela could marvel further, a small voice piped up, "You're just in time for tea." A creature no taller than her knee bustled forward, its body resembling a hedgehog crossed with a dandelion puff, quills soft and glowing faintly, eyes like polished citrine. It held a tiny lantern made of acorn shells, which cast shifting constellations onto the grass. "I'm Fig," the creature said, bowing so deeply their snout nearly touched the ground. "Keeper of lost things and part-time baker, you've come for the moonlit conclave, yes." Without waiting for an answer, Fig tugged Leela toward the largest mushroom, where a table was set with cups of steaming elderflower tea and cakes dusted in crushed violets. Around it sat other creatures, a moth with wings like stained glass, a fox whose fur shifted colors like the northern lights, and a rock-shaped being that chimed when it laughed. "The conclave's a meeting of wanderers," explained the moth, sipping tea through a proboscis curled like a candy cane. "We share stories to light the way for those who come after." The fox nodded, pushing a plate of cakes toward Leela. "But first, you must give something to the Well of Whispers." They pointed a paw toward a stone well at the meadow's edge, its rim carved with runes that pulsed faintly. "It asks for courage, not coins," the fox added gently. Leela approached the well, peering into its depths. Instead of water, she saw swirling mist that whispered in voices like wind through reeds. "What do you carry that weighs heavy?" Her throat tightened. She thought of the fear she'd clutched since childhood, the dread of losing her way, of being too small in a vast world. Squeezing her eyes shut, she whispered, "I'm afraid of disappearing." The mist surged upward, wrapping her in a cool embrace, and when it faded, a weight she hadn't realized she'd carried was gone. Around her neck hung a pendant she hadn't arrived with, a teardrop of amber, inside which a firefly's light pulsed steadily. Fig clapped their paws. "Now you're ready." The conclave's stories unfolded like tapestries. The moth spoke of a valley where dreams took root and bloomed into flowers. The fox recounted outwitting a landslide by teaching it a lullaby. When Leela's turn came, her words stumbled at first, but the amber at her throat glowed brighter, and she found herself telling of the willow tree, the hidden path, the shimmering forest. "I thought I'd be lost," she admitted, "but I think being lost is just another way of finding something new." The well of whispers hummed approvingly. As dawn tinged the horizon, Fig pressed a paper-wrapped bundle into Leela's hands. "Mapleberry scones for the road," they said. "Mind the Bridge of Echoes on your way back. It likes to play tricks." The return journey led Leela to a gorge, where a bridge of woven moonlight arched over a rushing river. As she stepped onto it, the bridge shivered, and her own voice echoed around her. "You'll never be brave enough. You'll forget your way." Layla froze, her pulse a frantic drumbeat, until she remembered the stories. Kneeling, she touched the bridge and said, "I'd like to hear your story." The echoes stuttered, then shifted. The river's roar softened into a song about mountains it had carved and valleys it had nourished. The bridge steadied and Leela crossed, the pendant at her throat gleaming like a captured star. When she pushed through the willow's vines once more, dawn had broken over her village. The path behind her vanished, but the amber pendant remained, warm against her skin. That night, as she lay in bed, the firefly's light flickered in time with her heartbeat, and she realized something. The world was vast, yes, but so was her place in it. Years later, villagers would speak of a woman who could find paths no one else could see, who carried a light that never dimmed. But Leela knew the secret. That courage was not the absence of fear, but the choice to whisper yes when the world invited you to wonder. And sometimes, if you listened closely, the stream in the forest still sang her name, a reminder that no journey ever truly ends. It simply becomes part of someone else's beginning. The whispering locket and the moonlit grove. Beneath a sky quilted with stars, where the village of Bramble Hollow nestled between rolling hills, there lived a quiet girl named Leela with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart that listened to things others couldn't hear. Her hands were always stained with charcoal from sketching the world as she saw it, not just trees and streams, but the shimmering edges where reality blurred into something older, wilder. On the eve of her 12th birthday, as fireflies winked secret messages in the meadow, she found a silver locket half buried in the roots of an ancient oak. Its surface was etched with constellations that shifted when touched, and when she pressed it to her ear, it hummed like a seashell full of distant winds. "That," said a voice like rustling parchment, "belongs to the keeper of Between." Leela turned to find an owl perched on a fence post, its feathers dappled moonlight. Larger than any owl ought to be, with eyes like liquid amber, it tilted its head. "You've been chosen, little listener. The grove beyond the thorned gate needs you." The thorned gate revealed itself only at twilight, a tangled archway of briars that glowed faintly blue where the locket's light touched it. Beyond lay the moonlit grove, a forest where trees grew upside down, their roots cradling tiny galaxies of bioluminescent moss, and rivers flowed upward to vanish into mist. Here the air smelled of burnt sugar and forgotten dreams, and every shadow had weight. The owl, who introduced himself as Corwin, explained that the grove was a bridge between worlds, tended for centuries by keepers who maintained its balance. But the last keeper had vanished, and now the grove was fraying. Flowers bloomed black at their cores, streams hiccuped mid-flow, the very light seemed to curdle. "The locket lets you hear the grove's heart," Corwin said, preening a feather back into place. "But mending it will require more than listening. You must find the 3 tears stolen from the weeping pool, moonstone droplets that hold the grove's memories of joy, sorrow, and hope. Without them, this place will unravel, and your world will follow." Their first clue came from a river spirit with hair of frosted glass, who sang in a language of ice cracking and pebbles turning. The locket translated her mournful warble. The first tear sleeps where laughter drowned, in the belly of the hollowed mountain. The mountain loomed at the grove's edge, its peak gnawed open like a bitten apple. Inside, tunnels pulsed with veins of glowing fungi, and the walls whispered riddles that made Leela's temples ache. "I am eaten by the dark, but never full. I follow winter's sigh, yet never pull. What am I?" "A shadow," Leela murmured, tracing the answer on the wall with her finger. The stone rippled, revealing a chamber where the first tier floated above a pedestal. Except the pedestal was a slumbering rockworm the size of a cart, its maw bristling with crystal teeth. Corwin hooted a warning, but Leela stepped forward, humming a lullaby her mother used to sing. The rockworm's eyelids fluttered, its growl softening to a purr as the song unspooled. When she plucked the tear from the air, it warmed her palm, filling her mind with visions of the grove's birthday. Saplings bursting from stardust, deer with antlers of living smoke, the first keeper planting songs in the soil. The second tier hid in the court of mirrors, a palace inhabited by reflections who'd forgotten their true forms. They flitted through halls of silver glass, mimicking Leela's movements until she doubted which way was real. "They'll trap you here," Corwin said, talons clicking nervously. Reflections crave substance. But when a mirror Leela reached out to grab her wrist, the real Leela did something unexpected. She sketched the reflection's face in charcoal, giving it freckles, a chipped tooth, a scar like a crescent moon. "There," she said. "Now you're more than an echo." The reflection blinked, tears of quicksilver pooling as it handed her the second tier. This one tasted of salt and apologies, showing the grove's first loss, a keeper dissolving into wind after centuries of service. By the time they reached the weeping pool, a basin of liquid mercury encircled by weeping willows, Leela's boots were full of sand from the hourglass desert, and her braid twined with feathers from bargaining with crow folk. The third tier was guarded by the thief of whispers, a creature woven from smoke and old regrets. It hissed, "Why should I return what I've rightfully stolen? This world abandoned me long ago." Leela hesitated. The locket showed her the thief's true form, a former keeper, warped by loneliness after the grove forgot him. "You're right," she said, lowering the locket. "It's not fair, but I'm here now. Let me remember you." She drew his story in the sand, his years of service, his slow fading, the moment the stars stopped saying his name. As the sketch deepened, the thief's smoke solidified into a man with kind eyes and leaves in his hair. With a sigh, he dropped the third tier into her palm. "Thank you," he said, vanishing into a shower of fireflies. Returning the tears to the weeping pool was like dropping snowflakes into a storm. The grove shuddered, then bloomed, trees straightened, rivers danced, and the sky peeled back to reveal a dawn made of opals. But as the magic settled, Leela felt the locket grow heavy. "It's binding you to the grove," Corwin said quietly. "To stay, you must become its new keeper, immortal but alone, to live." He nodded at the locket, now dull as tarnished tin. Leela thought of her mother's voice, of charcoal sketches tucked under her pillow, of the way sunlight caught the village bakery's frosting each morning. She placed the locket on the pool's edge. "The grove deserves someone who can give it everything, but that's not me, not yet." The grove sighed, not in anger but understanding. The locket dissolved into stardust, sprinkling her hair with silver. "You'll always hear its whispers," Corwin said, nudging her shoulder. "Keeper or not." Back in Bramble Hollow, dawn gilded the hills. Leela's mother found her asleep under the oak, clutching a charcoal sketch of an owl and a silver locket. "Just a dream," her mother murmured, tucking the blanket closer. But Leila knew better. That night, she left a bowl of milk by the window. When she woke, it was empty, and a single amber feather lay on the sill. Outside, the meadow grass swayed in patterns too deliberate to be wind, and the shadows beneath the thorned gate hummed a familiar lullaby. Years later, when townsfolk asked why Leela's paintings seemed to breathe, why lost children always found their way home near her cottage, she'd simply smile. "The world's fuller than it looks," she'd say. And if you pressed your ear to her garden wall at midnight, you might hear it too, the soft, sweet sigh of a grove remembering its friend. Once upon a time, in a land where the sun painted the skies with hues of pink and gold, there lay the enchanting village of Whimsy Hollow. The village was nestled between rolling hills of lavender and fields of fluttering daisies, where the air was always filled with the gentle hum of laughter and the sweet scent of honeysuckle. In Whimsy Hollow, every creature was unique, and each had a special charm of their own. There was Pipkin, the pint-sized fox with a tail that sparkled like 1,000 fireflies, and Mary, the mouse who wore a tiny top hat and played delightful tunes on his miniature violin. Then there was Lark, a wise old tortoise with a shell that changed colors with the seasons, and who always had a kind word or two to share. Life in Whimsy Hollow was always filled with wonder and joy, but one sunny morning, a peculiar event occurred that sent ripples of excitement through the village. The great bubble tree, a magical tree that stood at the heart of the village square, began to produce bubbles that were far too large and bouncy. Normally, the tree's bubbles were just the right size to float gently around, spreading giggles to anyone they touched. But now, they were so immense that they bounced off rooftops and sent chickens clucking in surprise. The villagers gathered around the great bubble tree, scratching their heads in bewilderment. "I do declare," said Pipkin, his eyes wide with amazement, "these bubbles are as big as pumpkins and as bouncy as a bed of marshmallows." Mary twirled his hat and played a cheerful note. "Perhaps there's a bit of magic gone awry," he mused. "Or maybe the tree is simply in a jolly mood." Lark nodded thoughtfully, his shell glistening in the sunlight. "It seems to me," he said in his deep, soothing voice, "that we must discover the cause and find a way to help our dear tree return to its usual self." The villagers agreed, and so began their whimsical adventure. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark decided to seek the advice of the village's resident enchantress, a whimsical old woman named Flora, who lived at the edge of the village in a cottage made entirely of gingerbread. As they made their way through the fields, the air was filled with the fragrance of freshly baked cookies, and the sound of Flora's laughter danced on the breeze. Her garden was a riot of colors, with flowers that sang when tickled by the wind and trees that swayed in rhythm to the songs. Flora greeted them with a warm smile and a twinkle in her eye. "Ah, my dear friends," she chuckled, "I hear the great bubble tree has been getting a bit carried away with its bubbles." Pipkin nodded, his tail twinkling with excitement. "Yes, indeed. We were hoping you might have a potion or a spell to help." Flora clapped her hands with delight. "Oh, I do love a good magical mystery. Let us see what we can brew together." In Flora's cozy kitchen, the scent of cinnamon and vanilla filled the air as they mixed ingredients from her collection of jars and bottles. There were giggleberries, which always brought a smile, and whispering petals, known to share secrets with those who listened closely. They added a sprinkle of moonbeam dust, just for a touch of sparkle. As they stirred the concoction, Mary played a joyful tune, and Lark shared an old tale of a turtle who once danced with the stars. The potion bubbled and glowed, casting a warm light around the room. With the potion ready, the friends hurried back to the great bubble tree. The villagers watched with anticipation as Flora sprinkled the potion over the roots of the tree. For a moment, nothing happened, and then the tree shivered with delight, and the bubbles began to shrink to their usual delightful size. The villagers cheered, and the air was filled with laughter and hugs. The great bubble tree twinkled in the sunlight, grateful to be back to its bubbly self. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark beamed with pride, knowing they had helped their village with creativity and friendship. Flora smiled, her heart warmed by the joy she saw around her. "Remember, my dear friends," she said, "that the magic of Whimsy Hollow lies not just in spells and potions, but in the kindness and laughter we share." And so life in Whimsy Hollow returned to its happy rhythm, with bubbles that danced gently on the breeze and hearts that sang with joy. The village continued to be a place of wonder and whimsy, where every day was a new adventure, and where friendship was the most magical gift of all. As the sun set, painting the sky with colors as vibrant as the village itself, the villagers gathered around the great bubble tree once more. This time, they weren't there to solve a mystery, but to celebrate the joy of their community. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark stood proudly, knowing that their teamwork had brought the village back to its delightful self. Flora joined them, bringing a basket filled with her homemade ginger snap cookies, each one shaped like a star. As they nibbled on the sweet treats, the bubbles floated gently overhead, casting rainbows in the fading light. The air was filled with the soft sounds of Mary's violin, his tunes weaving a melody of peace and happiness. "Do you suppose the tree will ever get carried away again?" Pipkin asked, a playful glint in his eyes. "Perhaps," Flora replied with a wink. "But that's the beauty of magic, isn't it? It's full of surprises and wonder, much like life itself." Lark nodded in agreement, his wise old eyes sparkling with wisdom. "And when it does, we'll be ready with our wits and laughter," he said, his shell reflecting the gentle glow of the bubbles. The villagers continued to celebrate, sharing stories and dreams as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky. They knew that whatever challenges they might face, they would always have each other, and that was the greatest magic of all. As the night deepened, the villagers slowly made their way to their cozy homes, their hearts warm with the comfort of friendship and community. The great bubble tree stood tall and proud, a symbol of the joy and unity that defined Whimsy Hollow. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Whimsy Hollow drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the adventures yet to come and the laughter that would always fill their days. In the quiet hush of the night, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of bubbles filled the air, a lullaby of magic and love. And as the first light of dawn began to peek over the hills, Whimsy Hollow awoke once more, ready to embrace the new day with open hearts and cheerful spirits. For in Whimsy Hollow, every day was a celebration of life, a testament to the power of friendship, and a reminder that with kindness and creativity, any problem could be solved. And that, dear listener, is the true magic of Whimsy Hollow, a place where dreams come to life and every heart finds its song. The lantern light trembled in the crisp autumn air as Milo paused at the edge of the whisperwood, his breath making little clouds that danced with the falling maple leaves. He'd followed the peculiar map etched into the old library desk, the one that only appeared when moonlight struck the wood at precisely 8:03 p.m., and now stood before a path paved not with stones, but with luminous mushrooms arranged in spiral patterns. Their caps glowed softly in hues of periwinkle and primrose, casting long shadows that seemed to beckon with wiggling fingers of light. The forest exhaled a melody as he stepped onto the mushroom path. Not music exactly, but the creak of ancient trees swaying in conversation, the rustle of ferns unfurling silver fronds, and somewhere distant, the liquid chuckle of water over smooth stones. Milo's boots sank into moss so thick and springy it felt like walking on grandmother's feather quilt, each step releasing the scent of rain-soaked earth and something sweeter, vanilla, honeycomb. That made his stomach rumble despite the butterflies flapping within it. He nearly tripped over the first creature, a hedgehog no larger than his palm, its quills shimmering like polished hematite. It blinked up at him with eyes like molten amber, tiny paws clutching a bundle of acorns wrapped in cobweb thread. "Mind the step," it piped in a voice like wind through reeds, gesturing with its snout toward a root that had indeed begun to rise from the path. Milo crouched, fascinated, as the root reshaped itself into a small archway threaded with bioluminescent lichen. "Thank you," he whispered, but the hedgehog had already vanished, leaving behind a single acorn tied with golden thread. Milo pocketed it carefully, the shell warm against his fingers. Deeper into the wood, the air grew thicker with magic, not the scary sort from storybooks, but the kind that made his sweater sleeves tingle as if full of static. He paused by a brook where the water flowed upward, droplets catching starlight as they defied gravity to water clusters of upside-down violets growing on the underside of a granite shelf. It was there he met Lila, a fox whose fur shifted colors like oil on water, her tail tipped with what appeared to be actual stardust. "You're here for the moonlight market," she stated more than asked, patting circles around him. When Milo nodded, too awestruck to form words, she nosed a birch leaf into his hand. "Trade this at the third stall, and don't pet the willow cats, they shed prophecies and you're not ready for those." The market materialized as he crossed a bridge of woven ferns, lanterns blooming to life one by one like fireflies answering a summons. Stalls lined the clearing, tended by creatures both familiar and fantastical. An owl with books nested in its feathers haggling with a frog wearing a waistcoat, a badger stirring a cauldron of soup that smelled like every good memory Milo had ever tasted. At the third stall, a towering moth with antennae like crystal chandeliers accepted his birch leaf gravely, exchanging it for a compass whose needle pointed not north, but toward needed truths. The challenges came gently, as the forest tested not his might, but his heart. He helped reunite a lost moonbeam with its constellation, discovering the beam was actually a mischievous rabbit made of solidified light. He soothed a weeping sapling by humming the lullaby his mother sang when thunderstorms rattled their farmhouse windows. When faced with a stone door carved with riddles, he realized the answers weren't words but actions, sharing his last walnut cookie with a trio of pebble mice, offering his scarf to a shivering cluster of glowworms. In the grove at the wood's heart, Milo found the source of the map's promise, a tree older than time, its bark etched with stories that shifted as he tilted his head. The roots cradled a pool where the water showed not reflections but possibilities, himself teaching the hedgehog to knit with spider silk, reading poetry to the upside-down violets, learning the language of rain from Leela. As he gazed, the compass grew warm in his hand, its needle spinning wildly before settling on his own chest. "You've always known the way home," murmured the tree, though its leaves didn't move. Adventure isn't about finding new places, but seeing with new eyes. The return journey felt shorter yet richer, the forest now waving farewell with branches heavy with ripe persimmons, the path offering up a perfect heart-shaped stone that fit snugly in his palm. When Milo emerged from the whisperwood, dawn pinkening the sky like the inside of a seashell, he found the strange acorn from the hedgehog had sprouted in his pocket, a tiny sapling with leaves that chimed when the wind stirred them. He planted it by his bedroom window, where on quiet nights, if he presses his ear to the trunk, he can hear distant fox laughter and the splash of upward-flowing streams. The compass lives on his desk, needle quivering whenever he faces a choice, pointing steadfastly toward kindness. And sometimes, when the moon hits his window at precisely 8:03, the sapling's shadow casts a new map on his wall, but that, as they say, is a story for another night. Deep in the heart of the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers towards a sky perpetually dappled with twilight, lived a world unseen by hurried human eyes. Here, beneath a canopy woven from centuries of leaves, the boundaries between reality and magic were as thin and shimmering as a spider's web at dawn. Moss, thick and velvety emerald, carpeted the ground, muffling footsteps, and holding the damp, earthy scent of life and decay in perfect balance. Sunlight filtered through the high leaves, fell in shifting golden pools, illuminating dust motes dancing like tiny, joyful spirits. This was the domain of Fern, a young squirrel with fur the color of sun-baked acorns and eyes that held the curiosity of the first spring bud. Fern's home was a cozy hollow high in the grandmother oak, a tree so old its bark resembled a map of forgotten mountains. From her doorway, Fern watched the intricate dance of the hidden folk. Glimmerwing moths, their wings dusted with moonlight, tended luminous night blooms that perfumed the air with vanilla and starlight. Tiny moss beetle, no taller than a pine cone, meticulously repaired dewdrop bridges strung between fern fronds. Old Bramble the badger, his fur striped with silver wisdom, would shuffle along well-worn paths, his low rumble a comforting counterpoint to the high, sweet songs of the sky-blue finches. Everything moved with a rhythm as old as the hills, a rhythm dictated by the turning wheel, the gentle, powerful cycle of seasons, woven with threads of subtle magic. One crisp autumn morning, as the air turned sharp with the scent of fallen leaves and ripe blackberries, Fern noticed something amiss. The crystal brook, a ribbon of water that usually sang with a pure, musical voice and shimmered with an inner light like captured moonlight, seemed dull. Its song was muted, a mere whisper, and its luminous glow had faded to a weary gray. The water plants lining its banks, usually vibrant with underwater rainbows, looked listless. A tremor of unease, cold as the first frost, prickled down Fern's spine. She scampered down the grandmother oak, her paws sinking into the soft moss. "Elder Bark," she called, her voice small against the vastness of the woods. She found the ancient tortoise basking in a rare shaft of sunlight near the brook, his shell etched with patterns like the rings of time itself. His eyes, deep and dark as forest pools, opened slowly. "Little Fern," he rasped, his voice like dry leaves rustling. "Your steps carry worry, what troubles the green heart?" "The brook, Elder," Fern said, her whiskers twitching anxiously. "It's lost its song, its light is fading, it feels sad." Elder Bark shifted ponderously, his heavy head turning towards the water. He studied it for a long moment, the silence filled only by the diminished gurgle and the distant cry of a hawk. "Ah," he sighed, a sound like wind through ancient pines. The turning wheel wobbles, the balance tilts. The crystal brook draws its life from the heart song of the whispering woods itself, from the roots deep in the earth, the sigh of the leaves, the laughter of the rain. When that harmony falters, so does the brook's magic. "But why?" Fern asked, her bushy tail flicking. "What's wrong?" "The story is old, little one," Elder Bark murmured, his gaze distant. "Older than my shell, it is whispered that the brook's light dims when the natural order is strained, when the deep roots thirst too deeply because the rains forget their path, when the leaves fall too soon because the wind grows harsh and restless, when the creatures forget to listen, truly listen, to the woods." He nudged a small, perfectly smooth river stone with his nose. "See this? Once stones like these glowed softly in the brook, guiding the night fish. Now they sleep." Fern felt a profound sense of responsibility settle upon her small shoulders. The magic wasn't just a pretty shimmer, it was the lifeblood of her home. "What can we do, Elder? How do we mend the wheel?" The old tortoise blinked slowly. "The answer lies not in grand gestures, but in understanding the whispers. Seek the keeper of the veil. She watches the threads where weather and seasons meet magic." The keeper of the veil was Willow, a creature rarely sane but deeply felt. She was said to dwell where the mist clung longest, near the singing stones, ancient, moss-covered monoliths that hummed when the wind swept through them just right. Fern set off, her heart pounding like a woodpecker's drum. The journey took her deeper into the woods than she'd ever ventured. She passed through groves where autumn had painted the maples in fiery hues of crimson and gold, the leaves crunching softly underfoot, releasing a scent like spiced apples. She crossed meadows where late-blooming asters held up purple faces to the weakening sun, and butterflies, wings edged in frost, danced their final waltzes. The air grew cooler, damper, carrying the clean, sharp smell of impending rain and the distant ozone tang of magic. Finally, she reached the Valley of Mists. Gray tendrils curled around the bases of colossal ancient firs, their tops lost in the perpetual twilight haze. In the center stood the Singing Stones, 5 towering pillars of gray rock, veined with silver and draped in emerald moss. As Fern approached, a gentle breeze sighed through the valley. It touched the stones, and they began to hum a deep, resonant sound that vibrated in Fern's bones, a sound like the earth itself singing a lullaby. The mist swirled, coalescing near the largest stone. From the shifting vapor emerged a figure both strange and beautiful. Willow was tall and slender, seemingly woven from the mist itself, and the pale green light filtering through the canopy. Her hair flowed like liquid silver, catching the dim light, and her eyes were the shifting color of storm clouds, gray, blue, and sometimes touched with violet. She wore a cloak that seemed spun from spider silk and starlight, shimmering with every movement. She didn't speak aloud, but her voice resonated directly in Fern's mind, soft as falling snow and clear as mountain water. "Little guardian," the voice echoed. "You feel the discord. You seek the harmony." Images flashed in Fern's mind, parched earth cracking beneath thirsty roots, a nestling shivering under an unnaturally early frost, leaves shriveling before their time. The wheel turns heavy. The deep springs sleep too deeply. The sky forgets its gentle tears. The wind whispers harshly, not softly. The heart song weakens. What can be done? Fern thought back, pouring all her worry and hope into the silent question. Willow extended a hand that seemed made of condensed mist. A single perfect dewdrop balanced on her fingertip, catching the light and refracting it into a tiny rainbow. Harmony is a chorus, not a solo. The magic flows where life flows truly. Listen to the wind's true song. Feel the earth's deep thirst. Remember the old ways. Gather the voices. Rekindle the connection. She gestured towards the singing stones. The stones remember the ancient rains. Let them sing the sky back. Understanding, fragile but bright, blossomed in Fern. It wasn't about one grand spell, but about restoring the natural flow, the connection everyone had neglected. She needed to rally the creatures, remind them to truly be with the forest, to listen and respond to its needs. Fern raised back, her small form a blur of russet fur against the autumn tapestry. She found Bramble the badger, diligently turning the soil near his set. Bramble, the earth is thirsty. We must remember to dig the channels towards the deep roots after the rains, like the old stories say. Bramble paused, his dark eyes thoughtful, then gave a gruff nod, immediately starting to clear an old, silted channel leading towards the grandmother oak's roots. She found the sky-blue finches flitting nervously. Finches, the wind whispers harshly. We need your songs, the gentlest ones, to soothe it, to remind it of soft breezes. The finches, understanding the urgency in her chitter, gathered on the highest branches and began to sing not their usual territorial calls, but the soft, fluting melodies used to calm fledglings, a sound like liquid silver pouring through the leaves. She sought the moss people. The deep springs sleep, the stones need singing. The tiny folk, understanding the gravity, swarmed towards the valley of mists, carrying droplets of dew and fragments of luminous lichen. They climbed the singing stones, anointing them with moisture and light, their tiny voices adding a high, sweet counterpoint to the stone's deep hum. Fern herself climbed to the very top of the grandmother oak. She closed her eyes, feeling the rough bark beneath her paws, the cool autumn air ruffling her fur, the faint vibration of the distant singing stones through the ancient wood. She listened, truly listened. She heard the rasp of a beetle under bark, the distant gurgle of the sad brook, the sigh of the wind moving through countless leaves. She poured her own small heart song into the listening, a song of love for the moss, the acorns, the dappled light, the scent of damp earth. A song of hope for the brook's light. All across the whispering woods, the hidden folk focused. The badgers dug, remembering forgotten water paths. The finches sang lullabies to the wind. The moths tended their glowing blooms with extra care, their light a beacon in the gathering dusk. The moss people sang upon the stones. And high in the grandmother oak, Fern listened and sang with her whole being. As dusk deepened, painting the sky in lavender and rose, a change began. The wind, carrying the finches' gentle songs and the scent of turned earth, softened. It no longer snatched leaves harshly, but cradled them as they drifted down. It carried a new scent, the clean, wet promise of rain. High above, the first stars winked into existence. Then it came. Not a storm, but a gentle, soaking rain. Soft, silver threads fell from the darkening sky, kissing the parched earth, pattering on the broad leaves, filling the air with the most beautiful scent petrichor, the breath of the earth sighing in relief. The rain fell upon the singing stones. The deep hum grew louder, richer, resonating through the valley and beyond, vibrating through the roots of the trees, pulsing through the very air. Fern watched, breathless, as the raindrops hit the crystal brook. Where each drop landed, a tiny point of light sparked silver, blue, then gold. the gray dullness dissolved like mist under the sun. The brook began to shimmer, faintly at first, then with growing intensity, its inner light rekindled. Its song returned, no longer a whisper, but a clear, musical chuckle, harmonizing perfectly with the rain's gentle percussion and the stone's deep resonance. The water plants perked up, their colors deepening, tiny underwater lights flickering back to life along their stems. The stones in the brook began to glow with a soft, steady light, guiding the way once more. Downstream, the creatures gathered at the water's edge. Bramble dipped his snout, drinking deeply, a rumble of contentment in his chest. The finches bathed in the shallows, their feathers sparkling with droplets and reflected light. The moss people danced on lily pads, their tiny forms illuminated by the brook's renewed radiance. Elderbark watched from the bank, a profound peace in his ancient eyes. Fern scampered down and joined them, the cool, luminous water soothing her paws. The air hummed with restored magic, a tangible warmth like sunlight held in water. The turning wheel had righted itself not by force, but by the combined, conscious effort of every creature listening, remembering, and acting in harmony with the deep, natural rhythms. Willow watched from the edge of the mist, a faint smile touching her ephemeral lips. The threads of weather and season, life and magic were realigning, woven back together by the gentle strength of friendship, wisdom, and shared purpose. As the last raindrops fell and the full moon rose, casting the whispering woods in a silvery blue glow, the crystal brook flowed stronger and brighter than ever. Its light reflected in the eyes of the gathered creatures, a constellation of peaceful stars mirrored on earth. The ancient stones hummed their deep, satisfied song, the finches offered soft night-time carols, and the gentle gurgle of the brook wove through it all, a lullaby of perfect balance. Fern curled up on a smooth, sun-warmed rock by the water's edge, lulled by the symphony of her restored home. She knew the stories Elderbark told were true. Magic lived in the listening, in the caring, in the harmony of countless small hearts beating in time with the great, green heart of the world. And with that comforting knowledge, wrapped in the soft light of the brook and the gentle sounds of the harmonious night, she drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep, safe within the ancient, whispering embrace of the woods. The fireflies, drawn by the renewed magic, danced above the water like living embers, completing the perfect, peaceful picture under the watchful, star-strewn sky. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where seasons painted the world with gentle strokes. Spring brought carpets of bluebells, summer hummed with drowsy bees, autumn cloaked the hills in fiery hues, and winter tucked everything under a soft, white quilt. Yet within this constant dance of change, young Silas felt like a stone in a rushing stream. He watched the world transform around him, buds bursting, leaves swirling, snow melting with a quiet ache in his heart. Change felt overwhelming, unpredictable, and he clung fiercely to the familiar comfort of routine, his small cottage garden a meticulously ordered sanctuary against the valley's wild beauty. Silas possessed a peculiar magic, though he rarely used it beyond coaxing his prize-winning roses to bloom a week early. He could sense the inner life of plants, a gentle hum in his fingertips when he touched a leaf, a whispered feeling of thirst from the soil. But lately his magic felt stuck, like sap hardened in winter. It mirrored his own stillness, his resistance to the shifts within himself as he grew older. He longed for the simplicity of childhood, a time that now felt as distant and unchanging as the old oak on the hill. His closest friends, Kaelin and Mara, noticed his quiet withdrawal. Kaelin, whose laughter was as bright as sunbeams, bounced with the energy of a mountain stream, always eager for new adventures. Mara, thoughtful and serene like the deep forest pools, observed the world with quiet wisdom. One crisp autumn afternoon, as they sat beneath the ancient oak, its leaves shimmering gold and crimson, Kaelin nudged Silas gently. "You've been quieter than a hibernating hedgehog, Silas," Kaelin remarked, tossing an acorn into the air. "Even the squirrels are chattier. Is it the garden? Did those prize cabbages finally stage a rebellion? Silas managed a small smile, tracing the rough bark of the oak. No rebellion, it's just everything feels so loud. The leaves changing, the geese flying south, even Mistress Alara talking about turning her herb garden into a winter greenhouse. It's all movement. It makes my head spin. Mara reached over and placed a cool, smooth stone she'd found into Silas's palm. Change is the Vala's breath, Silas. It's how it lives. Like this stone, she said softly. It seems unchanging, but look closer. She pointed to tiny flecks of mica catching the light. Even the stillest things hold shifts within them, reflections of the world around. Silas sighed, closing his fingers around the stone. I wish my magic felt like that. It used to feel flowing. Now it's thick like mud, and trying to make anything new happen. He shuddered, remembering a recent failed attempt to encourage a late-blooming clematis. The vine had merely trembled and dropped a few leaves, echoing his own frustration. The whispering glade, Mara said suddenly, her eyes thoughtful. Grandmother used to say it's a place where the Vala's heart speaks, where magic listens to what's inside, not just what you try to force out. Maybe it could help you understand yours. The Whispering Glade was a place of legend, tucked deep within the oldest part of the woods. Few ventured there, speaking of strange lights and murmurs on the wind. Silas felt a familiar resistance coil in his stomach venturing into the unknown, leaving his ordered garden. But the ache of his stagnant magic and the patient, hopeful looks of his friends nudged him. He nodded, a small, hesitant movement. Their journey took them beyond the tended orchards and into the embrace of the ancient forest. The air grew cooler, smelling of damp earth and decaying leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, painting the moss-covered ground in gold and green. Silas felt his breath catch with every unfamiliar rustle, every gnarled root he hadn't memorized. Kalen bounded ahead, pointing out interesting fungi and chattering about bird calls, his energy a counterpoint to Silas's creeping anxiety. Mara walked beside Silas, her presence a steady anchor. Listen, she murmured. Not just with your ears, feel the forest breathe. As they walked deeper, Silas began to sense it. Not the individual hums of specific plants, but a vast, slow presence. It wasn't threatening, but ancient and deep, like the roots of the mountains themselves. It felt patient. They reached a small clearing where the trees formed a protective circle. Sunlight streamed down onto a carpet of the softest moss, dotted with tiny, star-shaped white flowers that seemed to glow with their own inner light. The air hummed faintly, a sound felt more than heard. This was the Whispering Glade. All right, Silas whispered, his voice swallowed by the immense quiet. What do I do? Just be, Mara suggested. Let the glade feel you as you feel it. Kalen plopped down onto the moss. Yeah, maybe try not trying. Silas took a deep breath, the scent of cool earth and something sweet and indefinable filling his lungs. He sat gingerly, crossing his legs, and closed his eyes. He focused on the feeling of the moss beneath him, cool and yielding. He listened to the silence, which wasn't silence at all, but a tapestry of tiny sounds, the rustle of a beetle, the distant drip of water, the sigh of wind through the highest branches. He felt the vast, slow pulse of the forest life around him. He thought about his fear. The fear of becoming someone he didn't recognize, of losing the comfort of the known. He thought about his magic, feeling stuck like a seed that refused to sprout. As his anxieties swirled, a curious thing happened. The gentle glow of the starflowers near him dimmed slightly. A patch of moss under his hand felt cooler, almost damp with sadness. He gasped, opening his eyes. The glade seemed to mirror his inner state. When he felt a surge of frustration, a nearby fern curled its fronds inward defensively. When a wave of his old resistance rose, the air in the glade grew still and heavy. His magic wasn't gone, it was deeply connected to everything here, reflecting his inner landscape back at him. "It sees you, Silas," Mara whispered, her voice barely audible. "It shows you what you feel." Tears pricked Silas's eyes. He hadn't realized how much he'd been holding inside. He took another deep breath, focusing this time not on the fear of change, but on the memory of his garden's quiet joy. He thought of the first rosebud unfurling under his care, the satisfaction of rich soil between his fingers. He thought of Kaelin's infectious laugh, Mara's quiet wisdom, the unwavering support of his friends walking beside him into the unknown. As warmth spread through him, a feeling of gratitude replacing the icy knot of fear, the glade responded. The starflowers near him brightened, their glow pulsing softly like gentle fireflies. The moss warmed beneath him, feeling welcoming and alive. A tendril of ivy from a nearby oak stretched out slowly, almost shyly, and brushed against his arm. It wasn't demanding, just connecting. He understood. His magic wasn't about forcing things to be still or forcing them to change rapidly against their nature. It was about connection. About sensing the true rhythm, the inner life, and nurturing that. Like Mara's stone, he could be still on the surface, holding his core, while still being part of the changing world, reflecting its light. Change wasn't an enemy to be fought, it was the natural state of living things, including himself. His resistance, his fear, was what had clogged his magic, making it feel like mud. By accepting his feelings, by finding his center even amidst the flux, he could flow again. He reached out, not with a command, but with an open heart, towards a cluster of the glowing starflowers. He didn't ask them to change color or grow taller. He simply felt their delicate life force, their quiet contentment in the dappled light. He sent back a wave of appreciation, a sense of shared peace. In response, the flowers pulsed brighter, and a soft, golden light, warm and comforting, drifted from their petals and settled over Silas like a gentle, shimmering cloak. It didn't transform him, it felt like an affirmation, a recognition of the shift within. The walk back to Willowbrook was different. Silas still noticed the changes, the deeper autumn hues, the sharper bite in the air, but they didn't overwhelm him. He felt the forest's pulse alongside his own, a rhythm that included both stillness and movement. He carried the warmth of the glade's golden light inside him, a quiet hum of acceptance. Days turned into weeks. Silas didn't become like Kaelin, bursting with constant new energy. He still cherished the quiet routines of his garden. But something fundamental had shifted. When Mistress Alara asked for help transforming her herb garden for winter, instead of feeling a spike of anxiety, Silas felt curiosity. He walked through her plot, sensing the lingering vitality of the summer herbs and the sleepy readiness of the soil for its winter rest. He didn't force anything. He simply helped her understand what the plants needed to transition comfortably, suggesting protective mulches and hardy winter varieties that resonated with the soil's quiet strength. His magic flowed easily now, a clear stream of connection guiding his actions. One frosty morning, Silas stood in his own garden. Winter was truly settling in. His prized roses were dormant, their stems bare. But in a corner, where he'd planted some late-blooming bulbs on a whim after returning from the glade, a cluster of deep purple crocuses had pushed bravely through the thin layer of frost. They glowed faintly, a soft echo of the starflower's light. He hadn't forced them, he'd simply planted them and trusted the season, trusted the life within them. Kaelin and Mara found him there, sipping steaming chamomile tea. "Look at that," Kaelin exclaimed, pointing to the crocuses. "Brave little things blooming in the cold." Mara smiled, her breath misting in the air. "They found their moment, didn't they? Just like someone else we know." Silas smiled, a deep, peaceful warmth spreading through him. more comforting than the tea. He looked at the crocuses, then at the dormant roses, then at the snow-dusted hills beyond. He felt the slow, sure pulse of the sleeping earth and the quiet hum of his own magic, no longer stuck, but flowing in harmony with the world's beautiful, inevitable rhythm. He didn't need to be a rushing stream or an unmoving stone. He could be Sila's, rooted yet flexible, finding his own unique way to grow and glow within the ever-changing, ever-beautiful dance of life. The frost sparkled, the crocuses glowed, and the quiet peace of acceptance settled over the garden like the softest blanket, promising that even in stillness, transformation was always possible, always beautiful, and never truly alone. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Leela. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Leela met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the Enchanted Hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the Enchanted Hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient trees stretched moss-draped limbs towards a sky perpetually dappled with starlight, the boundaries between the seen and unseen thinned like morning mist. Here, beneath a canopy of emerald and gold, lived creatures whose lives were woven into the very fabric of the forest's magic. The air hummed with the scent of damp earth, pine resin, and the faint, sweet perfume of moon-kissed night-blooming jasmine. Sunlight, when it filtered through, painted shifting patterns on the forest floor, warm as honey on the skin. In the hollow root of a grandfather oak, a small rabbit named Sorrel nestled her young kits. Their fur was the soft gray of twilight clouds, and their eyes held the wide wonder of the forest itself. Sorrel's own eyes, deep and knowing, held the quiet wisdom passed down from her mother and her mother before her. "Listen, little ones," she murmured, her voice a soft rustle like dry leaves. The forest breathes, each rustle, each sigh of the wind, each drop of dew is part of a great song. We are its keepers. Nearby, perched on a branch veiled in velvet moss, a bright-eyed finch named Finch tuned his song. His melody wasn't just sound, it was a shimmering thread of light, visible only to those who truly belonged. It danced in the air, weaving with the scent of wild thyme crushed under delicate paws, and the cool, clean taste of the crystal stream that chuckled over smooth stones. Finch sang the sunrise, the gentle rain, and the promise of ripening berries, a chronicle of the forest's rhythm. High above, in the uppermost branches where sunlight was strongest, lived Thistle, a squirrel whose fur held the fiery hues of autumn. His movements were quick and sure, his paws expertly navigating the intricate lattice of branches. He collected stories whispered by the wind and secrets held in the rings of ancient trees. "The heartstone sleeps deep," he would chatter to Finch, his voice like pebbles tumbling in a brook. "But its dreams are the seasons. When it stirs, the magic flows." The heartstone was the forest's secret core, a luminous crystal buried deep beneath the oldest oak, pulsing with the slow, steady rhythm of the earth itself. It was the source of the Whisperwood's magic, the wellspring that tied the lives of all its creatures to the turning seasons and the subtle shifts in weather. Its energy manifested as the luminescent glow on fireflies, the sudden bloom of flowers overnight, and the gentle guidance of breezes that always seemed to lead lost creatures home. Balance was everything. Too much sun without rain or frost before its time, and the delicate harmony could fray. One crisp evening, as the first blush of autumn painted the maple leaves crimson and gold, a creeping chill descended unlike any Sorrel remembered. It wasn't the gentle, expected coolness of approaching fall, but a sharp, unnatural frost that bit deep. It painted the ferns silver and brittle, silenced Finch's luminous song mid-note, and made the stream's chuckle turn to a sluggish groan. Thistle, scampering down, found Sorrel huddled close to her shivering kits, her breath puffing white in the unnaturally cold air. "Thistle," Sorrel whispered, her voice tight with worry, "this frost, it feels wrong, it bites too deep too soon. The heartstone's rhythm, it feels faint." Finch fluttered down, his usual bright energy dimmed. "The song is fading," he peeped mournfully. "The light threads are thin and cold." A deep, resonant voice, like stones grinding slowly together, echoed through the roots. It was Old Oak, the ancient tree who had witnessed countless seasons. "The frost comes from beyond the Whisperwood," he rumbled, his leaves trembling despite the lack of wind. A sickness in the wider world, a chill born of broken balance far away. It seeks to numb the heartstone, to silence the forest's song. Fear, cold and sharp as the frost itself, prickled through them. But Sorrel remembered her mother's tales. "The heartstone's strength is ours," she said, her voice gaining strength. "Its magic flows through every root, every leaf, every creature. We are its song." Thistle's eyes sparkled with determination. "We need to remind the heartstone of its own warmth. We need to sing the forest back to life." He recalled the stories, how the collective warmth and harmony of the creatures could bolster the stone's power. Finch took flight, his small chest puffing out. "I will sing the sun," he declared. He flew to the highest branch, braving the biting air. He poured his heart into a melody, not of light threads now, but of pure, desperate sound, a song of golden warmth, of dappled sunlight on moss, of the drowsy heat of summer afternoons. It was thin against the pervasive cold, but it was a start. Sorrel nudged her kits gently. "Come, little ones, think of the warmest burrow, the softest moss, the sweetest clover." Together they closed their eyes and focused. A soft, gentle warmth began to radiate from their small bodies, not fire, but the comforting heat of shared life, like the sun-warmed earth. They pressed close to old oak's massive roots, where the connection to the deep earth was strongest. Thistle didn't sing, he moved. He darted through the frost-laden branches, shaking loose clumps of snow, revealing resilient green leaves beneath. He gathered dried moss and the last warm autumn leaves, carrying them down to pile near Sorrel and her kits, adding their stored, earthy warmth to the growing pool. He chattered instructions to the field mice and the shy voles who peeked from their holes, encouraging them to stir, to move, to generate their own small warmth. "Remember the turning," Sorrel murmured to her kits, her voice a steady anchor. "Remember the spring rains, the scent of wet earth waking. Remember the summer sun, generous and golden. Remember the gentle fade into autumn's rest. This frost is not part of the true cycle. The heartstone knows the true rhythm. Help it remember." Finch's song grew stronger, joined now by the tentative chirps of other birds roused by his courage. A wood thrush added a rich, mellow note, a wren a bright trill. The combined melody wove through the cold air, a tapestry of sound yearning for warmth. The warmth radiating from Sorrel, her kits, and the small creatures gathered grew more tangible. It wasn't a roaring fire, but a deep, pervasive glow, like the first hint of dawn, spreading outwards from old oak's roots. Deep below, the faint pulse of the heartstone seemed to hesitate, then strengthen. A tremor ran through the earth, subtle as a sigh. Where the creature's combined warmth touched the frost-laden ground, tiny beads of water appeared, sparkling like diamond dust. The brittle silver coating on the ferns began to soften, revealing vibrant green beneath. The stream's groan lessened, replaced by a tentative trickle. High above, a single shaft of actual weak autumn sunlight pierced the heavy gray clouds, striking the forest floor where they gathered. It felt like a benediction. Finch's song sword now threaded again with faint, shimmering light. Thistle whooped, scampering up to catch the sunbeam on his fur. Sorrel nuzzled her kits, their shivering finally easing. The unnatural biting edge of the frost melted away, leaving behind the crisp, clean chill of a true autumn morning. The frost that remained was delicate, beautiful, adorning spiderwebs like lace, and dusting fallen leaves without harming them. The heartstone's pulse settled back into its deep, steady rhythm, stronger now, resonating through the roots and into the bones of every creature. The forest breathed a sigh of relief, the scent of damp earth and pine resin returning, rich and comforting. Old Oak's voice rumbled again, warm and deep as the earth itself. "You see, little ones, the magic isn't just in the stone. It lives in the harmony of all who call the Whisperwood home. When we remember our connection, when we share our warmth and our song, the forest endures. Balance is not stillness. It is the constant, gentle dance of giving and receiving, of singing and listening. Remember this wisdom as it was remembered for you. As the true autumn day unfolded, crisp and golden, Sorrel watched her kits explore the renewed forest, their tiny paws leaving prints in the softened earth. Finch sang a song of gratitude, the light threads dancing strong and clear. Thistle scampered, gathering nuts beneath a properly frost-touched oak. The stream chuckled merrily once more. The whisperwood stood, ancient and resilient, its hidden life vibrant beneath the dappled light. The creatures had woven their small strengths together, a tapestry of warmth and song against the unnatural chill, guided by the wisdom of the seasons and the generations. They had touched the Heartstone's magic, not as separate beings, but as part of the forest's living, breathing whole. And as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky, a profound peace settled over the woods, deep and comforting as a well-loved blanket, whispering that all was well, all was in balance, and the forest's gentle song would play on through the long, safe night. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious and imaginative child, but struggled with the changes that seemed to swirl all around her. As Willow grew older, she found herself feeling more and more out of place. The world seemed to be moving at a dizzying pace, leaving her feeling lost and unsure. Her friends were embracing new interests and making new connections, while Willow clung tightly to the familiar comforts of her childhood. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow sat alone in her favorite spot by the old willow tree, she noticed a peculiar sight. A tiny glowing orb, no bigger than a firefly, danced before her eyes. Willow watched in wonder as the orb pulsed and flickered, its light seeming to beckon her closer. Overcome by curiosity, Willow reached out her hand, and the orb landed gently in her palm. In an instant, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her body, and she felt a sudden rush of energy and clarity. From that moment on, Willow's world began to transform in the most extraordinary way. Whenever she felt uncertain or afraid, the orb would appear, its gentle light guiding her forward. She soon realized that the orb was a manifestation of her own inner strength and resilience, helping her navigate the challenges of growth and change. As time passed, Willow met two extraordinary friends who would become her constant companions on this journey of self-discovery. First, there was Luna, a wise old owl with eyes that shone like the moon itself. Luna's soothing hoots and gentle wisdom helped Willow understand that change was not something to fear, but rather an opportunity for growth and renewal. Then there was Zephyr, a playful and mischievous wind sprite who delighted in whisking Willow away on unexpected adventures. Zephyr taught her to embrace the unpredictable and to find joy in the present moment, no matter how turbulent the winds of change might be. Together, Willow, Luna, and Zephyr embarked on countless magical escapades, each one revealing a new lesson about the beauty and necessity of personal growth. They soared over breathtaking landscapes, explored enchanted forests, and even danced among the stars, all the while strengthening the bonds of their friendship. Through her adventures, Willow learned to let go of her fears and embrace the unknown. She discovered that true growth often comes from stepping outside of our comfort zones and embracing new experiences with an open heart and mind. As she blossomed into a confident and resilient young woman, the orb's light grew brighter and more vibrant, reflecting the radiance of her newfound inner strength. Willow realized that the magic she had sought was not something external, but rather the power within herself to navigate life's ever-changing currents with grace and wisdom. And so, with Luna's gentle guidance, Zephyr's playful spirit, and the unwavering light of her own inner strength, Willow embarked on a lifelong journey of personal growth and magical transformation, forever embracing the beauty and wonder of life's endless possibilities. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a place where magic wound itself into the very fabric of everyday life. This was the village of Willowbrook, a realm where the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and pink each evening, and the stars blinked like 1,000 tiny lanterns in the velvet night. Willowbrook was known for its peculiar charm and gentle enchantments, but lately it had become the stage for a puzzling mystery that left even the wisest of villagers scratching their heads. Strange occurrences had begun to unfold, candles flickering without a breeze, teapots whistling tunes without a flame, and gentle chimes sounding from the old oak tree by the square, though no one was there to ring them. Among the kind-hearted inhabitants of Willowbrook was a young girl named Lila. She had eyes the color of the morning sky and a heart as warm as freshly baked bread. Lila loved the village and its quirky magic, but the recent oddities piqued her curiosity. Determined to uncover the source of the strange happenings, she set out with her faithful companion, a wise old tabby cat named Oliver, whose whiskers twitched with an air of knowing far beyond his years. As dusk painted the sky in lavender hues, Lila and Oliver began their investigation. They wandered through the cobblestone streets, where lanterns flickered with a soft glow, casting playful shadows on the walls of quaint cottages. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the distant sound of a babbling brook. Their first stop was the bakery, where the sweet aroma of cinnamon buns greeted them warmly. Mrs. Pumpernickel, the baker, was kneading dough with a smile as wide as a crescent moon. "Ah, Lila, dear, come to solve our little mystery, have you?" She chuckled, wiping flour from her hands. "Yes, Mrs. Pumpernickel," Lila replied, her voice a gentle melody. "We've noticed the odd happenings and thought perhaps we might find some clues." Mrs. Pumpernickel leaned closer, her eyes twinkling like the stars. "Well, I've noticed the bread rising faster than usual, almost as if it has a mind of its own. Perhaps it's the work of the mischievous brownies." Brownies were small, magical creatures known for their playful antics and love of baked goods. Lila nodded thoughtfully. "We'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Mrs. Pumpernickel." With Oliver padding silently by her side, Lila continued to the village square, where the ancient oak tree stood. Its leaves rustled softly, whispering secrets only the wind could hear. As they approached, a gentle chime echoed through the air, though the tree's branches were still. Intrigued, Lila looked up and spotted a tiny, shimmering figure perched among the leaves. It was a sprite, its wings glistening like dewdrops in the morning sun. "Hello there," Lila called softly, her voice filled with wonder. The sprite fluttered down, landing gracefully on Lila's outstretched hand. "Greetings, child of Willowbrook," it chimed, its voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "I am Sylvan, guardian of this tree. What brings you to my realm?" "We seek to understand the strange occurrences in our village," Lila explained gently. "Do you perhaps know what might be causing them?" Sylvan's wings fluttered with delight. "Ah, the magic of Willowbrook has been mischievous of late. The brownies have been restless, their playful spirits heightened by the full moon's approach. They mean no harm, only seeking to share their joy." Lila's eyes brightened with understanding. "Perhaps we can find a way to help them channel their energy without causing confusion." With a nod of agreement, Sylvan whispered a plan to Lila. They would host a moonlit festival for the brownies, a celebration where their antics could be welcomed and enjoyed. That evening, as the moon rose full and bright, Lila and the villagers gathered in the square. Lanterns were hung from every branch, casting a soft, inviting glow. Tables were set with sweets and treats, and music filled the air, an enchanting melody that beckoned all magical creatures to join in the revelry. As the brownies appeared, their giggles like the rustle of leaves, they danced and played, their joy contagious. Lila watched, her heart full as she saw the village come alive with laughter and light. Even Oliver, usually reserved, found himself pawing at a stray ribbon with uncharacteristic abandon. The festival continued deep into the night, a celebration of magic and harmony. As the first light of dawn painted the horizon, the brownies thanked the villagers with a gentle breeze that wrapped them in warmth and contentment. With the mystery resolved and balance restored, Lila returned home, her heart as light as the morning mist. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that in Willowbrook, where magic and kindness intertwined, there would always be a place for wonder and friendship. And so, beneath the gentle gaze of the moon and stars, the village of Willowbrook settled into a tranquil hush, wrapped in the comforting embrace of another enchanting day. In the shimmering valley of Whifflewisp, where rivers flowed uphill on Tuesdays and clouds tasted faintly of peppermint, lived three dearest friends. Barnaby Bumblecrumb, a bear-sized baker with oven-mitt paws, could make pastries pirouette midair when he whistled. Posy Puddle Duck, a tiny girl with fern-green hair, spoke exclusively in rhyming couplets and carried a parasol that sprouted fresh daisies hourly. And Figaro, a nervous firefly whose tail flickered rainbow hues whenever he told fibs, which was often accidentally. Their home, Puddington Village, thrived under the glimmer globe, a floating crystal that sprinkled stardust each dawn to keep the cobblestones bouncy and the toadstool houses giggly. But one misty morning, disaster struck. The glimmer globe hiccuped violently, showering everything in soggy tapioca pearls instead of stardust. Houses drooped, streets stuck like taffy, and worst of all, Barnaby's cinnamon swirl croissants lay heavy as bricks. "Oh, crumbs," he wailed midst flapping. "The grand sugarplum parade is tomorrow." Posy twirled her daisy parasol thoughtfully. "When magic goes quite lumpy thick, / we must find why the globe feels sick." Figaro's tail blushed violet. I might have seen something. Yesterday, while chasing a waffle-scented breeze, I spotted sparkly sneezes near Whisperwo Woods. Barnaby gasped. Sparkly sneezes, that sounds like Snufflekins. Snufflekins was a reclusive, woolly creature shaped like a teapot, who powered the globe with dream snorts from his mossy cavern. Racing past caramel quicksand pits and bridges made of licorice laces, the trio found Snufflekin's cave eerily silent. Inside, the poor beast lay buried under mountains of rainbow lint, sneezing feebly. Achoo. Glitter puffed weakly from his trunk. "His dream snorts are clogged," realized Posy. "To fix this fuzzy plight, / we must unmess his snoozes right." But how? Barnaby tried vacuuming with a souffle pump. It just blew raspberry cream everywhere. Figaro attempted organizing the lint by color, but his fibbing tail turned everything polka-dotted. Posy pondered, watching her parasol bloom anew. Suddenly, she beamed. "When daisies drink the morning dew, / they whisper wishes. Maybe you." She plucked petals, scattering them over Snufflekins. "Dear daisies, please make lint unstick, / with tickles light and feather quick." The petals quivered, then zipped about like giggling hummingbirds. They dive-bombed the lint piles, tickling them into floating, wriggling shapes. Butterflies of Angora, bunnies of cashmere, even a sweater swan that honked merrily. Snufflekins snorted awake with a tremendous KACHOOOO. A glitter storm erupted, sweeping the lint creatures out the cave in a joyous parade. The glimmer globe overhead pulsed back to life, showering proper stardust that dissolved the tapioca mess instantly. Next morning, the sugarplum parade began with Barnaby's croissants waltzing on flaky tiptoes. But the real surprise came when Snufflekins arrived, riding a lint giraffe, leading a procession of yarn puppies and channel caterpillars. Figaro's tail blazed honest gold as children fed lint creatures gumdrop treats. And Posy. She danced atop Barnaby's hat, singing, "When troubles seem too sticky slow, / just tickle them with daisies, ho." As moonbeams painted the valley in marmalade hues, the friends snuggled under Barnaby's quilted apron, now magically stretchy. They chuckled, remembering how the sweater swan tried nesting in Figaro's antennae, and how Barnaby's floating eclairs formed a conga line. Snufflekins snoozed nearby, his snores puffing miniature constellations that winked above the drowsy village. All was sweet and soft, like the inside of a just-opened macaron, proving that even the fluffiest troubles unravel beautifully with friends, daisies, and a well-timed tickle. And so Puddington drifted into dreams, where lint bunnies hopped through candy cane forests, and every sneeze ended in a shower of sherbet stars. In the shimmering expanse of their Andromeda Nebula, where stars twinkled like diamonds scattered on velvet, two unlikely companions found themselves navigating the vastness of space. The first was Tala, a gentle creature from the verdant planet of Lyra, known for her luminescent skin that glowed softly like moonlight through mist. The second was Zor, a rugged, metallic being from the rocky world of Krylon, whose deep, resonant voice echoed like distant thunder. Their meeting was as improbable as it was serendipitous. Tala had embarked on a journey to collect rare star blooms, ethereal flowers that only blossomed in the zero gravity of space. Meanwhile, Zor was on a mission to repair the ancient satellites that orbited his mineral-rich homeworld. Fate, it seemed, had decreed their paths to cross when a cosmic storm sent their ships spiraling into an uncharted sector of the galaxy. At first, their differences posed a considerable challenge. Tala, with her delicate touch and gentle demeanor, found Zor's brusque manner and clanking footsteps unnerving. Zor, in turn, struggled to understand Tala's quiet whispers, which floated like soft breezes, but often got lost amidst the hum of his mechanical circuits. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings, each misinterpreting the other's intentions. One day, as they drifted near a cluster of luminous stars, a small collision with a rogue asteroid left Tala's craft damaged, and her precious star bloom collection scattered into the abyss. Desperate and worried, she found herself in tears, her glow dimming with her spirits. Zor, witnessing her distress, felt a pang of empathy ripple through his metal frame. Though he was unaccustomed to such feelings, something about Tala's sorrow stirred a new resolve within him. With a clumsy tenderness, Zor extended a mechanical arm to gather the scattered blooms. His usually booming voice softened as he reassured Tala, "We will recover them together." It was the first time Tala saw beyond his steely exterior, recognizing the kindness that lay beneath. As they worked side by side, a tentative friendship began to blossom. Tala showed Zor how to handle the delicate blooms with care, teaching him the art of patience and gentleness. In return, Zor shared stories of his rugged planet, where resilience was forged amidst harsh conditions. Their shared challenges, from navigating treacherous asteroid fields to repairing their damaged vessels, became opportunities for growth and understanding. Gradually, their conversations flowed more easily. Tala learned to appreciate the deep, rhythmic tones of Zor's voice, finding comfort in its steady cadence. Zor, in turn, grew attuned to the subtleties in Tala's whispers, recognizing the wisdom and warmth they carried. Through laughter and occasional mishaps, they discovered the joy of companionship. One evening, as they floated in the tranquil glow of a distant sun, Tala confided in Zor about her fears of returning home empty-handed. Zor, pondering her words, replied, "Perhaps the blooms are not the only treasure you have found." His words, simple yet profound, resonated with Tala, who realized that her journey had gifted her something far more precious than star blooms, a true friend. As their adventure drew to a close, they stood together, gazing at the star-speckled horizon. The cosmic storm that had once seemed a misfortune now felt like a blessing in disguise. Their time together had taught them the true meaning of friendship, understanding, acceptance, and the ability to see beyond appearances. With their ships finally repaired, Tala and Zor prepared to part ways, their hearts full but heavy with the prospect of farewell. Yet they knew that their friendship would endure across the vast distances that separated their worlds. As they exchanged parting glows and echoes, Tala and Zor promised to meet again, somewhere in the galaxy's glittering embrace. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, two unlikely companions set forth on their separate paths, forever bound by the luminous bond of friendship they had forged in the depths of space. The little town of Willow Creek slumbered under a blanket of stars, and in a small house on Oak Street, young Leo couldn't sleep. Rain whispered against his window pane, and the usual comforting sounds of the creaky old house felt strangely restless tonight. His gaze drifted to the cluttered shelf above his desk. There, nestled between dusty dinosaur models and a slightly chipped mug shaped like a rocket ship, sat his great-aunt Mildred's music box. It wasn't particularly grand, just a simple wooden cube, dark oak polished smooth by time, with a tiny silver key sticking out one side. Aunt Mildred had called it her window box and winked whenever Leo asked why. He'd wound it up countless times, listening to its familiar, tinkling melody, sweet but ordinary. Tonight, however, something felt different. A faint, almost imperceptible glow seemed to emanate from its seams, like trapped moonlight. Curiosity, stronger than sleepiness, pulled Leo from his bed. He padded softly across the cool floorboards and lifted the box. It felt warmer than usual. He placed it on his desk, the glow seeming to pulse gently in time with the rain's rhythm. Hesitantly, he turned the silver key. Instead of the expected melody, the lid sprang open with a soft click, revealing not the usual brass cylinder and pins, but a swirling miniature landscape. Tiny, perfect trees swayed in an unseen breeze, and a path of luminous pebbles wound towards distant, snow-capped mountains no bigger than Leo's thumb. A scent like damp earth and wildflowers filled the air. Leo gasped. Before he could even blink, a powerful, gentle suction pulled him forward. He tumbled headfirst, not with a crash, but with a soft whoosh, landing on moss so velvety and green it felt like a living carpet. He was inside the music box. He stood barely taller than the tiny trees, in a world both impossibly small and breathtakingly vast. The air hummed with a low, resonant sound, deeper and more alive than the box's usual tinkle. It was the sound of the miniature world itself. His journey began there, beneath towering blades of grass that glistened like emerald towers. He felt a pang of fear. How would he get back? But it was quickly replaced by wonder. As he stepped onto the luminous path, a small figure darted from behind a clover leaf. It was a mouse, but not like any mouse Leo had seen. This one wore tiny spectacles perched precariously on its nose and carried a satchel overflowing with minuscule scrolls. "Ah, a traveler," the mouse squeaked, adjusting his spectacles. "Most unexpected, Bartholomew Quill, chronicler of the Whispering Vale, at your service." He bowed deeply. "You've arrived at a rather dissonant time." Bartholomew explained that the music box wasn't just a container, it was the heart harp of Willow Creek. Its gentle melody normally resonated with the town's quiet joys, its sorrows, its sleeping dreams, weaving a harmony that kept the ordinary world feeling safe and solid. But the mainspring, deep within the glimmering caves beneath the mountains, had fractured. The true music was faltering, replaced by that low, anxious hum Leo had heard. Without repair, the town's spirited sense of wonder, its quiet resilience might slowly fade. Leo's heart clenched. He had to fix it. Bartholomew, with his encyclopedic knowledge of the Vale's geography and his nervous, twitching energy, became his first guide. Their path led them through forests of luminous mushrooms where fireflies danced complex patterns, across streams that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny pebbles, and up slopes of fragrant thyme. Near a waterfall that fell like liquid crystal, they met their second helper. Seraphina was a snail whose shell wasn't just a home, but a swirling galaxy of iridescent blues and purples. She moved with agonizing slowness, but her voice was like warm honey. "Haste scatters understanding, little traveler," she murmured, watching Bartholomew fret about time. "Listen to the stones. They remember the true rhythm." Seraphina taught Leo patience, pointing out how the humming changed pitch near certain rocks, how the wind carried faint, mournful notes from the direction of the caves. She spoke of balance and the deep, slow pulse of the earth itself. The journey wasn't easy. They navigated the shivering bog, where ground that looked solid turned treacherously soft, its sucking mud humming a deceptive lullaby. Bartholomew's maps fluttered uselessly in the damp air. It was Seraphina's calm observation that saved them. "See how the reeds bend, they lean away from the deepest sinkholes. Follow the bend, not the map." Leo learned to trust subtle signs over frantic plans. Deeper into the vale, they encountered the Whispering Willow's ancient trees, whose leaves rustled secrets and warnings in a language Leo couldn't understand. The hum here was a discordant wail, making Leo's teeth ache. Bartholomew hid behind Seraphina's shell, trembling. The trees seemed agitated, their branches lashing like angry arms. Force was impossible. Charging through would be disastrous. Wisdom was needed. Remembering Seraphina's lessons, Leo closed his eyes, blocking out the frightening sight. He focused only on the sound beneath the wail. He listened past the discord deeper, until he found it a faint, trembling thread of the heart harp's original melody, tangled and lost within the noise. It sounded scared. "Stop." Leo called out, his voice surprisingly steady in the cacophony. He didn't shout. He spoke with the calm Seraphina had shown him. "We hear you, we hear the fear. We're here to mend the spring, to bring back the true song." He hummed the fragment of melody he'd found, pure and simple. The lashing branches slowed. The wail softened to a confused murmur. A single willow leaned down, a gnarled branch brushing near Leo. He felt its fear of the silence, fear of the broken harmony. "We understand," Leo whispered. "We're going to fix it." The trees rustled, not angrily now, but with a sigh of weary hope. They parted, creating a path lit by the soft glow of their leaves. Finally, guided by the now clearer sound of the fractured spring's distress, they reached the glimmering caves. The entrance was a jagged tear in the mountainside, pulsing with an unhealthy, flickering light. Inside, the air vibrated painfully. At the cave's heart lay the source, a magnificent, coiled spring made of pure, resonant crystal. But a deep crack ran through its center, and instead of singing, it emitted that jarring, painful hum. Wisps of shadow seemed to gather around the crack, feeding on the discord. Bartholomew consulted his scrolls frantically. The scroll of mending, it speaks of starlight and spider silk, or was it moonbeam and moss? Oh dear, oh dear. Seraphina inched closer, her shell glowing brighter. "The crack drinks the light," she observed softly. "It fears harmony." Leo looked at the fractured spring, feeling its pain echo in his own chest. He remembered the whispering willow's fear, the deceptive bog, Bartholomew's anxious energy, Seraphina's deep calm. He remembered the true sound of the heart harp, the feeling of safety and quiet joy it had always given him, even before he knew its magic. He thought of Willow Creek sleeping peacefully outside the box, unaware of the struggle within. Force wouldn't mend crystal. Wisdom whispered something else. The music box's magic wasn't about loudness, but resonance. It wasn't about fixing the crack with material, but reminding the spring of its own true song. He needed to harmonize with it. Ignoring Bartholomew's panicked squeaks and drawing on Seraphina's deep stillness, Leo walked right up to the fractured spring. He placed his small hand gently against the warm, humming crystal, right beside the crack. He closed his eyes again, shutting out the flickering shadows and the discord. He reached deep inside himself, past his own fear, and found the quiet core of the heart harp's melody that lived in his memory, the simple, tinkling tune that meant home and Aunt Mildred's smile. He began to hum it softly at first, pouring into it all his hope, his newfound patience, his understanding of fear, and his love for his ordinary, extraordinary town. His hum was small, almost lost in the cave's noise. But it was pure. It resonated. The fractured crystal beneath his hand vibrated in response. The jarring hum stuttered. Leo hummed louder, pouring his whole heart into the familiar tune. Bartholomew, inspired, stopped fumbling with scrolls and added his own high-pitched, earnest whistle, weaving around Leo's melody. Seraphina began a deep, resonant drone from her shell, a sound like the earth's steady heartbeat, providing a foundation. Together, their three sounds intertwined: Leo's melody, Bartholomew's harmony, Seraphina's grounding bass, creating a new, beautiful chord that filled the cave. The shadows shrieked and recoiled from the pure sound. The crack in the crystal spring began to glow, not with a painful flicker, but with a warm, golden light. The light flowed along the fracture, sealing it like molten gold filling a seam. The jarring hum dissolved, replaced by a single clear, resonant note that swelled into the heart harp's true, glorious song, a sound of profound peace, deep joy, and gentle strength. It filled the cave, then spilled out, washing through the whispering veil like a healing wave. The trees sighed with relief, the stream sang sweeter, the very air shimmered with restored harmony. Leo felt the music vibrate through him, warm and comforting. He looked at his friends. Bartholomew beamed, his spectacles gleaming. Seraphina's shell pulsed with serene light. "You listened, traveler," she murmured. "You remembered the true song." The world around Leo shimmered. The luminous path glowed brightly at his feet, leading back the way they came. With grateful hugs for Bartholomew and Seraphina, a slow, gentle embrace from the snail, Leo stepped onto the path. The world blurred and he tumbled backwards with another soft whoosh, landing back in his desk chair in his own room. The music box sat before him, lid open. Inside, the brass cylinder and pins were back, but now they glowed faintly. The familiar tinkling melody played, but it was richer, deeper, woven with the echoes of the Vale's song and the warmth of friendship. Leo carefully closed the lid. The rain had stopped. Outside, the town of Willow Creek slept on, but Leo felt different. He saw the ordinary objects in his room, the dinosaur, the rocket mug with new eyes. What quiet magic might they hold? He climbed into bed, the repaired heart harp's melody, a soft lullaby drifting through the room. It wasn't just a tune anymore. It was the sound of a mended spring, of wisdom found in patience and listening, of friendship that helped you find your own true note. As sleep finally claimed him, Leo smiled. The world was full of extraordinary secrets, hidden in plain sight, waiting for a curious heart and a listening ear. And that thought, warm and comforting as the melody filling the quiet room, was the most peaceful thing of all. Once upon a timeless eve, nestled deep within the ancient elderwood forest, a wondrous tale unfolded, a story as eternal as the towering pines and whispering streams that graced this enchanted realm. In a cozy burrow beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, a family of rabbits stirred to welcome the first rays of dawn. Willow, the matriarch, nuzzled her kits awake with a gentle nudge, her soft fur glistening with dewdrops like diamonds in the morning light. "Wake up, my little ones," she cooed, her voice as soothing as the babbling brook nearby. The forest awakens, and with it, a world of magic awaits. Blinking away the remnants of sleep, the kits scampered out of their burrow, their tiny noses twitching with curiosity. The forest floor was a tapestry of emerald moss and wildflowers, each petal glistening with crystalline beads of dew. As the family ventured deeper into the woodland, the air seemed to hum with an ancient melody, the harmonious symphony of nature itself. Willow's ears twitched, and she paused, her eyes alight with wonder. "Listen closely, my kits," she whispered. "Can you hear the heartbeat of the forest?" The kits stilled, their eyes wide with awe as the gentle thrum of life pulsed around them. The rustling of leaves, the gurgle of the stream, the song of birds, all woven together in a tapestry of sound that echoed the very essence of the elderwood. Willow led her family through a maze of ferns and mushroom rings, her paws leaving no trace upon the mossy ground. As they ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive with magic. Glimmering sprites danced among the branches, their gossamer wings scattering stardust in their wake. A family of deer materialized from the mist, their graceful forms ethereal and otherworldly. The kits gasped in delight, their eyes sparkling with childlike wonder. "Behold the guardians of the forest," Willow murmured, her voice reverent. "They walk between the realms, ensuring the delicate balance of nature remains undisturbed." As the sun crept higher in the sky, the forest hummed with the rhythms of life. Squirrels chattered from their lofty perches, and butterflies flitted from blossom to blossom, their wings a kaleidoscope of color. In a secluded glade, a crystal-clear pool shimmered like liquid moonlight. its waters infused with the magic of the ancient wood. Willow gestured for her kits to approach, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Watch closely, my little ones," she whispered. With a flick of her paw, she conjured a ripple upon the surface of the pool. Instantly, the water transformed into a shimmering mirror, reflecting not their physical forms, but the very essence of their spirits, glowing orbs of pure energy, pulsing with the vibrant hues of life itself. The kits gasped in wonder, their eyes wide with amazement. "How is this possible, Mother?" one kit asked, his voice tinged with awe. Willow smiled, her whiskers twitching with delight. "The magic of the elderwood is as ancient as the forest itself," she explained. "It flows through every living thing, connecting us all in a tapestry of life." As the day wore on, the family basked in the warmth of the sun's golden rays, their bellies full from a hearty feast of berries and succulent greens. Willow regaled her kits with tales of the forest's ancient wisdom, passed down through countless generations of rabbits before them. She spoke of the changing seasons, each one a symphony of transformation and renewal. The vibrant greens of spring, the fiery hues of autumn, the crystalline blanket of winter, each held its own unique magic, woven into the very fabric of the elderwood. As dusk approached, the family retreated to their burrow, their hearts full of wonder and reverence for the magic that surrounded them. Willow tucked her kits in, her eyes shining with love and pride. "Remember, my little ones," she whispered, nuzzling them tenderly. "The magic of the elderwood flows through us all. It is our sacred duty to protect and cherish this wondrous realm, for it is the very heartbeat of life itself." And as the moon rose high above the ancient canopy, the forest seemed to hum with a contented sigh, its secrets guarded by those who walked in harmony with nature's eternal dance. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, there lay a quaint village called Willowbrook. Nestled amidst blooming wildflowers and the gentle laughter of babbling brooks, Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to slow, and the world's worries melted away like morning mist. Every evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the villagers would gather around the great old oak in the village square. It was here that stories were shared, laughter echoed, and the bonds of community grew ever stronger. One such evening, as the villagers settled beneath the oak's sprawling branches, a peculiar thing happened. A series of soft, shimmering lights began to dance above them, weaving intricate patterns in the air. At first, they thought it might be fireflies, but these lights were different, more vibrant, more alive. Among the villagers was a gentle soul named Mira. With her chestnut curls and warm hazel eyes, Mira was known for her kindness and her curiosity. She watched the lights with fascination, noticing how they flickered and swirled as if they were trying to communicate something. Intrigued by the mysterious display, Mira decided to investigate. The next morning, she set out into the woods, where the lights seemed to have originated. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. Birds sang cheerful tunes as she walked along the winding paths, their melodies mingling with the rustling leaves. As Mira wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a small, shimmering pond, its surface glistening like 1,000 diamonds in the sunlight. Surrounding the pond were delicate lilac flowers that swayed gently, as if dancing to a silent song. "Hello, young seeker," came a soft voice, as warm and inviting as a summer breeze. Startled, Mira turned to see a creature unlike any she had encountered. It was a luminal, a rare and magical being with wings that sparkled like the night sky. Its eyes were deep pools of wisdom, and its presence exuded a comforting aura. "I am Selwyn," the luminal introduced itself, its voice a gentle melody. "I see you are curious about the lights." Mira nodded, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, they were beautiful and unlike anything I've seen. Do you know what they are?" Selwyn nodded, its expression serene. "The lights are the whispers of the forest, messages from the heart of nature. They are meant to guide and protect, but lately they have been restless." "Why are they restless?" Mira asked, her brow furrowed with concern. "There is a disturbance in the balance of the woods," Selwyn explained, "a hidden sadness that needs healing. The lights seek someone with a pure heart to help restore harmony." Mira's eyes widened with determination. "I want to help. How can I do that?" Selwyn fluttered its wings gently, the air shimmering with stardust. You must listen to the forest, feel its rhythm, and uncover the source of its sorrow. Trust in your heart, and you will find the way. Buoyed by Selwyn's words, Mira closed her eyes and allowed herself to attune to the forest around her. She listened to the rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the distant call of a lone owl. Slowly, a pattern emerged, a gentle thrum beneath the surface, a melody of life interwoven with a single discordant note. Following this faint trail of unease, Mira journeyed deeper into the woods, her footsteps guided by the forest's subtle cues. Along the way, she encountered various creatures, a family of rabbits who shared their burrow's warmth, an old tortoise who nodded sagely as she passed, and a mischievous squirrel who offered her an acorn as a token of friendship. Each encounter reinforced the sense of community and mutual care that thrived within the Whispering Woods. It was a reminder that even the smallest gesture of kindness could ripple outwards, touching lives in ways unseen. At last, Mira arrived at a thicket where the air felt heavy with a quiet sadness. Peering through the intertwined branches, she discovered a small grove where the trees stood tall and proud, yet their leaves drooped as if burdened by unseen weight. In the center of the grove lay a young fawn, its eyes wide with fear and confusion. The source of the forest's sorrow was clear, a creature lost and alone, seeking the warmth of companionship. Approaching slowly so as not to startle the fawn, Mira spoke softly, her voice a soothing balm. "Hello, little one. You're not alone anymore. I'm here to help." The fawn blinked, its ears twitching as it listened to Mira's kind words. Gradually it relaxed, sensing the genuine care in her tone. With gentle hands, Mira guided the fawn out of the thicket and back towards the heart of the forest. As they walked, the trees seemed to sigh with relief, their leaves lifting as the weight of sadness began to dissipate. Selwyn appeared once more, its eyes alight with gratitude. "You have done well, Mira. The forest thanks you for your kindness and courage." Mira smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. "I only did what felt right. The forest is a magical place, full of life and wonder. I'm grateful to be part of it." Under the luminal's watchful gaze, the shimmering lights returned, dancing joyfully through the trees. They twirled around Mira and the fawn, a celebration of restored harmony and newfound friendship. As the sun began to set, casting golden rays across the forest floor, Mira made her way back to Willowbrook, the fawn trotting happily by her side. The villagers welcomed them with open arms, their hearts touched by the tale of the gentle mystery that had unfolded in their beloved woods. That night, as the stars twinkled above and the village settled into peaceful slumber, Mira lay beneath the great old oak, the fawn nestled beside her. She closed her eyes, her dreams filled with shimmering lights and the whisper of a forest at peace. And so, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its people bound by tales of wonder and the gentle magic that surrounded them. Here, under the watchful gaze of the luminal and the twinkling stars, harmony reigned, and the world felt just a little bit brighter. In a corner of the galaxy where stardust painted the skies with hues of lavender and gold, there existed a quaint little planet named Luminara. This planet was home to the lumens, gentle beings who glowed softly in the dark, their light a beacon of warmth and kindness. They thrived in harmony, living amidst forests of shimmering crystal trees and lakes that reflected the swirling galaxies above. One evening, as the lumens prepared for their nightly glow gathering, a time when they would sing and share stories, a peculiar event disrupted the gentle rhythm of their lives. A streak of fiery light tore through the velvet sky, crashing into the heart of their tranquil forest. The lumens, curious and concerned, gathered around the smoking crater that had formed amidst the crystal trees. From the crater emerged a creature unlike any they had ever seen. It was a mechanical being, a construct of metal and wires, with eyes that flickered like tiny screens. It was a Arzon, a species known across the cosmos for their technological prowess and analytical minds. Its name was Quarren, and it had crash-landed on Luminara due to a navigation error in its spaceship. The Lumens, despite their initial apprehension, approached Quarren with gentle curiosity. Their leader, a wise elder named Solara, extended a glowing hand in greeting. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You are among friends here." Quarren, though grateful for the hospitality, felt out of place. The Arzan were a solitary species, and the concept of friendship was as foreign to it as the lush, vibrant world it now found itself in. It communicated through a series of beeps and mechanical whirs, which the lumens found both fascinating and perplexing. Despite their differences, Solara invited Quarren to stay and recover. The lumens, in their gentle way, offered their help in repairing its ship. Quarren, though hesitant, accepted, knowing it had little choice but to rely on these strange, glowing beings. Days turned into weeks, and as the lumens worked to help Quarren rebuild its spaceship, they also shared their world with it. They showed Quarren the beauty of Luminara, the way the crystal leaves sang in the wind, the way the moonlight danced upon the lakes. In return, Quarren shared its knowledge of the stars and the stories of its travels through the cosmos. Yet misunderstandings were inevitable. The lumens, who thrived on emotion and intuition, often found Quarren's logical nature perplexing. One day, as they gathered by the lakeside, a young lumen named Lyra expressed her sadness over a wilting crystal tree. Quarren, in its analytical way, suggested cutting it down to make room for new growth. Lyra was taken aback, interpreting Quarren's suggestion as cold and unfeeling. Solara, sensing the tension, gently intervened. "Quarren did not mean to hurt you, Lyra," she soothed. "To the Arzan, logic is their language, just as light is ours. Let us listen with understanding, and we might learn something new." Quarren, realizing its mistake, attempted to explain. "In my world, we seek efficiency and order. I did not understand the emotional bond you share with the trees. I am sorry if I caused you distress." Lyra, with Solara's guidance, began to see beyond Quarren's mechanical exterior. "Perhaps," she said softly, "we can learn from each other. You teach us about the stars, and we will teach you about the heart." As time passed, Quarren began to understand the lumens in ways it never expected. It learned to appreciate the beauty of emotion, the strength in vulnerability. In turn, the lumens adopted some of Quarren's logical insights, finding ways to strengthen their homes and improve their community. Their bond deepened when a sudden storm threatened Luminara. Dark clouds loomed, and fierce winds howled through the crystal trees. The lumens, unaccustomed to such violent weather, were frightened. Quarren, with its knowledge of technology, suggested constructing a temporary shelter using materials from its spaceship. Together, lumens and Arzan worked side by side, their efforts a testament to their growing friendship. Quarren's careful calculations ensured the shelter was strong, while the lumens infused it with their light, creating a space of warmth and safety. As the storm raged outside, they huddled together, sharing stories and laughter, their fears dissipating in the glow of their companionship. Quarren, feeling a strange warmth in its circuits, realized it had found something it never knew it was missing, a sense of belonging. When the storm finally passed, leaving the air crisp and clean, Quarren's ship was finally ready. The lumens gathered to bid farewell, their hearts heavy yet full of gratitude for the lessons learned and the bonds forged. Before departing, Quarren addressed the lumens, its voice filled with newfound emotion. "I came to your planet as a stranger, and I leave as a friend. You have taught me the beauty of connection, the power of understanding. For that, I am eternally grateful." Solara smiled, her light brighter than ever. "And you have shown us the stars, Quarren. May your journey be safe, and may you carry our light with you wherever you go." With that, Quarren's ship ascended into the azure skies, its path marked by the shimmering luminescence of its newfound friends. The lumens watched until the ship was but a speck against the vast tapestry of the universe, their hearts aglow with the knowledge that true friendship transcends all boundaries, be they of stars, species, or worlds. And so, in the gentle embrace of Luminara's nights, the lumens continued their glow gatherings with stories of a mechanical being who taught them to see the stars and themselves anew. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight fell in dappled coins through ancient oaks, there existed a village unseen by human eyes. Mossy cottages with roofs of woven ferns clustered around a clearing, where moonflowers bloomed by day and fireflies scribbled stories in the dusk. Here lived Marlowe, a hedgehog with quills like frosted cinnamon sticks, who tended the library of roots, a labyrinth of tunnels where stories grew as living vines, their blossoms releasing tales when touched. One crisp autumn morning, Marlowe noticed the amber leaves falling too fast, piling knee-high before their time. The forest's breath, a breeze that usually carried the scent of pine and petrichor, now tasted metallic like a storm with no rain. High in the cedar spire, an old badger named Thistle stirred from her slumber, her silvered muzzle twitching. "The season threads are fraying," she murmured, recalling legends whispered by her grandmother. Long ago, elemental sprites had woven the fabric of the seasons on looms of starlight, but now their magic waned, neglected by creatures who'd forgotten the old songs. Marlowe approached Thistle, acorn cap clutched in his paws. "The maple saplings are shivering," he said, "and the river's song has gone flat." Thistle nodded, her claws tracing a map in the soil, a path to the sylvan glade where the last weavers of seasons dwelled. "We must mend the threads before the solstice," she declared, "but the way is perilous. The bramble wastes guard the glade, and shadows have teeth there." Their journey began at the hour of dewfall, when spiderwebs glimmered like constellations. Fireflies lit their path through valleys, where mushrooms glowed with bioluminescent sighs. Marlowe marveled at ice-blue lichen that chimed when brushed, while Thistle taught him to read the stories written in bark grooves and birdsong cadences. "Every creature holds a verse in the forest's poem," she said, her voice blending with the creak of ancient trees. In the hollow of echoes they met Juniper, a fox whose fur held the russet hues of sunset. She'd been stranded when the autumn winds stalled, leaving her without the zephyrs that usually guided her home. "The air's gone still as a held breath," Juniper fretted, her tail stirring eddies of crimson leaves. Together they devised a plan. Juniper would use her knowledge of hidden trails, Thistle would navigate by star moss patterns, and Marlowe would coax directions from the library's story vines, now twined through his satchel. The bramble wastes rose before them, a snarled sea of thorns that hissed like angry serpents. Marlowe spied pale blossoms among the spikes, moonclery flowers whose nectar could soften even the cruelest bramble. But the blooms shriveled at touch, their healing essence lost unless harvested with perfect care. Like stories, Marlowe realized, they need gentle hands. Holding his breath, he plucked a petal, singing the lullaby his mother had hummed when he was a kit, a tune older than the oldest oak. The thorns stilled. As twilight painted the sky in lavender washes, they reached the sylvan glade. There, beneath a cathedral of interlocked branches, 3 sprites hovered over a crumbling loom. Spring's sprite flickered weakly, her hair a wilted cascade of cherry blossoms. Summer's flames dimmed to ember glow, autumn's crown of wheat had unraveled into straw. "We've forgotten the rhythm," sighed the autumn sprite, her voice like rustling parchment. "The dance requires 4. Thistle's eyes widened with understanding. From her pouch she produced a vial of hoarfrost collected from the first winter morning, a memory preserved for generations. Marlowe added a story vine blooming with tales of snowfall, while Juniper offered a tuft of her fur, imprinted with the scent of crisp air. The sprites wove these into the loom alongside fallen leaves, sunbeam fragments, and raindrop pearls. Suddenly, the glade shimmered. Winter's sprite emerged from the frost vial, a being of crystalline breath and snowflake lace. The loom hummed as seasons flowed anew. Spring buds pushed through thawing soil, summer rains danced in prismatic arcs, autumn's harvest swelled golden, and winter's quiet wrapped the world in reflective peace. The sprite's laughter tinkled like icicles in sunlight, weaving harmony into every thread. Returning home, the forest greeted them with restored balance. Maple leaves drifted lazily, each descent a waltz. The river's song bubbled with renewed vigor, carrying echoes of the sprite's loom. Juniper found her zephyrs waiting, playful gusts that tousled her fur like old friends. Thistle retired to her cedar spire, content that the old wisdom had taken root in Marlowe's heart. That winter, when the first snow blanketed the whispering woods, creatures gathered in the moonflower clearing. Marlowe unspooled a new story vine, this one glittering with frost patterns, and shared the tale of how fragile threads hold the world together. Fireflies traced the words in the air as he spoke, their light reflecting in countless dewdrop lenses. And high above, unseen but deeply felt, the seasons turned in their eternal dance, not as rulers but as partners, each giving way to the next with grace. The lesson of the loom became hearthside lore, that balance is not stillness but the art of harmonious surrender, and that even the smallest creature, with gentle paws and a listening heart, could mend the frayed edges of the world. As the final words settled like snowflakes, the forest sighed contentedly. Somewhere a sprig of moonclory bloomed through the frost, its petals holding the soft glow of stories yet to be told. In a valley cradled between mountains that wore clouds like woolen caps, there lived a girl named Leela with hair the color of walnut shells and eyes that held the sparkle of creek water catching sunlight. Each evening she'd sit at her bedroom window watching fireflies trace secret messages above the meadow, little knowing how soon their flickering code would brush against her destiny. One crisp autumn afternoon, while hunting for crimson maple leaves to press in her grandmother's iron-bound book, Leela stumbled upon a curious sight beneath an ancient oak. A tarnished silver chain peeked through mossy stones, its pendant shaped like a teardrop moon, cradling a milky stone that pulsed faintly as her shadow fell upon it. When her fingers closed around the cool metal, the world rippled like a pond disturbed by a falling acorn. The forest breathed differently now, richer, deeper, as if the air had turned to honey. A red fox emerged from the ferns, its coat gleaming like polished copper. What startled Leela wasn't its sudden appearance, but the fact that when it opened its mouth, words emerged in a voice like wind through barley fields. "Took you long enough," it said, flicking a ear adorned with 3 silver rings. Thus began Leela's tutelage under Ember, the fox who revealed that the whispering pendant allowed its bearer to cross the veil, the shimmering boundary between ordinary reality and the old wood where sentient creatures kept ancient rhythms. But all was not well in this hidden realm. The Everpool, source of the forest's magic, was silting over. Seasons tangled like mismatched yarn snowdrops blooming in autumn, maple keys sprouting mid-flight. Their quest to restore balance led them first to the moonlit market, where hedgehog vendors sold dewdrop elixirs in acorn cups and badgers in embroidered waistcoats debated philosophy over clover tea. There a silver-whiskered owl named Thurea gifted them a vial of starlight with instructions to follow the sorrow where roots drink deep. The clue guided them to the caves of echoing moss, where underground rivers sang forgotten ballads and luminous fungi mapped constellations on cavern ceilings. In those dripping chambers, they discovered the source of decay, a wounded earth spirit, its rocky hide cracked where greedy hands had tried to mine its crystalline heart. Leela's pendant glowed as she pressed it against the fracture, pouring forth memories of children's laughter, morning birdsong, and the quiet strength of oak's enduring storms. The spirit rumbled to life, quartz veins knitting together as it bowed its great head. "Your compassion mends what force could not," it intoned, gifting them a seed wrapped in bioluminescent moss. Their journey wove onward across rivers where water nymphs wove liquid melodies, through valleys where willows played harpist with their trailing branches, and up slopes where mountain spirits rolled thunder like children bowling stone hoops. Each challenge demanded not strength but attentive kindness, untangling a wood sprite's knotted hair, mediating a dispute between quarrelsome sparrows, composing lullabies for a restless wind. The final test came at the Everpool itself, now choked with ghostly pale weeds. As Leela lowered the glowing seed into murky waters, the pendant grew warm against her chest. Visions flooded her mind not just of the forest's past glory, but of its fragile connections to the human world. She understood then that the magic wasn't dying but waiting for hearts willing to listen rather than take. When the seed took root, shooting forth a tree that bloomed summer blossoms and winter berries simultaneously, Leela felt the change ripple through both worlds. Back in her village, elders marveled at suddenly abundant orchards, while children giggled at unusually bold deer nibbling apple cores from open palms. On the last night of her adventure, Ember walked her to the boundary stone. "The pendant chooses keepers who feel the threads between all living things," he said, nuzzling her hand. Though the silver chain dissolved into moonlight as she crossed back, Leela knew the true magic remained in the fox tracks beside her garden wall, the owl feather on her windowsill, and the quiet understanding that wonder walks softly where respect blooms. Years later, when a wide-eyed child showed Leela a peculiar stone found by the brook, she simply smiled and said, "Let me tell you about a fox who speaks in riddles." The fire crackled its accompaniment as snow fell gently beyond the frosted window panes, wrapping the world in hushed anticipation of stories yet to unfold. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the worn rug. Outside, the wind whispered through the old oak tree beside the cottage, where young Ben lived. Ben wasn't particularly loud or adventurous, but he noticed things. He noticed the way sunlight caught dust motes, making them look like tiny stars. He noticed the different songs the wind sang through the chimney. And one chilly autumn afternoon, while helping his grandfather clear out the dusty attic, Ben noticed something else entirely. Tucked away in a forgotten corner, behind a box of moth-eaten scarves and a broken rocking horse, sat a small, unassuming wooden crate. Inside, nestled in yellowed tissue paper, was a teacup. It wasn't grand or gilded. It was simple porcelain, painted with delicate, faded blue forget-me-nots. But as Ben carefully lifted it, a strange warmth spread through his fingers, not the warmth of the sun, but a gentle, comforting glow that seemed to hum softly against his skin. "Granddad," Ben called softly, his voice echoing slightly in the dusty space. "Look at this teacup, it feels different." His grandfather, wiping grime from his spectacles, peered at it. "Ah, the forget-me-not cup, belonged to your great-aunt Millicent. Always said it was special, but never said why. Bit of an odd duck, Millicent, bless her. Probably just like the pattern." He chuckled, returning to his sorting. Ben wasn't so sure. He carried the cup downstairs, washed it gently, and set it on his windowsill. As dusk painted the sky in shades of lavender and peach, Ben decided to try it. He filled it with warm milk and a drizzle of honey, just as he imagined great-aunt Millicent might have done. As he lifted the cup to his lips, he didn't just smell the sweet honey and warm milk. He smelled something else entirely: damp earth, wood smoke, and the faint, sweet scent of unfamiliar flowers. And when he took a sip, the world didn't dissolve, but it shimmered. Suddenly, the steam rising from the cup wasn't just steam. It swirled and coalesced, forming a miniature, glowing landscape right above the rim. Tiny, luminous mountains rose, veiled in mist. A path no wider than a thread of silk wound through a forest of impossibly small, glittering trees. And standing on that path, looking impossibly real yet impossibly tiny, was a creature. It resembled a badger, but its fur shimmered like moonlight on snow, and it wore a tiny, worried frown. "Hello," Ben whispered, utterly astonished. The tiny badger jumped, clutching a minuscule satchel. "Oh, you can see, most can't, you know, not unless the cup truly chooses. I'm Thistle." His voice was like the rustle of dry leaves, yet clear as a bell. "And you, big one, you hold the cup of echoes." "The cup of echoes," Ben breathed. "Indeed," Thistle nodded gravely. "It doesn't hold tea, not really. It holds echoes of places lost or forgotten, echoes of journeys not taken. Right now it holds the echo of the Whispering Glen, my home. But—" his small shoulders slumped. "The glen is fading, the great echo is weakening. Without it, the glen will vanish entirely, and all its echoes, memories, stories, little bits of quiet magic will be lost forever." Ben felt a pang of deep sadness, as if he'd heard a beloved story end too soon. The great echo, what is it? How can it fade? It's the heart song of the glen, Thistle explained, pacing the tiny path in the steam. A deep, resonant sound that holds everything together, but it's grown faint, muffled. Something is silencing it. We need to find the source and restore the song. But the path is perilous for one so small, and the silencer. Well, it's big and loud and terribly unlistening. Ben understood the unspoken plea. Can I help? Can I go there through the cup? Thistle's eyes, like polished obsidian, widened. Through the cup. Only if the cup allows it. But you felt its warmth. You saw the echo. Perhaps you are allowed. Take another sip, Ben. Think of the glen, think of helping. Ben closed his eyes, picturing the tiny mountains, the glittering trees, the worried badger. He took another sip of the honeyed milk. This time the warmth wasn't just in his hands, it spread through his whole body. The room seemed to stretch and blur. When he opened his eyes, he was standing on the thread-like path, surrounded by towering, luminous ferns that hadn't been there a moment before. He was Ben-sized, but the world around him was thistle-sized. The trees soared like skyscrapers, the pebbles were boulders. Thistle, now reaching Ben's knee, beamed. You did it, oh splendid. Welcome to the Whispering Glen, Ben. The glen was breathtaking. Light didn't just shine, it danced soft blues and greens, filtering through leaves that chimed like crystal bells when touched. The air hummed, but it was a faint, strained hum, like a distant choir singing through wool. Ben could feel the sadness Thistle had spoken of, a gentle melancholy clinging to the shimmering moss and the glowing mushrooms. We need to follow the fading song to its source, Thistle said, leading the way down the winding path. But we shouldn't go alone. Echo places are tricky. We need friends. Their first helper appeared near a brook that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny chimes. A creature like a large, iridescent dragonfly perched on a glowing reed. Her wings were stained glass mosaics, and her large, multifaceted eyes sparkled with curiosity. Greetings, Thistle, and a very large greeting to you, stranger. I am Zephyr. Are you lost or found? Both, perhaps, Zephyr, Thistle chuckled. This is Ben. He's come to help restore the great echo. We need to find what's silencing it. Zephyr buzzed excitedly. Silence, how dreadful. I know all the currents of the glen, the paths the winds take. The silence feels thickest near the old stone bridge where the deep roots gather, but it's guarded by Grumble, the stone toad. He hasn't listened to anyone in ages, too busy being grumpy. She fluttered onto Ben's shoulder, her touch light as dandelion fluff. I can guide you. Further along, beneath a canopy of luminous weeping willow fronds, they met their second helper. Moss, a creature resembling a very old, very wise tortoise, moved with deliberate slowness. His shell was covered in glowing lichen that pulsed softly. He blinked slowly at Ben. A groundwalker in the glen, how curious and troubled. I feel the echo's pain. His voice was the deep rumble of shifting earth. We seek the source of the silence, Moss, Thistle explained. Moss pondered, the lichen on his shell dimming and brightening. The deep roots beneath the old stone bridge hold ancient memories. They might know, but Grumble guards the bridge fiercely. He fears noise, you see, thinks it cracks the stones. Moss sighed, a sound like pebbles tumbling. He forgets that silence can crack the soul. I know the old ways, the language of stone and root. I will come. The journey through the Whispering Glen was wondrous and strange. Zephyr darted ahead, her wings humming, scouting paths and whispering warnings about patches of shimmer quicksand or gloom vines that tried to dampen sound. Moss plodded steadily behind, his deep voice occasionally murmuring to the earth, causing glowing stepping stones to rise from glowing streams or stubborn roots to gently lower themselves. Thistle kept up a constant, reassuring chatter, pointing out echo fireflies that carried snippets of forgotten lullabies and whispering blossoms that sighed stories into the air. Yet, the underlying hum remained distressingly faint. Finally, they reached the old stone bridge. It arched over a chasm filled not with water, but with swirling, silent mist. And sitting squarely in the center of the bridge, blotting out the soft light, was Grumble. He was immense, a toad carved from rough, dark granite, his eyes like dull, heavy pebbles. A low, continuous grumble vibrated from him, a sound that seemed to actively push away the glen's gentle music. "Go away." Grumble boomed, the sound waves making the bridge tremble. "Too much noise, cracks the stones, silence is safe." He shifted his massive bulk, blocking their path completely. Ben felt the grumble in his bones, a physical pressure trying to force him back. Fear prickled him. How could they move this mountain of grumpiness? Zephyr buzzed anxiously near Ben's ear. "See, told you, all boom and no listen." Moss slowly moved forward, placing a gentle, clawed foot on the bridge stone. "Grumble, old friend," he rumbled, his voice a counterpoint to Grumble's harsh tone, deep but soothing. "The stones are strong, they remember the song. Song is vibration, vibration is cracks." Grumble bellowed, refusing to look at Moss. "Silence is solid, safe." Ben watched, his heart pounding. Force wouldn't work. Shouting back would only make Grumble louder, more stubborn. Thistle had said the challenge required wisdom. Ben remembered the cup's warmth, the feeling of listening to an echo. He thought of Grey Tant Millicent, who everyone thought was odd but who had known this cup was special. He thought about how sometimes the quietest things held the deepest truths. Grumble wasn't just guarding the bridge, he was guarding his fear. Ben took a deep breath. Instead of speaking, he knelt down on the bridge, ignoring the vibration through his knees. He placed his hand flat on the cool stone, just like Moss had done. He closed his eyes, trying to push aside his own fear, trying to truly listen, not just to the grumble, but to the stone beneath it. He felt the deep, slow pulse of the earth Moss had spoken of, a rhythm far older and steadier than Grumble's fear. He felt tiny vibrations, not cracks, but the gentle thrum of the deep roots Moss had mentioned, far below, like a slow, sad heartbeat. And beneath Grumble's oppressive grumble, Ben sensed something else, a deep, aching loneliness. He didn't shout. He didn't argue. He simply spoke, his voice as soft as the glen's fading hum, directed not at Grumble's ears, but at the stone beneath his hand, hoping the roots would hear. "The stones are strong," he murmured, echoing Moss. "They remember the song that held them together. The silence isn't making you safe, Grumble, it's making you alone, and the glen is fading without its song." He poured all his understanding, all his quiet empathy into those words, picturing the warmth of the teacup, the kindness he felt for Thistle and his fading home. For a moment, nothing happened. Grumble just grumbled louder. Then Moss rumbled again, his voice weaving with Ben's quiet plea, speaking directly to the stone and the roots below. "Hear the truth, old friend, the song is strength, not weakness, the silence, it hurts." Zephyr, understanding, flew not at Grumble, but down towards the swirling mist of the chasm. She darted and danced, her wings creating a soft, intricate hum, a counter-melody to Grumble's drone. She hummed the song of the wind currents, the chime of the brook, the sigh of the whispering blossoms, tiny fragments of the glen's true voice. Thistle added his own voice, not loud but clear and steady, telling a simple story of sunlight on moss and the comfort of shared burrows. Sound connects us, Grumble, silence isolates. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the deep, continuous grumble faltered. Grumble shifted. One heavy pebble-like eye cracked open slightly, looking not at Ben shouting, but at Ben kneeling, hand on the stone, his face earnest and kind. He looked at Moss, steadfast and ancient. He listened to Zephyr's delicate hum, Thistle's gentle story. He felt the deep roots below stir, sending a faint, questioning pulse up through the bridge stones, a pulse of remembered music. A deep, shuddering sigh escaped Grumble, like boulders shifting. The oppressive pressure lessened. Alone, he rumbled, but the sound was less harsh, more questioning. The song hurt. No, Ben said softly, still kneeling. The wrong sounds can hurt. Loud, angry sounds. But the Glen's song, it's gentle. It's the sound of belonging. It holds the stones together like the warmth holds the tea in the cup. He thought of the cup's comforting glow. It doesn't crack, it comforts. Grumble was silent for a long moment. Then with a sound like distant thunder softening, he slowly, ponderously, shifted his massive bulk to one side of the bridge, clearing the path. Gentle, he rumbled, the word unfamiliar on his tongue. Comfort. Moss nudged Ben gently. The deep roots beneath the bridge center, they hold the echo of the first heart song, touch them, remember for them. Ben walked carefully to the center of the bridge. Kneeling again, he saw a cluster of thick, glowing roots emerging from the stone, pulsing with a very faint, slow light. He placed both hands upon them. They were warm, vibrating with a deep, almost inaudible frequency. Closing his eyes, he poured his feelings into the roots, the wonder of the Glen, the kindness of thistle, zephyr, and moss, the newfound understanding for Grumble, and the comforting warmth of the forget-me-not cup. He thought of connection, of gentle sounds, of belonging. He didn't force a song, he offered a memory of what song felt like. The roots beneath his hands began to glow brighter. The faint pulse grew stronger, steadier. From deep within the earth, a sound began to rise. It wasn't loud, it was profound. A deep, resonant hum, pure and clear, like the lowest note of a cello played under starlight. It resonated through the stones of the bridge, through the air, through Ben's very being. Their effect was instantaneous. The swirling mist in the chasm below began to sparkle with trapped light. The leaves on the luminous trees chimed more brightly. The faint melancholy lifted, replaced by a profound sense of peace and wholeness. The great echo, the heart song of the whispering Glen, had been remembered. Zephyr danced in the air, her wings creating joyous harmonies with the renewed echo. Moss let out a deep, contented rumble that harmonized perfectly. Thistle jumped up and down with pure delight. And Grumble, the stone-toad, simply sat. But his grumble had ceased. He tilted his head, his heavy-lidded eyes half closed, listening. A low, soft sound, almost like a purr, vibrated from his stony chest. It wasn't silence. It was the sound of deep contentment, a bass note joining the Glen's symphony. Ben felt the teacup's warmth surge within him, not pulling him back, but acknowledging the completion. He looked at his new friends. "It's time for me to go," he said softly, the heart song filling him with serene joy. Thistle nuzzled his hand. "Thank you, Ben, the Glen remembers, we all remember." Zephyr landed gently on his head, humming a farewell tune. Moss blinked slowly, a silent blessing. Grumble merely rumbled softly, a sound that now felt like a bedrock deep, "Thank you." Ben closed his eyes, holding the image of the singing Glen, the feeling of the heart song, and the warmth of friendship. He felt the world shimmer once more. When he opened his eyes, he was back in his room, the empty forget-me-not cup cool in his hands on the windowsill. The last sip of honeyed milk was gone. Outside, the wind in the old oak tree sounded different, richer, deeper, as if carrying an echo of a faraway song. He carefully placed the cup back on the sill. It no longer glowed, but it held a deep, quiet warmth, like a cherished memory. Ben knew the Whispering Glen was safe, its stories and magic preserved. He knew that sometimes the greatest strength wasn't in being loud, but in listening deeply, not in force, but in kindness and understanding. And he knew that the most extraordinary magic could be found in the quietest, most ordinary of things, like a teacup painted with forget-me-nots, holding echoes of wonder. As he climbed into bed, the wind sang its lullaby through the eaves, a gentle, resonant sound that soothed him to his core. He smiled, picturing Thistle in his burrow, Zephyr dancing on moonbeams, Moss dreaming deep earth dreams, and Grumble, contentedly rumbling on his bridge, part of the song once more. The cup sat on the sill, a silent guardian of echoes, and Ben drifted into a sleep filled with the peaceful hum of a world where kindness had mended what fear had silenced. The fire crackled its own warm agreement, and the night held only gentle dreams. Deep within the whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore beards of moss and sunlight dripped like liquid gold through the emerald canopy, the boundaries between the seen and unseen grew thin as a spider's silk. Here, beneath the gnarled roots and within the hollow trunks, thrived a hidden world. Ferns unfurled velvet fronds, sheltering tiny folk who polished dewdrop lanterns. Shy river sprites wove moonlight into shimmering currents, and the very air hummed with the gentle magic of life intertwined. At the heart of this realm stood Grandfather Rowan, an ancient tree whose bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. His leaves whispered secrets carried on the breeze, and deep within his core pulsed the rhythm of the forest itself, the steady beat of seasons turning. He was the keeper of the great balance, a harmony woven from sunlight and rain, growth and decay, the bustling energy of summer and the deep slumber of winter. This balance was maintained by the hidden folk, industrious moss keepers, meticulous root tenders, sky watchers who rode dragonflies, and the quiet water weavers. Among them was a young hedgehog named Thistle. Soft-spined and wide-eyed, Thistle possessed a rare gift. He could feel the subtle shifts in the forest's breath, the tiny tremors in the earth before anyone else. He spent his days exploring the dappled glades, his tiny paws sinking into cool, damp moss that released the scent of rich earth, and decaying leaves a perfume of life and renewal. He listened to the gurgle of hidden springs, tasted the tart sweetness of wild strawberries warmed by the sun, and felt the soft brush of moth wings against his snout at twilight. One late summer evening, as fireflies began their silent dance, painting the deepening blue with flickering gold, Thistle felt a strange tremor. It wasn't the comforting rumble of distant thunder or the gentle settling of the earth. It was a sharp, discordant shiver, like a snapped lute string. The air, usually thick with the scent of honeysuckle and warm pine, carried a faint, metallic tang. He scurried to Grandfather Rowan, finding the old tree unusually still, his leaves rustling with unease. "Grandfather," Thistle whispered, his small voice barely disturbing the twilight hush. "The earth shivers wrong, the air tastes sharp." A low groan, like shifting stones deep underground, resonated through Grandfather Rowan's trunk. "Ah, young Thistle, your heart feels true, the balance trembles, look." Thistle tilted his head. High above, the sky, usually deepening into a velvety indigo scattered with early stars, held a strange, coppery glow. The familiar constellations seemed blurred, muted. "The stars, they look tired," Thistle murmured. "The sky lanterns dim," Grandfather Rowan explained, his voice a sigh through his leaves. "The weaver of autumn winds sleeps too deeply. Her loom, where she spins the golden threads of fall and the crisp frosts of winter, lies idle. Without her work the seasons cannot turn smoothly. Summer lingers, draining the earth's strength. The streams grow sluggish, the berries wither before ripening. The great cycle is stalling." Thistle's heart clenched. He thought of the plump blackberries he loved, still hard and green. He remembered the worried chatter of the water weavers about the receding stream levels. But how do we wake her? Where is she? Deep within the crystal caves, Grandfather Rowan rumbled. Guarded by the veil of forgetfulness, a mist spun from drowsy dreams. Few remember the path, fewer still possess the gentle touch needed to disperse the veil without harm. Thistle knew he had to try. His gift, that sensitivity to the forest's breath, might be the key. Word spread through the hidden communities like wind through dry grass. Willow, a nimble squirrel with fur the color of twilight shadows, offered to guide him, knowing the forest paths like the lines on her own paws. Bramble, a sturdy badger whose claws were gentle despite their strength, volunteered to clear any fallen branches or loose stones, his deep voice a comforting rumble. Even Lumina, a tiny glowworm usually content to illuminate mossy nooks, insisted on coming, her soft, steady light a beacon in the deepest dark. Their journey began at moonrise. The whisperwood transformed under the silver light. Moonbeams painted silver pathways on the forest floor, illuminating phosphorescent fungi that glowed like fallen stars. The air was cool and sweet, filled with the scent of night-blooming jasmine and damp earth. They followed a hidden trail known only to the oldest roots, marked by stones worn smooth by time and flecked with glittering mica that caught the moonlight. Thistle led, his small body tense, feeling every vibration beneath his paws, the scuttle of beetles, the slow pulse of sleeping roots, and that persistent, discordant tremor. They navigated gnarled roots arching like cathedral buttresses, crossed whispering streams on stepping stones polished by centuries of water, and passed through meadows where moonflowers unfurled their luminous petals, releasing a perfume so sweet it made their heads swim. Willow leaped ahead, scouting paths, her tail a flickering shadow. Bramble cleared obstacles with patient strength, his breath puffing clouds in the cool air. Lumina clung to Thistle's back, her soft light casting long, dancing shadows. After what felt like hours, the air grew colder, damper. They reached a sheer rock face, veiled by thick curtains of ivy. Behind it, hidden from casual sight, yawned the entrance to the crystal caves. A faint, pearlescent mist swirled before the entrance, shimmering with faint rainbows even in the moonlight, the veil of forgetfulness. It pulsed with a sleepy enchantment. Just looking at it made Thistle's eyelids feel heavy. Willow blinked slowly, Bramble yawned wide, and Lumina's light dimmed. "Remember grandfather's words," Thistle whispered, fighting the drowsiness that crept into his bones like cold water. "The veil feeds on noise and force. It needs quiet, gentle remembering." He closed his eyes, shutting out the mesmerizing swirl of the mist. Instead, he focused inward, on the deep, resonant feeling he carried for the forest. He remembered the warm press of sunlight on his back after rain, the joyful gurgle of the spring-fed stream, the rich, loamy scent of freshly turned earth by the badger set, the satisfying crunch of a perfectly ripe hazelnut. He thought of the delicate tracery of frost on a spiderweb, the first brave crocus pushing through snow, the vibrant explosion of green buds in spring, all the beautiful, essential turning points the weaver created. He began to hum. Not a song with words, but a low, soft vibration, like the forest breathing, like the deep sigh of roots stretching. It was the sound of moss growing, of sap rising, of leaves unfurling. Willow, shaking off her drowsiness, joined in with a soft chittering, mimicking the wind through pine needles. Bramble added a deep, grounding rumble, the sound of shifting earth settling. Lumina pulsed her light in time, a soft, rhythmic heartbeat. Their combined sound a quiet symphony of forest life, washed against the veil of forgetfulness. The mist shimmered violently, the rainbows flickering. It recoiled from the gentle, familiar resonance. Thistle stepped forward, still humming, pouring all his love for the whisperwood, all his awareness of its intricate balance, into that soft sound. He reached out, not with his paw, but with his feeling. The veil didn't tear, it simply remembered. It remembered it was part of the forest too, a mist born from cool mornings and damp hollows. With a sound like a sigh of relief, it dissolved not into nothing, but into a cool, refreshing moisture that kissed their faces and dampened the stone, smelling clean and pure. Beyond lay the crystal caves. Stalactites and stalagmites glittered like frozen waterfalls, catching Lumina's glow and fracturing it into 1,000 dancing points of light on the walls. The air was cool and still, smelling of ancient stone and deep water. In the center of the largest cavern, upon a bed of luminous moon moss, slept the weaver of autumn winds. She was tall and slender, her form seeming woven from twilight itself, draped in robes that shifted color like autumn leaves, russet, gold, deep crimson. Her face was serene, her silver hair fanned out like spun moonlight. Beside her lay a loom of pure crystal, strung with threads that shimmered with the potential of frost and falling leaves, but utterly still. Thistle approached softly, the others hanging back in reverence. He knelt beside the mossy bed. He didn't shout or shake her. Instead, he gently placed his small paw upon the cool crystal of her loom. He closed his eyes and focused, sending out the feeling he had used against the veil, the vibrant memory of the forest needing her. He sent the image of the thirsty streams, the tired stars, the unripened berries, the stifling warmth that overstayed its welcome. He sent the deep, resonant pull of the turning earth, yearning for the crisp kiss of autumn, the cleansing sleep of winter, the vibrant rebirth of spring that only her work could herald. A tremor ran through the crystal loom. A single thread, a deep, burnished gold, began to glow faintly. Then the weaver sighed. It was the sound of wind stirring through dry cornfields. Her eyelids fluttered open, revealing eyes the color of a stormy twilight sky, deep and vast. She blinked, looking down at the small hedgehog whose paw rested on her loom, feeling the urgent, loving plea radiating from him. A gentle smile touched her lips, as soft as the first frost. "Ah," she breathed, her voice like dry leaves skittering over stone, yet warm and kind. The forest calls, and a small heart remembers the balance. She sat up, stretching limbs that seemed to ripple with contained breezes. "My slumber deepened beyond its time. Thank you, little guardian, and your steadfast friends, for weaving the song of remembrance." She rose, her robe swirling with colors now vibrant and alive. She moved to her loom. As her long, slender fingers touched the crystal frame, the cavern filled with a soft, resonant hum. The threads began to shimmer intensely. She started to weave, her movements fluid and sure. Golden threads intertwined with threads of crisp white and deep russet brown. As she worked, a cool, fresh breeze sprang up within the cave, smelling of wood smoke and ripening apples. It swirled around thistle, willow, bramble, and lumina, invigorating them, carrying away the last vestiges of drowsiness. "Go now," the weaver murmured, her focus on her growing tapestry of autumn. "Tell Grandfather Rowan the balance is restored. The winds will rise, the lanterns will brighten, the great cycle turns once more." They emerged from the crystal caves just as the first hint of dawn painted the eastern sky in streaks of rose and apricot. The coppery haze was gone. The stars above shone clear and bright, winking out one by one as the sky lightened. The air, once heavy and metallic, was now fresh and cool, carrying the unmistakable scent of change, the promise of autumn. As they made their way back, a strong, clean wind swept through the whisperwood, rustling Grandfather Rowan's leaves in a joyful chorus. It danced through the branches, carrying the first dry leaf spiraling down to land gently on Thistle's head like a tiny, golden crown. The streams chuckled with renewed energy. High above the sky lanterns, the stars pulsed with clear, steady light. They found Grandfather Rowan bathed in the warm light of the rising sun. "Well done, little hearts," he rumbled, his voice rich with relief and pride. "You felt the discord. You sought the wisdom. You acted with gentle strength and unity. You reminded the weaver, and thus the forest itself, of the song that must never fade." Thistle looked around at his friends, Willow chattering excitedly, Bramble nodding with quiet satisfaction, Lumina glowing softly with pride. He felt the cool, invigorating breeze on his face, smelled the earth waking up refreshed, heard the vibrant song of the forest resuming its ancient rhythm. He thought of the weaver, diligently weaving the beauty of fall, knowing winter's rest and spring's rebirth would follow in their own time. That night, as the whisperwood settled under a sky now thick with brilliant stars, the air crisp with the first true breath of autumn, Thistle curled up in his cozy nest of dry ferns and moss at the base of Grandfather Rowan. The scent of wood smoke from a distant, unseen hearth, or perhaps it was the scent of the changing season itself, mingled with the damp earth and decaying leaves. He listened to the wind sighing through the ancient branches, a lullaby of harmony restored. The gentle glow of fireflies and luminas, soft light outside his den painted dancing patterns on the walls. The deep, resonant pulse of the forest, the steady heartbeat of the great balance, thrummed peacefully beneath him. He closed his eyes, safe, content, and deeply connected to the timeless, magical whisper of the world, knowing that even the smallest creature, listening with its heart, could help turn the seasons and keep the ancient harmony alive. Sleep came as softly and inevitably as the falling leaves outside, wrapping him in the profound comfort of a world in balance. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her unruly red curls and freckled cheeks gave her an air of whimsy, but it was her curiosity and bravery that truly set her apart. Willow's favorite place in the world was the old oak tree that stood tall and proud at the edge of the village. Its gnarled branches beckoned her with promises of adventure, and it was here that she would spend countless hours, lost in daydreams and stories. One spring day, as Willow sat beneath the oak's comforting shade, something remarkable happened. A tiny door, no bigger than her hand, appeared in the tree's trunk. Willow gasped, her heart racing with excitement. Could it be a hidden world within the tree itself? Without a second thought, she reached out and turned the miniature doorknob. The little door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit passage that seemed to stretch on endlessly. Willow's eyes widened in disbelief, but her sense of wonder quickly overtook her apprehension. Taking a deep breath, she crouched down and stepped through the doorway, emerging into a magical realm unlike anything she had ever imagined. The world within the oak tree was alive with vibrant colors and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. Tiny mushrooms dotted the mossy ground, and streams of crystalline water trickled over smooth pebbles. As Willow wandered deeper into this enchanting place, she encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. Fairies with gossamer wings, pixies with mischievous grins, and talking animals who greeted her with kindness. One such animal, a wise old badger named Bramble, took Willow under his wing and introduced her to the wonders of this hidden realm. He explained that the oak tree was a magical gateway, and only those with pure hearts and open minds could enter. Bramble became Willow's guide, teaching her about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting this secret world. Together, they embarked on countless ventures, exploring every nook and cranny of the oak tree's inner sanctum. On one particularly memorable journey, Willow and Bramble stumbled upon a clearing where a cluster of glowing mushrooms grew. Bramble warned her that these were no ordinary fungi. They possessed the power to grant wishes, but only to those who truly understood the weight of their desires. Willow, ever the curious soul, couldn't resist the temptation to make a wish. She closed her eyes and wished for the ability to understand and communicate with all living things. In an instant, the world around her came alive with a symphony of voices, the whispering trees, the chattering squirrels, and even the soft melodies of the wind itself. At first, this newfound ability was overwhelming, but with Bramble's guidance, Willow learned to embrace her gift and use it to forge deeper connections with the natural world. She became a bridge between the hidden realm and the human village, advocating for the protection of the forest and its inhabitants. As the seasons changed and years passed, Willow's friendship with Bramble and the other creatures of the oak tree grew stronger. They faced challenges together, solving mysteries and overcoming obstacles with wisdom and courage. One such mystery unfolded during a particularly harsh winter, when the once vibrant oak tree began to wither and fade. Willow and her friends worked tirelessly to uncover the cause, ultimately discovering that a nearby stream had been polluted by human carelessness. With her newfound understanding of the natural world, Willow rallied the villagers to clean up the stream and restore balance to the forest. Slowly but surely, the oak tree regained its strength, its branches reaching towards the sky once more. Through her journey within the hidden world of the oak tree, Willow had transformed from a curious young girl into a compassionate, determined guardian of nature. She had faced her fears, embraced her gifts, and forged friendships that defied all expectations. As the years passed, Willow grew into a wise woman, her hair now streaked with silver. But her spirit remained as vibrant as ever, and she would often return to the oak tree, opening the little door and stepping into the magical realm that had shaped her so profoundly. And as she sat beneath the whispering branches, surrounded by her dearest friends, Willow would share the tales of her adventures with the next generation of wide-eyed, curious children. For she knew that the hidden world within the oak tree was not just a place of magic, but a sanctuary of wonder, friendship, and personal growth, a legacy to be cherished and protected for all time. The evening sun dipped below the hills, painting the sky in streaks of lavender and peach, when young Leo first noticed the peculiar shimmer at the edge of the whispering woods. It wasn't just the last light catching the dew. It was a soft, steady glow emanating from a moss-covered archway Leo had never seen before, nestled between two ancient, gnarled oak trees. The archway seemed woven from living vines and speckled with tiny, luminous flowers that pulsed like sleepy fireflies. Above it, shimmering letters appeared and disappeared like breath on a frosty window, the door of whispering pines. Leo's heart thumped a little faster against their ribs. The grown-ups always said the woods were deep and best explored in daylight, but this felt different. It felt like an invitation. Taking a deep breath of the cool, pine-scented air, Leo stepped forward. As they passed beneath the arch, a gentle warmth washed over them, and the familiar woods dissolved like a dream. They found themselves standing on a path paved with smooth, glowing stones the color of moonlight. It wound through a forest unlike any Leo had ever imagined. Trees weren't just tall, they were colossal, their trunks wide as cottages, draped in velvet mosses of emerald and sapphire. Instead of leaves, enormous, softly glowing mushrooms, some like parasols, others like delicate bells sprouted from their branches, casting a gentle, honey-colored light. The air hummed with a low, soothing melody, as if the forest itself were breathing a lullaby. It smelled of damp earth, sweet blossoms, and something else, like warm cinnamon and old books. Curiosity, bright and fizzy, bubbled within Leo. They followed the path, their footsteps silent on the luminous stones. Soon they encountered the first wonder, a stream that flowed not with water, but with liquid crystal, clear and sparkling. Tiny, fish-like creatures made of pure light darted beneath its surface, leaving trails of shimmering bubbles that popped with soft pings, releasing miniature rainbows that hovered for a moment before fading. As Leo watched, mesmerized, a cluster of floating stones drifted lazily down the path. Perched upon the largest stone was a creature no bigger than Leo's hand. It resembled a tiny owl, but its feathers were made of swirling, iridescent mist, and its large eyes shone like polished amber. It tilted its head, blinked slowly, and hooted a sound like wind chimes. H-O-O-O-O-O-M, it chimed questioningly. "Hello," Leo whispered back, feeling a smile spread across their face. The mist owl blinked again, then fluttered its insubstantial wings, causing the stones beneath it to ripple and chime softly. It seemed to gesture with its beak further down the path before dissolving into a puff of shimmering vapor that drifted upwards, joining the light filtering through the mushroom canopy. Encouraged, Leo continued. The path led them to a bridge spanning a chasm filled with swirling, colorful fog. The bridge, however, wasn't solid. It was made of intertwined beams of pure, soft light humming faintly. As Leo stepped onto the first beam, it wobbled precariously. A wave of dizziness washed over them, and the colorful fog below seemed to swirl faster, whispering indistinctly. Fear prickled Leo's skin. Go back, it seemed to sigh. Too far, too strange. Leo closed their eyes, remembering the warm glow of the archway, the gentle chime of the mist owl. This wasn't meant to be scary, it was wondrous. Taking a slow, deep breath, Leo focused on the steady hum of the light bridge beneath their feet. They planted their next step firmly, calmly. The wobbling lessened. Step by careful step, breathing steadily, Leo crossed. On the other side, the humming softened into a comforting purr, and a cluster of luminous blue butterflies, their wings edged in silver, fluttered around Leo's head in a brief, silent dance of approval before vanishing into the giant ferns. Further along, the path opened into a clearing dominated by a single, magnificent tree. Its bark was pure white and smooth as porcelain, and its branches held thousands of tiny, star-like blossoms that pulsed with a gentle light. Nestled amongst its roots were several small, furry creatures that looked like kittens sculpted from living moss. They blinked sleepy green eyes at Leo. One, bolder than the rest, padded forward and nudged Leo's hand with its cool, velvety nose. It made a soft, purring sound like rustling leaves. Suddenly a cool breeze sighed through the clearing, carrying with it a deeper chill. The star blossoms on the tree dimmed slightly. The moss kittens shivered and huddled closer together, their purrs turning into tiny whimpers. Leo felt the cold seep into their own bones. Looking around, they spotted a small, dark cave mouth at the base of the white tree. The cold seemed to be flowing from it. A low moan echoed from within. Leo's instinct was to back away. Darkness and cold felt ominous. But seeing the shivering moss kittens, their green eyes wide and trusting, stirred something else. Courage wasn't just about facing big dangers, Leo realized. Sometimes it was about offering warmth in the face of coldness. Remembering the cozy feeling of their own blanket at home, Leo knelt beside the moss kittens. Gently, carefully, they gathered the little creatures close, sharing their own body warmth. The kittens stopped shivering, their purrs returning louder this time, a soft vibration against Leo's chest. The purring seemed to resonate, flowing outwards. The star blossoms on the white tree brightened perceptibly. The cold breeze faltered, and the mournful moan from the cave softened, then faded into silence, replaced by a deep, contented sigh that seemed to come from the tree itself. Warmth flooded back into the clearing. As Leo gently set the moss kittens down, they nuzzled Leo's hand gratefully before scampering back to their roots. The largest blossom on the white tree detached itself and floated gently down, landing softly in Leo's palm. It wasn't just light, it held a warmth that spread through Leo's fingers, a feeling of profound peace and quiet gratitude. A deep, resonant voice, like roots shifting deep in the earth, echoed softly in Leo's mind, not with words but with a feeling. Thank you, little light bringer. Kindness warms the deepest shadows. The path back seemed shorter, bathed in the gentle, unwavering glow of the mushroom forest. The liquid crystal stream chuckled softly as Leo passed. Near the shimmering archway, the cluster of floating stones drifted by again. The mist owl reformed, perched proudly. It hooted its wind-chime hoot, a sound that now felt like a familiar farewell, and dipped its misty head towards Leo before dissolving once more. The stones chimed a soft, clear melody that lingered in the air. Stepping back through the door of whispering pines felt like slipping through a curtain of warm air. Leo stood once more at the edge of the familiar whispering woods, the last streaks of twilight painting the sky. The archway shimmered one last time, then faded, leaving only the two ancient oak trees. Leo walked home, the warmth from the star blossom still radiating gently from their palm, though the blossom itself had vanished. The ordinary world felt different now, softer, richer, holding secret wonders just beneath the surface. They hadn't fought dragons or found treasure chests, but they had walked a path of glowing stones, befriended creatures of mist and moss, and learned that courage could be found in quiet breaths and shared warmth. The greatest adventure, Leo understood as they climbed into their own cozy bed, wasn't always about how far you go, but about the kindness you carry and the quiet wonders you discover when you dare to step through an unknown door. The memory of the humming bridge, the purring moss kittens, and the grateful sigh of the white tree wrapped around Leo like the softest blanket. And as sleep gently pulled them under, Leo knew, with a heart full of peaceful wonder, that the door of whispering pines would always be there, waiting for those who listened with a curious and courageous heart. The forest outside their window rustled softly, a lullaby whispering of hidden glades and starry blossoms, promising that even in the quiet dark, magic was never truly far away. Deep in the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient canopies like liquid gold and the air hummed with the secrets of 1,000 years, lived a community seldom seen by human eyes. This was Moss Grove, a hidden village nestled amongst colossal roots and sheltered beneath a cathedral of emerald leaves. Its inhabitants were the Verdantkin, small, gentle folk with skin the color of sun-dappled bark, hair like trailing ivy, and eyes that held the shifting greens of the forest itself. Among them was a young one named Fern, whose curiosity was as boundless as the starlit sky above their home. Fern loved nothing more than listening to Elder Hemlock, whose voice was as soft and deep as rustling leaves in autumn. Hemlock spoke of the great balance, the intricate dance woven by every creature, every root, every drop of dew. "The forest breathes, little sprout," Hemlock would murmur, his gnarled fingers tracing patterns in the soft moss. "Spring brings the green sigh, summer the golden hum, autumn the copper whisper, and winter the silent, crystalline breath. Each is vital, each holds a piece of the heartwood's magic." The heartwood. Fern had heard tales of it, a colossal, ancient tree deep within the forest's core, older than time itself. It was said to be the source of the seasonal magic, its roots drinking deep from the earth's dreams, its branches cradling the essence of each turning moon and shifting sun. The Verdantkin were its caretakers, guided by generations of wisdom passed down through stories told by firefly light and the gentle murmur of streams. One day a subtle wrongness began to creep into Moss Grove. The air, usually thick with the sweet perfume of honeysuckle and damp earth in late spring, grew strangely still and scentless. The fireflies, whose nightly dances painted the twilight with constellations of soft green light, flickered weakly. Most unsettling was the behavior of the brook sprite, a shimmering, playful creature of living water who usually chattered and splashed merrily near the village. Now it flowed sluggishly, its surface unnervingly calm, reflecting the worried faces of the Verdantkin with a dull, gray sheen. Fern noticed first. The usual vibrant hum of insect wings was muted. The leaves, usually plump with spring's vigor, seemed thinner, their edges tinged with a faint, worrying yellow. The scent of pine resin, usually sharp and clean, was replaced by a faint, sour tang like forgotten mushrooms. "Elder Hemlock," Fern whispered, finding the old one sitting by the sluggish brook, his face etched with concern. "The balance, it feels thin, like spun sugar ready to break." Hemlock sighed, a sound like dry leaves skittering across stone. "Aye, little sprout," the brook sprite whispers of chill deep in the earth, the heartwood, it struggles. The essence of spring is not flowing as it should. Winter's icy grip lingers where it should have melted, and summer's warmth hesitates to rise. He pointed a trembling finger towards the deepest part of the forest, where the shadows gathered thickest beneath the oldest trees. "We must journey to Heartwood Hollow. The wisdom of the roots must guide us." The journey was unlike any Fern had taken. The familiar, comforting paths felt muted. Sunlight struggled to pierce the denser canopy, casting long, cold shadows. The vibrant moss underfoot felt brittle, and the air held a lingering damp chill that seeped into their bones, despite it being late spring. They passed a family of badgers whose usually bustling set was quiet, the adults looking weary, their kits listless. A chorus of frogs by a pond croaked a slow, mournful song instead of their usual jubilant chorus. Fern felt the forest's unease like a physical weight, a prickling sensation against their skin. After a day and a night guided by the faint, troubled whispers carried on the wind through the leaves, they reached Heartwood Hollow. It was a vast, open glade bathed in an ethereal, shifting light. At its center stood the Heartwood. Fern gasped. It wasn't just a tree, it was a living cathedral of wood and magic. Its trunk, wider than 20 Verdantkin houses, pulsed with a soft, internal luminescence. But the light was wrong. Instead of the vibrant, swirling greens and golds of spring fern had expected, it flickered erratically. Patches of weak green fought against stubborn veins of icy blue, and a dull, muddy brown where warm amber should have glowed. Around the base of the Heartwood, figures moved with quiet urgency. Not just Verdantkin, but creatures Fern had only heard of in hemlock stories. Lumina moths with wings like stained glass, their light dimmed. Earth gnomes with skin like polished river stones, their faces etched with worry. Even a great ancient stag, his majestic antlers seeming to droop, his breath misting unnaturally in the cool air. The harmony was fractured. The hidden lives of the forest were laid bare in their shared distress. "The chill persists," rumbled the stag, his voice like stones grinding deep underground. "It festers in the deep roots fed by neglect." He lowered his massive head towards a section of the forest floor near the Heartwood's base. Fern saw it then, a patch of ground choked with thorny, unnatural vines, dark, oily things that seemed to suck the very color from the air. They wrapped around smaller roots protruding from the earth, their grip tight and cruel. Nearby, the earth looked scarred and barren, as if something vital had been ripped away. "It is the strangling creeper," Hemlock said, his voice heavy with sorrow. "It takes hold where the forest's voice is silenced, where the small connections are broken. It feeds on imbalance, on forgotten duties." He explained how generations past had spoken of such blights, born not from malice, but from subtle neglect, a stream diverted carelessly by a landslide no one repaired, a clearing where too many saplings were lost, weakening the earth's song. The wisdom passed down was clear. Every creature, from the tiniest beetle turning the soil to the great trees breathing the air, played a part. Neglect one, and the thread of the tapestry unravels. "The Heartwood draws strength from the harmony of all," murmured a Lumina moth, its voice a soft chime. "When the small songs are silenced, its great song falters." Hope felt fragile. But looking around at the gathered creatures, the worried earth gnomes, the anxious Verdantkin, the sorrowful stag, the dimmed moth's Fern felt a spark ignite. "We are the small songs," Fern whispered, then spoke louder, their voice surprisingly steady in the hollow. "The wisdom says all must play their part. We are the harmony. Can we sing it back?" A ripple went through the assembly. The stag raised his head, a glimmer returning to his deep brown eyes. The earth gnomes nodded, their stony faces softening. The Lumina moths fluttered their wings, shedding faint motes of light. The restoration began, a testament to the interconnected life Hemlock had always spoken of. Earth gnomes, strong and patient, began carefully digging around the base of the strangling creeper, loosening its grip on the precious roots without harming the Heartwood itself. Their small hands worked with incredible precision, unearthing the dark tendrils. Lumina moths fluttered above, their dimmed light concentrating on the exposed vines. Where their soft glow touched the oily darkness, the creepers seemed to recoil, shriveling slightly, their malevolent energy disrupted. Fern and the other Verdantkin gathered nearby. They didn't fight the blight directly, their strength lay in connection. They knelt on the cold, troubled earth, placing their small hands on the moss, on the exposed, shivering roots of the Heartwood, even on the cool flank of the patient stag. They closed their eyes and listened. Fern felt the deep, slow thrum of the Heartwood, weak but persistent. They felt the stag's steady heartbeat, the quiet strength of the gnomes, the fragile hope of the moths. And they began to hum. It wasn't a complex song, but a simple, deep vibration, resonating from their chests into the earth. It was the sound of roots seeking water, of leaves unfurling towards the sun, of dewdrops gathering on spiderwebs at dawn. They hummed the memory of warm spring rains, the promise of summer berries, the crispness of autumn air, the deep peace of winter snow. They hummed the song of moss grove, of the busy badgers, the croaking frogs, the whispering brook. They hummed the great balance. As they hummed, focusing their simple, collective will, a subtle warmth began to spread from their hands. It wasn't fire, but the gentle, life-giving warmth of the returning sun after a long frost. The moss beneath their fingers seemed to plump up, regaining its vibrant green. The exposed heartwood roots Fern touched pulsed once, faintly, with a warmer light. The earth gnomes, feeling the shift, redoubled their efforts. The lumina moths glowed brighter, their light now a soft, cleansing gold. The stag lowered his mighty head and breathed a warm, misty breath over the struggling patch of earth where the creepers writhed. The combined effort, the gnome's strength, the moth's light, the stag's breath, and the verdantkin's resonant song of connection became a tangible force. With a final, almost audible sigh, the strangling creeper lost its grip. The dark vines shriveled completely, turning to brittle black dust that scattered on a sudden warm breeze that hadn't been there moments before. Where they had choked the earth, tiny, vibrant green shoots immediately pushed through the soil, unfurling delicate leaves that glistened with fresh dew. The effect on the heartwood was immediate and profound. The flickering, conflicted light within its massive trunk steadied. The stubborn veins of icy blue dissolved like mist under a strong sun. The muddy brown warmed, transforming into a deep, rich amber. The vibrant green swelled, pure and strong, pulsing outwards in waves. The light filled the hollow, washing over everyone warm, comforting, and alive. It touched the stag, who straightened, his antlers seeming to catch the light and hold it. It touched the lumina moths, whose wings blazed with renewed, joyful colors. It touched the earth gnomes, whose stony skin gleamed with inner warmth. It flowed over Fern and the verdantkin, filling them with a profound sense of peace and belonging. The magic wasn't a sudden explosion, but a deep, resonant sigh of relief that echoed through the entire forest. Fern felt it travel along the roots, through the streams, up the trunks of trees, and into the very air. Back in Moss Grove, the brook sprite suddenly bubbled and leapt with renewed energy, its water sparkling clear and cold. The scent of honeysuckle and damp earth returned, rich and heady. Fireflies erupted from the ferns, painting the twilight with their joyful, emerald constellations. The badger kits tumbled playfully from their set, and the frogs resumed their boisterous chorus. Fern stood with elder hemlock near the now glorious heartwood, bathed in its gentle, multi-hued light. The stag nudged Fern gently with his velvety nose. "You remembered the wisdom, little one," he said, his voice warm and strong again. The smallest voice, raised in true understanding of the whole, can mend the greatest tear in the tapestry. Hemlock placed a hand on Fern's shoulder. "The balance is not a distant thing, little sprout. It lives in every connection, every act of care, every song sung for the whole, not just the self. The heartwood holds the magic, but we all of us, great and small, seen and unseen, we are the magic that feeds it. Remember this." The journey back to Moss Grove was a celebration of senses. The air was warm and fragrant. Moonlight silvered the path, dappling through leaves that rustled with a contented sound. The hum of insects was a soothing lullaby. Fern felt the cool, soft moss underfoot, heard the distant, joyful splash of the brook sprite, tasted the sweet nectar of a night-blooming flower offered by a grateful lumina moth. The forest was alive, vibrant, and deeply, peacefully in harmony once more. That night, curled in their cozy nest, woven from soft grasses and fragrant pine needles, Fern gazed out at the firefly-lit glade. The gentle murmur of the brook and the rustling leaves were a soothing melody. They thought of the heartwood pulsing with balanced light deep in the forest, and of the stag, the gnomes, the moths, the badgers, the frogs, and all the unseen threads that bound them together. The wisdom felt warm and solid inside them, as old as oak roots, as deep as the starry sky. It was the quiet understanding that true magic wasn't in grand gestures, but in the countless small acts of belonging, of care, of singing your part in the forest's eternal, beautiful song. And with that comforting thought, cradled by the restored harmony of their ancient, magical home, Fern drifted into a sleep as deep and peaceful as the heart of the whispering woods itself. In the quiet village of Meadowshire, where cobblestone lanes wound like sleepy serpents between thatched cottages, lived a boy named Silas. His world was one of ordinary wonders, the scent of baking bread drifting from Mrs. Bramble's oven, the way sunlight turned the mill pond into liquid gold each dawn. Yet Silas often felt a quiet longing, as if the world held secrets just beyond his reach. That longing led him to the dusty attic of his grandmother's cottage one misty afternoon, where he discovered an old wooden music box tucked beneath a quilt of faded stars. Its surface was carved with spiraling patterns that seemed to shift like smoke when touched, and when Silas wound its tiny key, it played no melody at all. Instead, it released a soft, shimmering light that painted pictures in the air, memories not his own. The first vision showed a locket shaped like a teardrop, lost deep within the whispering woods on the edge of the village. Silas recognized it at once. It belonged to his grandmother, who'd spoken of it with wistful sighs, calling it her heart's compass. The music box hummed, and Silas understood this was no ordinary trinket. It could reveal the hidden stories of lost things, but only if he followed where it led. With the box cradled in his hands, its light pulsing like a gentle heartbeat, Silas stepped into the woods. Shadows draped the path like velvet curtains, and the air smelled of damp moss and secrets. His journey began with uncertainty, but soon helpers emerged from the greenery. First came Thistle, a badger with fur like twilight and eyes that held the patience of ancient stones. He moved with a slow, deliberate grace, teaching Silas to read the language of roots and rivulets. Every bend in the path has a tale, Thistle rumbled, his voice a soothing rasp. Listen with your feet, not just your ears. Next fluttered Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of storm clouds and a habit of reciting rhymes. Left at the crooked oak, right where the ferns sigh low, she'd chirp, her wings tracing maps in the dappled light. Last was Bramble, a hedgehog whose quills glittered with dewdrops and whose laughter was a soft, rustling sound. She carried a tiny satchel of courage, a thimble-sized cup of honeysuckle nectar that warmed the spirit when sipped. Together they ventured deeper, guided by the music box's glow. It showed them fragments of the locket's past, grandmother as a girl, laughing as she hung it from a branch while chasing fireflies, the day a storm swept it into a burbling creek. The woods grew stranger, trees whispered in riddles, and streams flowed uphill. Silas's heart ached with every step, not from weariness, but from the weight of the stories he carried. He realized this was no mere quest for an object. It was a journey into the tender, tangled heart of memory itself. The challenge arose when they reached the Grove of Echoes, a clearing where the air shimmered like heat haze. There the locket lay cradled in the roots of an ancient willow, but guarding it was the keeper of whispers, a being woven from starlight and sorrow, with eyes like frozen ponds. She had no form, only a voice that echoed with 1,000 lost sighs. "Take this locket," she murmured, "and you steal a piece of someone's soul. Memories are not trinkets to be reclaimed." Silas felt fear tighten his throat. Thistle nudged his hand. "Wisdom, little traveler," the badger whispered. "Not force." Pip landed on Silas's shoulder, humming a rhyme about letting go. Bramble pressed the honeysuckle cup into his palm, its sweetness a balm. Silas closed his eyes, recalling the music box's visions, not just the locket's loss, but the joy it once held. He understood then what the keeper truly guarded, not the object, but the right of memories to breathe, to change, to be more than frozen moments. "Memories aren't meant to be kept locked away," Silas said softly, his voice steady as a stream. They're like seeds. If you hold them too tight, they never grow. My grandmother's sorrow isn't in losing this locket. It's in forgetting how it felt to laugh when it swung from that branch. He held up the music box. Its light swirled, showing the keeper her own memories, of being a sapling kissed by rain, of sheltering fledglings, of seasons turning without regret. Sometimes, Silas added, letting go is how we keep things alive. The keeper's form softened, melting into a shower of silver mist that rained down like tears. Where it touched the earth, forget-me-nots bloomed in a blue circle around the willow. You carry old wisdom in young bones, the keeper sighed, her voice now warm as hearth smoke. Take the locket, but leave a memory in its place. Silas placed his hand on the willow's bark. He thought of this journey, thistle's steady presence, Pip's guiding rhymes, bramble's brave giggle. The tree absorbed it, its leaves shivering with contentment. The locket slipped into Silas's palm, cool and light. The return to Meadowshire was lit by a buttery sunset. Grandmother's eyes welled when Silas pressed the locket into her hands, but he quickly opened the music box. Its light wove a new vision, not the past, but the present, the four friends walking home, the willow grove blooming behind them, the village glowing ahead like a promise. The memory isn't in the locket, Grandma, Silas whispered. It's in us, and now we have a new one to share. That night, as crickets sang outside and the cottage breathed with the scent of chamomile tea, Silas wound the music box one last time. Its light danced across the ceiling, painting not just lost things but found joys, the gleam in grandmother's eyes, the badger's wise nod from the garden fence, the sparrow's evening song. And as Silas drifted to sleep, he knew the greatest magic wasn't in objects or visions. It was in the quiet courage to listen, the warmth of companions, and the gentle truth that some journeys don't end, they bloom inside you forever. The little town of Bramblewood nestled in a valley where mist curled like sleepy cats around the chimneys each morning. In this quiet place lived a boy named Leo, whose greatest joy was exploring the dusty corners of his grandmother's sprawling, cluttered attic. While others saw only old furniture and forgotten things, Leo saw possibilities. He believed quite firmly that every object held a whisper of a story, a secret waiting to be discovered. One rainy afternoon, while searching for a missing jigsaw puzzle piece, Leo pushed aside a heavy trunk draped with a faded tapestry. Behind it, tucked into a shadowy nook, sat a small, unassuming object. It was a wooden music box, no larger than Leo's hand. Its dark wood was smooth with age, inlaid with mother-of-pearl that shimmered like captured moonlight, even in the dim attic light. There was no key, no visible winding mechanism, just a simple latch. Intrigued, Leo lifted it gently. It felt surprisingly warm. He carried it to the dormer window, where gray light filtered through the rain-streaked glass. With a soft click, he opened the lid. Inside, instead of a metal cylinder with pins, lay a bed of smooth, deep blue velvet, like a tiny night sky. And nestled within that velvet was a single, perfect, iridescent feather, shimmering with colors Leo couldn't quite name, blues, purples, and hints of gold. It looked impossibly soft. Leo frowned. No music. He touched the feather lightly. As his fingertip brushed against the impossibly soft barbs, a sound filled the air. But it wasn't music from the box itself. It was music inside Leo. A melody sweet and clear as a mountain stream sprang unbidden into his mind. It was a tune he'd never heard before, yet it felt instantly familiar, warm, and comforting, like sunlight on his face. He gasped, pulling his hand away. The melody stopped. He touched the feather again and the song resumed, weaving through his thoughts like a silken thread. This, Leo realized with a thrill that chased away the rainy day gloom, was no ordinary music box. It played the music of feeling, of pure, unspoken joy. He named it the Heart Song Box. For days, Leo experimented. The feather played different melodies depending on what he felt. Happiness brought bright, dancing tunes. Quiet contentment summoned gentle, flowing harmonies. Even a flicker of frustration produced a low, rumbling counterpoint before resolving into something calmer. The box didn't amplify his feelings, it translated them into beautiful sound. It was a secret he treasured, a private symphony. But one evening, as Leo held the box after a particularly happy day spent building a model ship, the melody shifted unexpectedly. A single pure high note pierced the joyful tune, sharp and clear, like a bird's call. Then another, lower, mournful note followed. It wasn't Leo's feeling, it felt like a message from the box. The feather itself seemed to glow faintly. A wave of longing washed over him, a deep, resonant ache that wasn't his own. It was the box's longing. It wanted to go home. This began Leo's journey. He knew the box was special, and its home couldn't be the dusty attic. He showed it to his grandmother, who peered at it with her kind, faded eyes. She murmured, tracing the mother of pearl. That pattern reminds me of the Starwood Glade, deep in the Whispering Hills. Folks say things there are different. Old Mrs. Thimblewick, who lives near the edge of the woods, knows more about such things than anyone. Her eyes twinkled. But mind the roots, Leo, they trip the unwary. So, with the heart song box tucked safely in his worn satchel, Leo set off towards the Whispering Hills. His first helper appeared almost immediately. As he crossed the old stone bridge marking the town's edge, a small, scruffy terrier with one floppy ear trotted up to him. He had bright, intelligent eyes and smelled faintly of damp earth and biscuits. Lost, the dog asked, his voice a cheerful rasp. Leo jumped. Talking dogs weren't common in Bramblewood. Going to the Starwood Glade, Leo stammered. Ah, excellent choice, name's Digby, the dog announced, tail wagging furiously. I know every sniff and snuffle path through those hills. Also excellent at digging up interesting things and avoiding nettles, mostly. Digby became Leo's cheerful guide, his keen nose leading them along hidden animal trails, his boundless optimism a counterpoint to Leo's growing nervousness as the woods grew thicker and the light dimmed. Deep within the hills, where the trees grew tall and moss hung like ancient beards, they met their second helper. Perched on a gnarled branch was a tiny owl, no bigger than Leo's fist. Her feathers were the color of dusk, and her large, round eyes gleamed with startling wisdom. You carry a song that seeks its source, young one, she hooted softly, her voice like wind through dry leaves. She introduced herself as Lumina. The glade is near, but its heart is guarded by silence. Listen not just with your ears, but with your spirit. Lumina flitted silently ahead, her dark eyes seeing paths invisible to Leo and Digby, guiding them around treacherous sinkholes disguised by ferns, and warning them with a soft hoot when the air grew too still. Finally, after a day of walking guided by Digby's nose and Lumina's sight, they reached the edge of the Starwood Glade. It was unlike any place Leo had ever seen. Ancient trees, their bark silvered and smooth, formed a wide circle. The air shimmered faintly, smelling of ozone and crushed pine needles. Sunlight, dappled and golden, streamed through the canopy, illuminating motes of dust dancing like tiny stars. In the very center stood a pedestal of pure, polished moonstone, waiting. But between Leo and the pedestal stood the challenge. The glade wasn't empty. Standing sentinel around the moonstone pedestal were 3 figures carved from living wood tall, elegant guardians with faces like wise, ancient masks. They didn't move, but the air around them hummed with a palpable energy. It wasn't hostility, Leo sensed through the heart song box, which now played a complex, questioning melody. It was vigilance. Deep, unwavering protection. Digby growled low in his throat. Guardians, look fierce, Leo, show 'em your teeth. He bared his own small, sharp ones. Lumina landed softly on Leo's shoulder. Force will only make them roots you to the spot, young one. Remember the silence, remember the song. Leo looked at the silent wooden figures, then down at the heart song box in his hands. It was playing a melody of yearning now, pure and strong, directed towards the pedestal. The guardians remained impassive. How to reach them? Wisdom, not force. Leo closed his eyes, shutting out Digby's nervous panting and the shimmering light. He focused on the box. Not just on the melody it played for his feelings, but on the song within it, the song of the feather itself, the pure note of longing he'd first heard. He poured his understanding into that feeling, his recognition of its purpose, his desire to help it find its home. He didn't just listen, he felt the feather's story, its separation, its deep connection to this sacred place. Slowly, he opened the box. He didn't try to approach the pedestal. Instead, he simply held the open box towards the silent guardians. The feather glowed softly. The melody that flowed out wasn't just in Leo's mind this time. It resonated in the very air of the glade, a pure, wordless song of homecoming, of belonging, woven with Leo's own empathy and respect. The air hummed louder. One of the wooden guardians shifted, its head turning slowly towards the sound. Its eyes, deep knots in the wood, seemed to soften. The rigid posture relaxed. A low, harmonious hum, like the deepest note of a cello, emanated from the guardian, harmonizing with the heart song box's melody. The other two guardians followed suit, their wooden forms seeming less rigid, more fluid. The humming grew, filling the glade with a sound that vibrated in Leo's bones, a sound of ancient approval and welcome. The path to the Moonstone pedestal was clear. Leo walked forward slowly, reverently, Digby quiet at his heels, Lumina watching from his shoulder. The air felt warm and welcoming now. He placed the open heart song box gently onto the smooth moonstone. The iridescent feather seemed to pulse with light. The melody swelled, triumphant and achingly beautiful, filling the glade completely. Then the feather detached itself, lifted gently by an unseen breeze. It floated upwards, spinning slowly, shedding tiny motes of iridescent light like falling stars, before dissolving into the shimmering air above the pedestal. The music faded, leaving a profound, peaceful silence. The box remained, the blue velvet empty. But Leo felt no sadness. He felt a deep, resonant peace. The box had fulfilled its purpose. The song was home. As he looked at the empty box, a new, gentle warmth spread through him, the warmth of gratitude, of connection, of having helped something precious find its place. The wooden guardians bowed their heads slightly towards Leo. A sense of ancient blessing settled over him. He picked up the now ordinary, yet still beautiful, wooden box. It felt lighter. Lumina hooted softly. A song returned, a balance restored. Well done, listener. Digby nudged Leo's hand. Right mission accomplished. Now, about those biscuits I smell back in Bramblewood. The journey back felt different. The wood seemed friendlier, the sunlight warmer. Leo carried the empty box, but his heart felt fuller than ever. He understood now that the real magic wasn't just in the feather, but in the connection it fostered, the connection to his own feelings, to the ancient magic of the glade, and to the helpers who had guided him. He had learned to listen deeply, not just to music, but to the silent language of longing and the wisdom found in stillness and empathy. That night back in his room, Leo placed the empty heart song box on his windowsill. Moonlight streamed in, catching the mother of pearl. It was just a box now, beautifully made. But when Leo touched the smooth wood, a faint warmth remained. And sometimes in the quietest moments just before sleep, he thought he could hear the faintest echo of pure, joyful melody, not in his mind, but carried on the night air, a lullaby from the starwood glade, a reminder that kindness and listening unlock the deepest magic, and that even an empty vessel can hold the profound comfort of a journey completed, and a song finally home. He drifted to sleep, wrapped in the peaceful resonance of understanding, knowing that wonder often hides in the quietest corners, waiting for a gentle heart to discover it. Title: The Whispering Woods Secret. In the tranquil village of Elderglow, nestled within the embrace of a lush, ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Mabel. Elderglow was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the whispering woods seemed to carry secrets from times long past. The village was small, with stone cottages dotting the landscape like scattered pebbles, each one warmed by the glow of hearth fires that never seemed to fade. Mabel, with her curious hazel eyes and a heart full of wonder, was no ordinary child. She had a penchant for exploring, often venturing to the edges of the village where the whispering wood began. The villagers spoke of the wood with a mixture of reverence and caution, for it was said to be alive with magic, a place where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary was as thin as the morning mist. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Mabel set out towards the forest. Her mother had tucked a warm woolen scarf around her neck and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, saying, "Stay on the path, my little adventurer, and listen to the whispers of the trees. They speak if you know how to listen." Mabel nodded, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She knew the woods well, having spent countless afternoons beneath its towering oaks and whispering pines. Today, however, felt different. There was a tingling in the air, a sense of anticipation that danced along her skin like the first touch of winter's breath. As she wandered deeper into the forest, the world around her shifted subtly. The light filtering through the canopy was dappled and golden, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. The leaves crunched softly under her boots, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and damp moss. It wasn't long before Mabel came across something unusual, a glimmering stone, half buried in the soft earth. It was the size of a robin's egg, and shimmered with an iridescent glow that seemed to pulse with its own gentle light. Mabel knelt down, her heart pounding with the thrill of discovery. As she reached out to touch it, a soft, melodic voice filled the air, so faint it was almost a sigh. "Seek the heart of the wood, little one, and the truth shall be revealed." Startled, Mabel glanced around, her eyes wide. The voice seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, as if the forest itself had spoken to her. She picked up the stone, feeling its warmth seep into her palm, and slipped it into her pocket, determined to follow its silent call. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest seemed to change. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their bark etched with patterns that looked like mystic runes. The air grew cooler, and a gentle breeze whispered through the branches, carrying with it a soft, tinkling sound like distant chimes. As she walked, Mabel noticed something extraordinary. The forest floor was dotted with clusters of tiny, luminescent mushrooms that glowed with a soft blue light, illuminating her path. She followed the trail of light deeper into the heart of the wood, her breath visible in the cool air. At last, Mabel arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like the arms of a wise old guardian. At the base of the tree, nestled among its roots, was a small door carved into the trunk. It was adorned with intricate carvings of woodland creatures and swirling vines. With a mixture of awe and trepidation, Mabel approached the door. She felt the stone in her pocket grow warm, and the carvings on the door seemed to shimmer in response. Taking a deep breath, she gently pushed it open and stepped inside. The interior was a wonderland of light and color. The walls glowed with a soft golden hue, and the air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and wild roses. At the center of the room stood a table carved from a single piece of crystal, its surface reflecting the light in a myriad of colors. Seated at the table was a figure cloaked in shadows, yet Mabel felt no fear. There was a kindness in the air, a sense of welcome that put her at ease. The figure gestured to a chair opposite, and Mabel sat, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Welcome, Mabel," the figure said, their voice as soothing as the murmur of a gentle stream. "I am the keeper of the Whispering Wood, and you have been chosen to receive a gift." Mabel listened intently, her heart filled with wonder. "A gift? she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The keeper nodded, and with a wave of their hand, the room filled with images, scenes of the forest through the ages, its beauty and magic captured in a tapestry of light. "This stone you carry," the keeper said, "is a shard of the forest's heart, a fragment of its ancient magic. With it, you hold the power to listen to the whispers of the world, to understand the language of nature." Mabel gasped, her fingers brushing the stone in her pocket. "But why me?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. The keeper smiled, their eyes twinkling like stars. "Because, dear child, you have the heart of a true listener, one who sees the beauty in the world and cherishes it. Use this gift wisely, and you will bring joy and harmony wherever you go." Mabel nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. "I will," she promised, her voice strong and clear. As the keeper faded into the shadows, the room began to dissolve into a swirl of light and color. Mabel felt herself being gently lifted, the world spinning around her until she found herself back in the clearing, the ancient oak standing silent sentinel under the moonlit sky. The journey back through the forest was a blur of wonder and joy. The stone in her pocket pulsed with warmth, and the forest seemed to hum with life around her. As she emerged from the woods, the village of Elderglow lay ahead, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Mabel returned home, her heart filled with the magic of the Whispering Wood. She knew that her life would never be the same, that she had been forever changed by the gift she had received. And as she lay in bed that night, the stone glowing softly on her bedside table, she listened to the whispers of the world, her heart open to its secrets. In the days that followed, Mabel discovered that her new gift allowed her to communicate with the natural world in ways she had never imagined. She could hear the songs of the birds, the gentle murmur of the brook, and even the soft sighs of the wind as it danced through the trees. The village of Elderglow seemed to come alive with magic, its beauty magnified by Mabel's newfound ability to listen and understand. Word of Mabel's gift spread quickly through the village, and soon people began to seek her out, eager to hear the stories she could tell and the wisdom she had gained. Mabel, ever kind and generous, shared what she had learned, helping those around her see the world with new eyes. One day, a young boy named Oliver approached Mabel with a look of worry etched on his face. Oliver was known for his mischievous spirit, often getting into trouble with his playful antics. He was well liked, but his restlessness sometimes got the better of him. "Mabel," Oliver said hesitantly, "there's something strange happening in the meadow near my house. The flowers have stopped blooming, and the bees are nowhere to be found. Can you help?" Mabel nodded, her heart filled with determination. "Of course, Oliver. Let's go see what we can do." Together, they made their way to the meadow, the soft grass whispering beneath their feet. As they arrived, Mabel noticed the silence that hung heavy in the air, the absence of the usual buzz of life that filled the summer days. Closing her eyes, Mabel reached out with her senses, listening to the whispers of the earth beneath her feet. She felt the pulse of the meadow, its energy dampened and subdued. Slowly the truth revealed itself. A patch of tangled brambles had grown unchecked, their thorny vines choking the life from the flowers and blocking the bees' path. "We need to clear the brambles," Mabel said, her voice filled with certainty. "Once the flowers can breathe again, the bees will return." With Oliver's help, they carefully cleared away the brambles, their fingers working gently to free the delicate blooms hidden beneath. As they worked, Mabel could feel the meadow's energy shift, the life returning to the soil and the air. By the time they finished, the sun had begun to set, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Mabel and Oliver stood together, watching as the first bees returned, drawn by the sweet scent of the newly freed flowers. "You did it, Mabel," Oliver exclaimed, his eyes shining with gratitude. "We did it," Mabel corrected, smiling at her friend. Sometimes all it takes is a little listening and a lot of heart. As the days turned to weeks, Mabel's gift continued to bring joy and harmony to Elderglow. She helped the villagers understand their connection to the natural world, teaching them to listen to its whispers and cherish its beauty. One crisp morning, as the first hints of winter touched the air, Mabel was walking through the village when she noticed an elderly man sitting alone on a bench. His eyes were clouded with sorrow, and Mabel's heart went out to him. "Hello," Mabel said softly, sitting down beside him. "Is there something troubling you?" The man sighed, his voice tinged with sadness. "I used to play the violin," he said, his gaze distant, "but my hands are no longer steady, and the music has left me." Mabel reached out, her hand gently resting on his. "Maybe the music hasn't left," she said gently. "Perhaps it's just waiting for you to listen again." The man looked at her, hope flickering in his eyes. "Could you help me find it?" Mabel smiled, nodding with understanding. "Close your eyes and listen with your heart," she instructed softly. "Feel the rhythm of the world around you." Together they sat in silence, the sounds of the village weaving a gentle symphony. Gradually the man's expression softened, the lines of worry smoothing into a look of peace. "I can hear it," he whispered, his voice filled with wonder. "The music is still there." Mabel beamed at him, her heart warm with joy. "It's always there," she said softly. "Sometimes you just need to be still and listen." The man's eyes shone with gratitude as he looked at Mabel. "Thank you," he said, his voice choked with emotion. "You've given me back my music." As the first snowflakes began to fall, Elderglow was transformed into a winter wonderland, its rooftops blanketed in white and the air filled with the crisp scent of pine. Mabel continued to share her gift with the village, her heart full of the magic that had been entrusted to her. One evening, as she sat by the fireplace, her family gathered around her. Mabel's mother smiled at her daughter with pride and love. "You've brought so much light to our village, Mabel," she said softly. "The forest chose well." Mabel looked around at her family, her heart swelling with happiness. "The forest taught me to listen," she replied, her voice gentle and warm, "and in listening, I found a world full of wonder and friends." As the fire crackled and the wind whispered outside, Mabel knew that her journey had only just begun. With each new day, she would continue to listen, to learn, and to share the magic of the Whispering Wood with those around her. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, she dreamed of the endless possibilities that lay ahead, her heart open to the whispers of the world and the promise of tomorrow. And so, in the village of Elderglow, where the air was always sweet and the forest alive with magic, Mabel's story became a cherished tale of friendship and wisdom, a reminder that sometimes all it takes to change the world is a little listening and a lot of heart. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden glen cloaked in perpetual twilight. Here, the canopy of lush emerald leaves allowed only the gentlest dapples of golden sunlight to kiss the forest floor, illuminating the soft carpet of moss and the delicate ferns that danced with the slightest breeze. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of damp wood and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, creating a symphony of scents that wrapped around the senses like a comforting embrace. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest lived lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, each playing its part in the delicate balance of their world. Among them was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell was etched with the patterns of 100 seasons. Bramble was revered among the forest dwellers for his deep understanding of the natural world and his gentle, patient counsel. Bramble's closest companions were a sprightly squirrel named Pippin and a graceful deer called Lyra. Pippin, with her fur the color of autumn leaves, was full of boundless energy and curiosity, always eager to explore every nook and cranny of their woodland home. Lyra, on the other hand, moved with the serene grace of a river flowing through a quiet valley, her eyes as deep and calm as a forest pool. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn painted the leaves in shades of amber and crimson, Bramble gathered his friends beneath an ancient oak. Its branches stretched wide and strong, offering shelter and wisdom from the ages past. "The time has come," Bramble began, his voice as steady and soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind, "for us to prepare for the changing of the seasons. We must ensure that the balance of our forest is maintained." Pippin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "What must we do, Bramble?" she chirped, her tail flicking with excitement. Bramble smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Each season brings its own magic and challenges. Autumn is a time of harvest and preparation. We must gather the bounty of the forest and ensure that all creatures have what they need to sustain them through the winter." Lyra nodded thoughtfully, her ears twitching as she listened to the gentle hum of the forest around them. "And how do we maintain the balance, Bramble?" The wise turtle looked out across the glen, where sunlight danced through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground. "We must work together, each of us using our strengths to support one another. Pippin, your nimble paws can gather the acorns and berries that will feed many. Lyra, your keen senses will guide us to the hidden caches of food and safe havens for the colder months." With their roles clear, the friends set about their tasks, moving through the forest with a sense of purpose and unity. Pippin scampered up and down the trees, her cheeks full of acorns as she chattered happily to herself. Lyra glided silently through the underbrush, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth as she searched for hidden treasures among the leaves. As they worked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Birds sang sweet melodies that echoed through the trees, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a peaceful harmony with the bubbling of a nearby brook. It was as if the forest itself was lending its magic to their endeavors, guiding them with unseen hands. Days passed in a blur of golden light and rustling leaves, each one bringing them closer to the heart of autumn. The forest glen transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color and life, a testament to the creature's dedication and the power of harmony. Yet as they toiled, a gentle reminder of the forest's wisdom came to them through the subtle signs of nature. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, Bramble called his friends to him once more. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. "There is something more we must consider," he said, his voice soft but firm. "The changing seasons are not just a time for gathering and preparing, but also for reflection and understanding." Pippin tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What do you mean, Bramble?" The wise turtle gestured with a gentle nod toward the horizon, where the first stars began to twinkle in the fading light. "Nature teaches us in whispers and signs. We must learn to listen, to understand the lessons she offers. Balance is not just about physical preparation, but also about harmony within ourselves and with each other." Lyra pondered this, her gaze thoughtful. "How do we learn to listen, Bramble?" With a knowing smile, Bramble replied, "By being present, by observing the world around us with our hearts as well as our eyes. The forest speaks to those who are willing to hear its song." And so, as the seasons continued their dance, the companions embraced this new wisdom. They spent their days not only gathering and preparing, but also pausing to appreciate the beauty and magic of their forest home. They watched as the leaves fell in a gentle cascade of color, listened to the songs of the wind through the trees, and felt the cool touch of the earth beneath their feet. In time, they came to understand that true balance was found in the harmony of all things. Each creature, each leaf, each breath of wind was part of a greater whole, a tapestry woven by the hands of time and nature. Through their efforts and understanding, they ensured that the forest thrived, not just for themselves, but for generations to come. As winter's chill began to creep into the air, the glen lay blanketed in a soft quilt of fallen leaves, the forest at peace in its slumber. Bramble, Pippin, and Lyra gathered once more beneath the ancient oak, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom they had gained. "Thank you, Bramble," Pippin said, her voice a soft whisper in the twilight, "for teaching us to see the magic in our world." Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the setting sun, and for showing us that we are part of something much greater than ourselves. The old turtle smiled, his gaze tender as he looked upon his dear friends. "It is you who have taught me," he replied gently. "For in your companionship and kindness, I have found the truest form of harmony." And so, as the stars filled the night sky with their silvery light, the forest glen lay wrapped in a peaceful silence, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the gentle balance of nature. The creatures of the forest slept soundly, their dreams filled with the promise of spring and the eternal cycle of life, knowing that within their hearts lay the magic of the seasons and the whispers of the ancient trees.